Last again, so I want to know 5 million already. No, bro. Look at this roll up. What is it at? I can't search right now. 3.7. That's fucked up. Which is why, bro. You could be in someone right now, bro. It hurts me because you can be up so long. I don't have money right now, but you do have money to do it. I'm sitting on my hands.
Dude, do you know, have you ever sat on your hand long enough till it falls asleep and then masturbate? It's known as a stranger. It feels like somebody else is doing it, allegedly. If you're sitting on your hands, that's something you can do. It's called the stranger. Look it up. It's on Urban Dictionary. It's a real thing. I love how that is the segue. Like Jared from Subway is the safe phrase.
I'm just happy there's look at these people here. It's pretty crazy.
It's
not
very
just me
cool.
and Rabbi talking about conspiracy theories.
And then the border.
And now they're all leaving. But yeah, guys, wow, Rebel back. What's up, man?
Let's talk to some people. Elizabeth, how you doing, girl? She will not DM. Whatever you should know about Elizabeth, she will not DM you. And now because it says it in their profile, and now I really want to DM them. I'm gonna test that theory. What up, Elizabeth?
She's not gonna DM you.
No, it says she will not DM, and I'm taking that to mean across the board.
I mean, I wouldn't fuck with her. Look at that picture. It's like a scary cat.
Dog, I saw all her pictures. I like them. They're cats. It's cute. Absolutely. We got Ekru in here who's got an Obama Sonic. I like that. He's an ex-trader. He's the fastest patty flipper of the year award at McDonald's. No way. Is that true? Are you messing with us? Don't tell me we have two fast food celebrities in the same VC on a given night. We have Jared from Subway, and we've got Ekru, who is the fastest patty flipper of the year award 2023 at McDonald's. Ekru, are you a real McDonald's employee or like patty flipper? I honestly believe that. I don't know if that's a joke or not. But I think we have two fast food celebrities in the same VC in a given night. You can't do this to me. Pretty soon, you're gonna say like Dave Thomas from Wendy's is gonna come in here, and I'm gonna shit myself.
I really wish it was easier to make all ones earlier.
That's absolutely correct. All right, so then we've got some Russian thing. Can you say what that is, Anatoly?
Yeah, I was trying to read that. It's like, yeah.
What is it?
It's like a name. It's a name. But he or she has a cute cat. How do you wait? What?
Hey, oh yeah, she does. Well, what's her name?
How do you know that?
Because you can switch through her pictures. Look at my screen. She's got a purple cat. It's really cute.
Oh,
How do you say her name?
that's this. Oh, I forgot that. I speak fluent Russian. I know you're like, I can't remember the first. Is Domna? Or is it? I forgot the first letter. I can't read really well.
Donut. You have beautiful eyes. You look like you're on LSD.
Rabbi, he's got the game.
Oh hell yeah! I always shoot my shot, baby. Dude, I shoot my shot like a motherfucker. Why? Dude, I'm gonna sling so much dick when this fucking stream goes viral. I'm gonna have a chafed cock.
It's already viral. You got two girls in here at once.
Dude.
Never mind. But you got one girl in here.
Dude, but she won't DM us. Don't forget about that.
Don't forget about it.
That's right. So VMU, where do you live, if I may ask?
I'm in Florida.
Hell yeah.
Like where? Like address? South Florida. Near Space Coast. Yeah.
Are you a fan? I don't give a shit about anything except are you a fan of Steve Spurrier's visor?
Dude, I'm from New Jersey, brother.
Oh, so you're okay. So you're not even like familiar with this. Okay. Are you a
No, I
fan?
know who Caesar here. Yeah, you Dolphins fan?
But you don't like live and breathe like Florida Gators football, like someone like really from Florida, Gainesville.
No, I don't.
Are you a fan?
Wasn't that the last time they won the national championship?
They won under Urban Meyer in 2008.
Yeah, that granny little thing going on just now. I heard that.
But then before then,
Yeah, I'm from Jersey.
so are you a fan of the State College of New Jersey, Rutgers?
Never was embarrassed with this. It's called the Rut.
Dog, are you a are you,
No, I'm not.
you're not? Are you a fan of? You're not even a fan of East Rutherford or the Camden campus?
Dude, I lived near the Camden campus. It was like that's where all the kids who just wanted a cheap degree. That's where they would go. Because I went to school in Philly.
Oh,
Everyone just shit on Rutgers.
Villanova, Lehigh, Temple, UPenn.
Close. The Dragon. Close. Dragons. Drexel.
Oh, Drexel. That's a big school, my man. The Drexel family is eventually going to own basically all the real estate of New York City. Drexel's a big school. Good for you, man. That's an impressive university. Yeah, it is.
I'm old.
Okay, well.
It was just college, man. It was nothing.
Well, I'm not going to suck your dick over it, but I'm a little impressed.
Yeah,
Anyway.
it was not good. It was just, I just went there for the co-ops.
There you go.
It was like a 5-year program. That was it.
Are you an Eagles fan? Are you an Eagles? Are you an Eagles? Are you an Eagles fan?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
it was a tough year this year. You had high hopes.
Oh, that was brutal. It was brutal. The last 7 games, actually, like this one.
How crazy was that? How crazy was that? What are your thoughts on Sirianni?
I don't know. I don't know. He just like a CEO and coach. Just gonna blame the coordinator who's wrong. But who knows? I'm not a big fan of Lord either.
Oh, he had to go make the bread for the morning. You know it's fresh baked.
Oh, yeah. So I needed to find out how to get that mental cookbook. I've been trying.
Dog, I doubted his Subway knowledge when he didn't know of the sandwich to the feast. I had him stumped. But let's just say that we're holding out hope that was really Jared from Subway.
And that's just my guy. I know you're in here every single day.
Absolutely, internet tokens.
I've seen you making movies in here.
I do.
Thank you so much.
I do. Thank you.
Just so you know, just be wary of impersonators. Like every motherfucker can just make a handle that says Jared from Subway. Internet. We like. I was like, a guy. I had on chain message from his ENS to Bitcoin contract. I said, okay. I said, I'll give you $1,000, and he wouldn't do it. So he just guys, he doesn't need the money. The guy's a millionaire. It's not even just that. Like even with a millionaire. He's a billionaire.
He also had a job at Subway as well. So in addition to all the billions that he made in cryptocurrency,
He's on a 100-foot yacht. Okay, 50 fucking 10 out of 10 Euro models asses right now. While he's got a head chef cooking up fucking 5-course meals with caviar. And while he's waiting, he's on the most popular Telegram PC and all of a sudden.
name another one.
Bitcoin show.
Exactly. Name another one.
I love you, Bitcoin Rabbi, by the way.
Thank you so much. I appreciate internet tokens. I love you as well.
I seen you pick your boogers and eat it in when you're asleep.
Oh, I do it while I'm asleep and while I'm awake. I do it because, in my opinion, and I've read this as well, it's a good thing for you to do it. Basically, is your dead skin cells and like dead viruses. And if you eat that, it makes your immune system stronger. That's why I do it. Oh, yeah. Now the cum shirt. Now the cum shirt is. Can I show you my video? Oh, hell yeah. Okay, so now is my time to shine. Hey, it's going to go in a museum. It is. I already know the museum. It's the Rockefeller Museum in Jerusalem. I say it in this video. I tell you where they're gonna store it.
Please, guys, get your stomachs ready. Please, guys, get your stomachs ready.
Dog.
If you leave this call before the video ends, you're a bitch.
Right. You're absolutely right. This is like.
I want to step in to see if Jared was still hanging around. He's gonna be right back.
No, he said. No, he didn't. He said he was done for the night. He said he was done for the night. He said he might be back tomorrow.
Oh, I thought he said he's gonna be back tonight. Oh, what a shame. You'll be back. I'm not doing it.
Dog, he's got to.
When somebody gets that rich, they get bored and they want to go,
Work at Subway.
Guys like us. That's just not it. That's just not it. I promise. It's just not it. But anyway, he's just not rich. He wants to hang out.
Here we go. Internet token. This is for you.
That's how we initiate new members. Just watch it.
This is how we initiate new members.
If you don't mind right now,
Wayne, what's going on? I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I hear that you really like cum stories, and boy, do I have some cum stories for you. I could tell you all about my shirt from college, but that's for another day. I have a shirt collection.
No, don't turn it off. He wants
Shirt collection. What do you mean? People know that I like cum shirts so much that I have a collection. Wow.
You left.
They
He
have
doesn't.
actually donated them.
Nobody else here saw it yet.
A cum shirt to me, and I'm about to show it to you. I'm going to give you a tour of my cum shirt. So here we go. We're going to do a bird's eye view of this cum shirt. This is a Scroto. It is an NFT collection. And as you see, I have decorated it. Now, not anytime recently, and allegedly that I decorated this. Why allegedly? Well, because then, I can always say that potentially it's not or something else, but it is what you imagine it is. I wouldn't be making this shirt with such pride if this weren't my cum shirt. So as you see, we've got the
No way this is happening. No.
Is really, that scene in Star Wars where the vehicle flies over the planet and you're getting that flyover? Well, that's what you're getting here. So this is just one of my shirts. Yeah, this is the new one. I have a cum shirt. Why? Because I'm just filled with cum and good ideas. So this is the pride and joy. Here's the pride and joy. Here's the pride and joy. You have to see it. This one is going to go in the Rockefeller.
What's up, Rabbi?
This thing is like the all-time jersey. So I have like a whole.
Yeah, we need Jared back.
I wonder what his opinion of me would be once he saw my jerseys. But if you haven't seen this shirt, I'm not going to play the rest of the video. You have to see this shirt. It's going to show in just a second, and then we'll close it. Just for a moment. And I appreciate it. Look at that shirt. You're like, holy fucking shit. Awesome. That is the most amount of cum I've ever seen on a shirt that I've done my job. Here we are, and you can see it's like layered on. It's like. You're welcome. You're welcome, everyone.
Thank you.
Who's hungry?
Okay.
Who wants chowder?
Whose cum is it? Is it Rabbi's cum or is this like? They sent him in the mail.
The Scroto community sent me a shirt to decorate.
Yeah, from Nigeria. Yeah, it was like the dev cummed on it, sent it to Rabbi. They take your eye mask?
The police did, yeah. The police took my eye mask, and they. I know, and they. Wait. So the police took my eye mask, and they took my pants, and they said they needed it for evidence, but in reality, they just destroyed it because it smelled too badly.
That's so fucking funny.
Dog, you guys have seen. Oh, did I wear that shirt to court? I have worn some crazy stuff to court, including an all green suit. Not an all green, like, no, I mean like one of those green screen suits. You know, with like that. Why? Because in the future, I know that this is going to be memed and people are going to want to put different things on me. I know that's how big of it, like, the fact, if you guys all, if I could just tell you what this case is about, you guys would all be like, oh my God, that's the most bullshit thing I've ever heard in my entire life. But I can't go into all the detail. But as of right now, so just so you know, one time I went to court. I've gone to court in a 666 jersey. I've gone to court in a Superman cum shirt. I've gone to court in a green, one of those green suits. And then most recently, I went to court more seriously. I went in a suit and tie, this most recent one. And, oh, why did I go to a court in a suit and tie this time? Because it was a different courthouse. So the other ones were closer to me, so I could wear more like flamboyant things. But this one I had to take transportation to, so I didn't want to go to the prison.
Like showing up to court and fucking Superman shirt, but it's not cool. Like being on transportation bus going to court in the cum shirt. Like that's where you draw the line.
Well, you have to understand, in all honesty, it rained. It never rains in Southern California, but it has rained this whole week a lot. And so if I would have worn any of that stuff, it would have been absolutely destroyed. I had to wear like a jacket and like even a poncho at points, because of the rain was so bad this week. Under normal conditions, I would have no issue with it though. But just this was, I don't even want to say I really thought too much about it. It was just my suit was pretty close to me. But yeah, I really, as you can tell, have no boundaries at all. I'm willing to share my life with the world, including my Superman shirt, which flakes off. You didn't get to see this in.
Tomorrow's gonna be great weather in LA, man. You'll be able to wear it tomorrow.
Well, fortunately, I don't have court tomorrow, so I'm happy about that. But perhaps I might go to the beach this weekend. Do I have a public defender? Yeah. You want to email her on my behalf as a character witness? I'm gonna ask you too. I'm gonna ask the whole community. So.
Yeah. We'll make sure on the app and send emails for you. And then plus you evidence of how you're a rational person. So I mean, you'll be fine.
I appreciate that. Any other questions?
So you can't wash the cum shirt. It's just
no, I can wash the cum shirt. I can wash it. I choose not to. I don't want to break the washing machine. No, it just it sits on a chair and collects sunlight. That's why it kind of gets discolored. Dude, I can tell you exactly what it smells like. No, I can tell you exactly what it smells like. It smells like a Pyrex container full of piss. Wait, you can ask Anatoly. He watched me dump a Pyrex container full of piss into the toilet this evening.
That's what that was?
Yes. You know that. Most certainly, I will.
I'll give you some Bitcoin if you add to this.
I did eat some of the cum flakes in the video. I just didn't show that. As I've described it in the past, it's the circle of life. It goes in, and then it gets shot out, and then it goes back in. It's the circle of life.
Isn't that the dev's cum, or is that yours?
That's my cum, allegedly. Wait. Ew, that's the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. You think that I would have some devs come in my room on a shirt and celebrate that fact? That's disgusting. My own cum I could see, but somebody else's cum, that's disgusting.
I thought they sent you a cum-filled shirt in the mail and you opened it and ate the cum.
No, they sent me a normal shirt on which to come. And then they told me,
How long did it take you? How long did you have that shirt?
not that long. And that's the funny thing. Not that long. And then I stopped on December 18th. They said that they wanted me to retain.
How do you cum that much? I guess I smoked too much weed. My shit's like dripping. It's fucked up.
Dog, I spray like a fire hose. I spray like a bombardier beetle, baby.
Alright, well, yeah, man. So what the party is? Anyone showed up? Or
Dog, I told you the man took down all of my invitations. I'll post them again tomorrow. Don't you worry. Well, so here's the thing about. What'd you say?
What's your future goals and objectives for exposure? What's the utility?
So I even say this in that video. That cum shirt is going to be stored at the Rockefeller Museum in Jerusalem, Israel. If you're not familiar with where this is, there is a museum in Jerusalem where there are all kinds of artifacts. It's the Rockefeller Museum. The Rockefeller family donated it. And that cum shirt is going to go in that museum. I love it. I love how you're like the director of that museum. You're like, no, we don't want that thing in here.
What's the short-term usage?
Oh, it's just going to sit there and bask in the sun and continue to yellow like papyrus.
Has the Guinness Book of World Records ever reached out to you?
I reached out to them, and they returned my message by saying they would love to verify my record for $5,000. And at the time, I had $5,000 to do it, but I needed the money for rent. And so I decided that it was in my best interest to be able to continue. And so I did pay the $5,000 fee. But they're willing. They're willing.
How do you actually?
They're willing to verify.
How do you actually make money? Do you make money from like advertisements?
No, as of right now, I've been living off my savings as a certified project management professional. I am an app developer, so I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and I've had six-figure contracts with Fortune 500 companies. So I've been living off of that savings. Good question.
I've been donating to.
That's right. His time and his love.
That's pretty big. Did you actually program? Was it Java and I don't know, Objective C?
For the most part, it was written in Python and Ruby, and I did a little bit of programming, but for the most part, my role at the organization was managing director. So I was actually the supervisor of our dev team. So I didn't have to do that.
iOS, Android development. I said, "Oh, you're a programmer. Could you cut out for a second?" That's cool. I did some Ruby work prior to crypto. A lot of Ruby work. Ruby on Rails. I love Ruby.
Very
Yeah,
cool.
it's a good language. I like it.
It is.
I still believe in things with it.
Sexy. Man, the Queen, what did you do with it? What did you do illegal with Ruby?
We think just great shit.
Doesn't even want to say. Hey, VMU, did you know that I have 866 Twitter accounts?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Okay.
Like, you had some elaborate plan how you follow.
Yeah, here it is.
People.
Here it is. I'll show you. You'll see it work right now. So basically, let me see if I can. Okay. You're going to see this mouse. It's pink right now. I don't know if you can see it. but every time it sees the follow button, it's gonna press it. Now, if you're like, it's not working that well right now, it's because it's full. It has followed 400 people already, but you'll see it transition in just a second to the next set of people. And yeah, I mean, it's not that complicated. But what is complicated about it is it will not press anything but the follow button, unless it changes. So basically, just follow, 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 and every hour it follows 3,200 people, and it's hilarious to me because all the people who complain about it and then come to my stream and they're like, "What in the hell is this? You followed me on Twitter. What is going on?" And then they either watch my stream or
It's good.
whatever works, right?
Yeah, because I know you were talking to Morley regarding it.
That's
and
true.
I'm just concerned that we'll get our account used again if we did something like that. And definitely.
So
Definitely.
right. So here would be the thought on that. If we were really that concerned about the account, that instead of having it Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu focus, we would just have it Sproto focus, something totally different but still related to still get out the message. There's no main Sproto account that they could ban.
There is Sproto account, yeah.
Oh, there is. Okay. Well, at least in my realm, I wasn't aware of it. So, nevertheless.
I'm just thinking if we did something like that, because I know there's mods like you have it. You have to like a different IP address for some of the accounts. I don't know.
Yeah. So, I mean, and Morelight and I discussed the way to do it. Basically, especially if you have a group of people doing it, it's rather easy. But it's just about using VPNs. If you have different VPNs, you can basically create almost unlimited amount of accounts. Because you use temporary email addresses. Those are really easy to get. You don't have to verify on a phone through most countries. And if you do, you just create another account. And after 2 or 3 times, you finally can get through.
Okay, that makes sense. Because I remember the new captchas on Twitter accounts are such a pain in the ass to create.
Wait, you're absolutely right. So the new captcha, it's known as Arcos Pass. Some of them are easy. They're like identify the number of rocks or point in the certain direction. But they're getting to the point where you're having to do 20 of them to pass. And sometimes you have to do them twice. So that's 40 different times. So I was running into an issue when I was creating all these accounts on a computer that these Arcos challenges were becoming far too tedious. It was taking me like 20 minutes to do every single one of them. And the other thing is you can't get any of them wrong or you have to start all over. So it's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I remember that.
So
when I created the Harry Potter, I created the new Harry Potter account after our first one got banned. And I was like, wait, this is taking forever.
You're absolutely right. And so imagine doing it en masse. So I came up with the idea, which I think was pretty brilliant. I just got fortunate though. I went to an old tablet that I have. I have a bunch of old Fire tablets that I bought to stream because they stream like tablets online. And the app for the Amazon App Store is an old app. I'm sorry, the Twitter app for the Amazon Web Store is an older app and does not have advanced captchas. So all the captchas for it are the maximum you have to do is 3, and they're all really easy to do. So they're all like point the thing in the right direction or how many rocks are there, as opposed to like the one that is like, I don't know, there's one that you have to do that like what orbit away from the sun are you? Some of them get really complicated, and it's like when they're so complicated that humans can't do them, they're too difficult. And then I can even tell you, I know the Twitter captcha system so well that I can tell you that some of the Twitter captchas are incorrect. They actually have the wrong answers. And if you choose the right answers, you will be wrong. But I got the captchas wrong so often, only on these certain ones, that I started to learn that there was an error in the captcha. And then I would start choosing the incorrect picture in the captcha and I'd get it right. That's how well I learned the captchas. The fact that I could troubleshoot when they had errors in them. That's when you know them really well. I'm willing to bet throughout this project of the last 3 years, I have done more captchas. I'm almost certain of it than any human ever. Even the people who do captchas perhaps 8 hours a day. I do exactly. You're exactly right. I do my own captures for 8 hours a day. Today I was in the VC talking with people. Now it's been like 13 hours, but any other day, all I do is just create accounts. I mean, I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 866 Twitter accounts, over 100 Google accounts, over 100 Twitch accounts, over 100 Instagram accounts. And of these accounts, they're all filled with tons of content.
How do you get by the email address? What do you do, like plus?
No,
one, plus two,
no,
plus
I just use temp mail services.
Wow.
And they're free, they're cheap, and they're unlimited. So you just go in and you create you just do the sign up. So you put in a name, and then you don't sign up with a phone. You sign up with an email, a temp email. It sends the temp email to your email address, and you put in your birthday. It sends a temp email to the temp email address. You put in the code, and then it depends. It can either ask you for a CAPTCHA and then ask you for a telephone number. It can send you straight to a telephone number. It can send you to a CAPTCHA and then give you the password. The key part you want to get to in that system, that workflow, is to get to the password point and avoid the phone. If it sends you to where you have to do a phone verification, you just sign out and create a new account. And if you do 2 or 3 times, it will let you bypass that. Basically, it's a brute force attack, and in doing so, it overwhelms their system. And then additionally, Elon Musk has said recently that in order to have any kind of Twitter account at all to be able to tweet, you're going to have to pay some nominal fee. But he did say that you would still be able to have a free Twitter account that can follow people, and that's all I need. The key to me is not necessarily having a Twitter account that lasts for a long time. It's about ensuring that it follows 400 people a day and just keeps that pattern going for as long as possible.
Yeah, that'll definitely lead to some growth, just by people curious to develop them.
You're absolutely right. BMU, have you seen what people have said about me on Twitter? I don't expect you to have, but every couple hours. Oh, you have? Okay. So it's
I'm co-founder of Harry Potter.
Oh, perfect. You're a co-founder?
No, I'm the person who deployed the project and created the website and Telegram.
No way, you created hpos10i.com?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, gee, VMU,
No,
I didn't know.
I'm more like the face of the franchise. I'm just the back-end guy.
Oh, I didn't know who you were. You're a big deal.
Yeah, no, I'm on the site. Scroll way down.
Very well.
I'm just like I don't know often. That's why I trust me. I'm like I follow you. That's why we talk about you a lot. You're like Harry Potter, like calculated to be pure insanity in the internet.
That's absolutely correct. Okay, well, apologies, I didn't know who you were. Honestly, or not as well, but I just.
No, it's cool.
Very well. Well, wow. We have some. We've had some amazing. Well, now, can I really trust that you were one of the founders of this, or are you going to break my heart like Jared from Subway? Everybody's going to be like, Rabbi, you thought VMU was in there? You crazy boy.
I mean, you can check website.
I believe you. I absolutely believe you. Well, okay, so you know that people have been talking, and so it's just a matter of time until it goes viral. Because once people find out how much content that I have, and it's more content that a single person could digest within a year or 2 years or 3 years, that becomes really exciting for people, because then it's like a scavenger hunt or a treasure hunt for all the things that have happened in society, whatever it may be. If you're a celebrity and I've got this radio going, there's a chance that your bumper music could have played. If you're a celebrity and you've been in a film, there's a chance that you're going to be featured on it. If you're a cryptocurrency, there's a chance you're going to be featured on it. If you've been on Twitter, the high chance you're going to be featured on it. So I feel like it's going to have mass appeal, in addition to the opportunity that people will have to always have someone there to be able to feel like they're not alone. It'll be really exciting. And I really think that we're going to make Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu the global reserve currency. And that's very exciting as well.
Yeah, man, it really is. You're like a constant presence in Telegram. Plus, it we get really, really big, I'm talking on Coinbase, Kraken, the major exchanges, your growth is going to go like exponential with us. So,
absolutely. I mean, I have so much confidence. I mean this. I like the fact that you guys think you're going to carry me across the goal line. I'm carrying you guys across the goal line, and that's a good relationship to have, that we're both pushing each other. And but yeah, I'm really excited about it. And honestly, I feel like it can happen any day now. And I mean that just from well, I mean, look at this. It's like in the middle of the night, and we've got 8 people in here. But additionally, just I've seen a lot more people come into my YouTube streams just randomly since starting this this Twitter bot. So that's very exciting as well. Who just made us sound like a cat?
It's not even in the chat.
We've got Stonky Leg 69 in here. Stonky Leg 69, how you living, baby? I hope you're having a wonderful evening. We got Marcus Wentz in here. We got. Oh, hold on.
Retaining. How long have you been retaining? Quite some time now. Nice. I think I bought it like 50 now. I should have waited for the where we are now. We'll rip eventually. I'm not too worried. I'm also scared of it. I was going to rip already, so I bought it 15 minutes. I waited until 20 more weeks. So after 30 days. What happened? You rated prior to this? Were your wins? I mean, dog was my first investment ever. That was really it. That's a lot. Yeah, dog was dog with heads. Let me see. My Ethereum plays were first SPX, and then actually my Ethereum played after Harry Potter and SPX, and then so you're relatively new. Yeah, I jumped SPX, and then put in Harry Potter, and then like just so you know, we're never going to go anywhere. The team behind this is incorporated, and we're always going to push the project forward. We're doing a lot behind the scenes. We don't want to disclose it to the public, but we're always cooking. Yeah. Just want to let you know. Thank you for holding. Yeah, dog with that. Outside. Right now, I was holding dog with that. Right. One somebody's called unsee token. But pretty much that. And then what else I get with home. So I'm only holding 3 things. I was holding a bunch of things. I've rotated a lot of things. Yeah, I've only been in crypto for like 2.5 months, almost 2.5 months.
That's all?
I was really fortunate to have dog with that my first investment ever, because it was a winner, so that's good. But that's how it starts out, man. That's good. Yeah. I got a hold dog with that for a long time, and then I got a hold Harry Potter for a long time. So really, I'm just I didn't know, but the thing on my hands, but it'll pay off in months. Yeah, no, it will. It's just like holding makes you generate a lot of more money in the long run. Just don't be concerned about the price action. Just have conviction plays, and then you can trust the team, and the community. You start to really start chasing plays. That's like the worst. I've seen so many people sell their Bitcoin, run on into a drug, get fucking negative 99% of the rate, come back to Bitcoin, buy like a $10 because of what they had prior to. It's just like it's sad. Like just stick with us.
How did Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu get associated with the Sproto?
That was a juicy. I forget someone who said it in the BSC chat way back when with someone accidentally said Sproto
instead of spirit.
Instead of something else.
Instead of spirit.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes, that's right.
But are they created by the same people, or is one like an art project and one an and one a cryptocurrency?
NFT. I mean, we created that.
You created the NFT and the cryptocurrency?
I created the cryptocurrency. Juicy Yo-Yo created the NFT side of it.
Gotcha. But it's all under the same umbrella as one package?
Yeah,
gotcha.
Under one project. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. I did not know that.
That's how this was fun. Basically everything.
Through Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu?
Yeah.
Understood.
That's pretty much how we the project can absolutely survive. You know, we had marketing funds, we had all that other shit. It's because of Spurrio Gremlins.
Very cool. Well, I'm impressed with the turnout that we've had in the Telegram. I mean, all day today, we had between like 8 and like 17 people. I mean, we had tons of people. Normally, it's not this hopping, so it's been crazy. It's been really exciting. And, we got AW in here. We got a new friend in here. AW, how you living? How are things where you are? Hope things are good for you. Welcome. Manlet Queen, how are your doggies doing? Let me see if I remember their names. We've got Duran, who is the older dog, and then we got your Frenchie, whose name is Louis. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Are they sleeping with you? Oh, that's a good thing. How about you? Are you slanging dick, or you got a relationship?
Me?
Yeah.
I have a relationship, but I kind of still do. It's kind of iffy, but she's in the Marines, so yeah, it's iffy. So not really slanging dick if you thought, you know. It sounds like a situationship. Yeah, I mean, we just kind of broke things off. Not me, but more of her in a sense. But she's kind of, it's kind of like she doesn't understand. I'm so sorry. So pretty much she just wants to, at the moment she's trying to focus on school and stuff, and she's really stressed out. So I guess she doesn't really know what she wants to do in terms of relationships. So right now I'm kind of sitting on the sidelines just waiting for her to.
Oh my God, this is so painful. Move on. Go get a hooker. Get out of this. If she wants you, she'll come back.
How old are you? How old are you, Manlet? 25. Yeah, I'm 35. I'm old. Yes. You just gotta find another Tinderella.
There you go. Move on, baby. Do you know about pickup? It's pickup artistry. It's the art of the art of seduction. Do you know about it? Pickup artists?
This is some alien shit.
Absolutely. This is high-end alpha. We're going to talk about the book, The Game by Neil Strauss. Do you know anything about this? Okay.
That was popular back in 06.
Oh, hell yeah, it was. Okay, so basically what we're referencing is a book called The Game by Neil Strauss. This book was passed around fraternities and dormitories decades ago. It was like the secret teachings of one guy to another. And basically, the main protagonist in this story tells his life about being kind of like a nerdy writer, and he never took himself very seriously, but he had a change in himself and started dressing differently and started having all this confidence and started learning about pickup and the art of pickup, being a pickup artist, to the point where this guy was able to pick up Britney Spears at the height of both of their games back in like the late 90s. And then he writes a book about it. So basically, pickup artistry is the art of seduction. It's about the art of attracting the opposite sex generally, but I guess it could be the same sex. And there are all kinds of like openers that you can do. There's all kinds of like attraction tips. There are all kinds of like symbols of high value that you may want to perhaps research. But basically, if you like, I can hear you, and we have a name for you in the pickup community. You are an AFC, an average frustrated chump. What the fuck is an AFC? Like, I don't mean to insult you, but that's what you're known as in the PUA community, is an average frustrated chump. Some guy who is just waiting for the girl to make the move when you should go out, start slinging it. You're 25 years old. You got 2 dogs. You got your own house. You could have girls line up down the block if you realized it.
Yeah, man, that's a lot of assets you got going on right now. Yeah, I certainly didn't have that at 25.
Very few people do. So
I just had my Dogecoin. That's all I had. No, I was legit mining Dogecoin back then. I had like 28 million.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Just crypto Dogecoin? I was working a full-time job as a programmer and mining Dogecoin on the side. Oh, okay. Yep.
So back to you slinging dick. There are all kinds of routines that you can do and you can learn. We're going to go through one of them right now. Okay. So what you want to do is create interest and then leave. You want to create a false time constraint. So let's say we're at a bar and I see you across the room. I think you're attractive. I'll come up to you and I'll say, hey, I only have a minute, but I'm going to ask you a question. You got a second? You're like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. I'll say, okay, I want you to imagine a cube. So, Manlet, I want you to imagine a cube. CUBE. Can you imagine a cube?
I don't know a cube.
Okay, you have a cube in your head. You know what it looks like, right?
Yep.
You're sure you know what it looks like, right?
Yep.
Okay. What color is the cube?
I don't know.
Okay, so you don't have. I need you to rethink what the cube looks like in your head. Okay.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Okay. Now I want you to imagine a ladder. And now I want you to imagine a horse. Okay. We've got a cube, a ladder, and a horse. Okay. Your cube. How big is your cube?
About 6 by 6
6 by 6 what?
inches.
So is that a small cube?
Depends on you're asking. Yeah.
I'm asking you. Do you consider it a small, a medium, or a large cube?
Medium cube.
Okay. So you have a medium cube. What color is the cube?
Green.
Is it facing me straight on, or is it at an angle?
It's at a diagonal angle.
Is it on the ground or in the air?
It's on the ground.
Cool. Now that ladder. Where's the ladder in relation to the cube?
Right beside it.
Okay. And how many rungs are on the ladder?
What is a rung?
A rung is a step on the ladder.
7.
Okay, there are 7 rungs on the ladder. And is the ladder supporting the cube, or are they separate from each other?
They're separate.
Excellent. So now the horse. Describe the horse to me. Is this horse fast? Is it strong? Is it a good-looking horse?
Horse is average.
Excellent.
Recently the horse race didn't make it, and now I just...
now you're taking care of it.
Yeah.
Perfect. So I would say to you at a bar, okay, thank you so much for the information. I told you I got to get going, but you're dying to know, I'm sure, what does all this mean about you? So here we go. But again, I got to go because I got to create this false time constraint because I'm so cool. I got to leave. This is all about pickup. So what do I say to you? I say your cube is your ego, and you, Manly Queen, have a small to medium sized ego. You don't have a huge ego. Is your favorite color green? No. What? Why did you choose green? About 80% of people choose their favorite colors. So you're kind of that random group that does not. The cube facing you, the fact that it's at an angle means essentially you're a little more creative. The fact that did you say it was in the air or on the ground? You like to be more stable. When we talk about the ladder, it's interesting. You're not going to use your ladder to. You're not going to use your ego to get to your goals. Your ladder are your goals, and you have like 7 goals in your life. They're actually pretty simple. My ladder goes all the way to the sky. I have all these goals. I don't know if I'll still achieve any of them or all of them. You have more reasonable goals. You have like probably 7 goals you want to achieve in your life. You want to find a girl, you want to marry her, you want to have kids, you want to have a good job, and you want to retire. They're like pretty simple things. You've got basically what you need. And then finally, you've got the horse. And your horse is your ideal mate. And believe it or not, you don't want the prettiest girl out there. You don't want the smartest girl out there. You actually kind of want to fix her up, but like you said, someone who was in a race, a competitor, but maybe somebody who needs a little bit of love. You have a giving heart. You can tell all of these things psychologically about a person. And when you tell a girl this at a bar and then you walk across the room and leave her alone for her to think about everything that you just told about her, you are the most interesting person in the room and she will not stop thinking about you for the remainder of the night.
Wow. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm not saying that that's what you want to pull every single time. There are other routines that you can pull as well that are different. So there's like a neg. What's a neg? It's literally negging a girl. Creating.
It's negative people. It's basically just like you point out negative things to a girl.
In some ways, but you don't want to make them too self-conscious. So you wouldn't go up to a girl and say you're ugly. That's not a good neg. But what a good neg is to go up to a girl and say, you look really good in that dress, but you'd look even better if that dress were in red. And so she's thinking to herself, wait, this guy thinks I look good, but I could have looked even better. And then you leave. She will do nothing for the remainder of the night except think about you. And you're in her head, living there rent-free. I'm not saying that I think these are the nicest things that you can do. I'm saying these are the things that guys do and it works to get laid. So if I were you, I would do a little research on seduction, being a pickup artist. There are routines that you can watch. But man, you'll forget about Miss Marine by next week if you start getting yourself into the community.
Miss Marine. That's Marine. Merchant Marine. I'm going to use those. I'm going to use that first one you told me.
The cube, it works. The cube is a really interesting one. There are best friend tests. So let's say that you're at a bar or wherever. It can be Starbucks or something, and you go up to a girl and say, "Hey, I only have a quick second. Can you just settle a bet between my friend and I, or whatever it is? Look, we know you guys are probably really close, right? Yeah. Settle a bet. Do you guys use the same shampoo?" And about 90% of girls who are best friends use the same shampoo. So they're going to think that, wow, you really have some kind of interesting connection, when in reality, you just know social statistics better than other people, that 90% of girls who are best friends use the same shampoo. You're just using statistics to your advantage, but girls don't know that. And you're using things that are pretty common and easy for you to discuss with random strangers, and you don't look necessarily too awkward doing it. These are the cold openers that you essentially need to build rapport with a girl, and that's when you can talk to her about her hobbies and her interests and her hopes and dreams and raising a family and all the other things that you probably want to do. But before you get into those discussions, you have to create interest, and a lot of ways that you can create interest is using pickup routines. They work. I'm telling you, they do. I was an AFC. I was what you were, and we all start off as AFCs. Very few of us start off as alpha males who are just, always captain of the football team or the basketball team and have all the girls jumping all over them. But you can have that, and that you can create that. And the way that you do that is by, there are a lot of ways, but symbols of high regard of yourself, having high emotional intelligence, treating people well, but also certainly by knowing these routines, they're very good to understand psychologically how to interact with people. Of course, there are important things that you need to do societally with people, like make eye contact. There's another one. It's called Kino. You want to make some kind of physical contact with a woman as early as possible in the relationship. The earlier that you can make any kind of physical contact with her, generally the better. You don't want to rape her immediately, obviously, or ever. Anything consensual, nothing non-consensual. But here's something that you can do. You can go up to a girl and you can say, I bet I can tell you the place on the human body that is the least intimidating for a man to touch a woman. And the woman's going to hear you say this and be like, what are you talking about? And I don't know if you can see me. Let me see if I can show you. So you say, I bet I can. So you go up to a random girl and you say, I bet I can tell you where on a female body a man can touch a woman that's the least intimidating to her. Now, when you say something like that to someone, it's very sexual if you're in a bar or even in a library or in a coffee shop, whatever it is. And so she's automatically in her mind thinking, this guy's going to try to finger me, or this guy's going to try to touch my tit, or something like that. And all you have to do is this right here. You just touch them right here on their forearm. You can touch about any girl on earth on the forearm and not get in trouble. It's less personal than the hand and less personal than anywhere else on the body. So you put your hand on her forearm, and you say, right here, the forearm. The forearm is the least intimidating place for a man to touch a woman. And you can say, do you know why? And she's going to say, no, why? And you say, because I just did it to you and you aren't intimidated, and automatically you've built a connection with her. She's already let you touch her most intimate, thing, and that's her body. And you can get into discussion with her.
He's giving advice for them.
Absolutely.
Holy. Oh shit. Holy. My bad. What? Holy. What? What did you say my bad for? No, I was not muted on accident. I need my call up right now. Hey, I'm talking to Julie. Manlet. This is the guy. This is the girl that we're going to Puerto Rico with. Oh yeah. Tell her I'm ready.
Baby girl, do you know about my live stream?
Tell them your last name. They're gonna love it. They won't believe my last name. Dude, can I tell them? Is it okay? My last name, I swear to God, on her license, it's Stoner Gay.
That's amazing.
Hyphen, like with a hyphen. I swear to God.
That's so tight.
I did not believe her. She showed me her license, and it says Stoner Gay with a hyphen.
Dude, I want to be your friend just because of that.
Portland, of all places, yeah.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Heard in this city? Dude, come on, man. It's 2024. I heard. Awesome. All right, well, hey, Julie, I'll call you later. I'm going to jump back in this business meeting. We're doing some big business.
Wait, you didn't ask Julie the most important question. Does she know about my live stream? Julie, do you know about Julie Stoner Gay, do you know about my 24/7 live stream?
Yeah, I told her.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
24/7 live stream, Julie. I told you.
She didn't even know about it.
If you put her in a room with a ladder, a horse, and a box. If I put you in a room with a ladder, a horse, and a box, what would you do?
Man, like, Queen, you're so funny.
She said pet the horse.
Nice.
So she's a very forgiving, nice person.
That's absolutely right.
She's a very forgiving, nice person. Yeah, she said,
you have a very humble ego. Good for you, girl.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you now knowing about my 24/7 live stream. I'm glad Anatoly talked to you about it, and I look forward to many more occasions of meeting in the future. You're welcome.
All right, well, I'll call you later after this. It's a business meeting. We're building. Yeah, we're busy. We've been building all day.
This is actually a board meeting.
It's a board meeting.
It's this is a board of trustees meeting.
But we're not bored. We're building.
No,
we're doing a lot of big things. Planning a lot of big things.
I'm chairman of the board, and we are about to adjourn this meeting. It's a big deal.
Okay, thank you. All right, bye.
Dude, you're in love with that chick.
Damn, y'all are some cock blocks.
You are in love with that chick.
I know, it's hard. It's hard not to be stoner gay, man. Yo, imagine what my kids would have to like.
Dog,
take her last name.
you got to take both her last names. Or imagine if you, imagine if your last name was like Moore, so it's like more stoner gay.
Damn, that's base.
I agree.
That's all they.
Yeah.
Can you send me a BMD for gas, bro? I wasn't buying
Tell my coin.
No, I bought BNB and it fucking gave me Tether USD. What the fuck is this?
Let me guess, you're trying to dump my coin to buy the other coin.
No, I'm trying to get it off of MetaMask and put it in trust because I don't want to use MetaMask.
Alright,
Yes, try sending me a BNB. I don't know why. I literally went to buy it and it gave me Tether USD.
Send me your address. Dude, don't sell right now. My shit's
I'm not
relaxed.
selling. I'm just saying to the wallet. I don't use Meta like that.
Send me your address real quick.
That should bring my heart.
You're like my good friend, bro. You know, just wait for like 1 point.
I have $20 use Tether, but yeah, just send me BNB. I'll see you as Tether actually in exchange because I don't think it's Tether. I don't think I do.
I mean, all you need to send, dude, you need like 30 cents of BNB.
Yeah, I know. I tried to buy that, and
I know. I'll send you like a couple dollars, and you can send it. Just don't sell yet. We're struggling right now. I know. I'm like burned out, to be honest. I'm like doing my best to just stay fucking focused in there, but it's hard.
Yeah. So keep it up, man. Good work up. You're doing great. And have high hopes in your head.
Thank you. Just takes time. And it's like, think about it, I've been building 11 months. If I stop now, I'll be a complete idiot.
Yeah. And I'm back with a 0, you know.
Damn.
That's what we get.
Yeah. What a day.
That's bad. Bad productivity.
What?
That's just bad productivity.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Alexa, Wi-Fi. Oh, cool. Y'all ever been to Portland? A lot of girls that are like blue hair and piercings. She's got 2 piercings on her lip, like bottom lip, like 2 rings. It's
Oh yeah, like snake bites, I think.
Yeah.
Does she smoke?
Alexa, volume 1.
If she smokes, she pokes.
Oh, she smokes. Yeah.
Cigarettes?
Vape and weed. Unfortunately, we fucking vapes. But she's like 21. 20 or 21. She's young.
Are you in love?
17.
Are you in love with her?
I mean, it's crazy. Like,
oh my God, you kind of are.
No, you know that I'm like.
You know he
Let
does.
me tell you, you know how I'm like man of the road. Like, I just have fun and slang dick.
Yeah.
With her, like, I've kept her around, and because she's like
consistent,
like
good
girls,
ass.
Like, I'll give them cold shoulder. Like other girls, I'll be like distant, and they'll be like, "Oh, fuck you," but she just like doesn't give up.
This girl's ass is consistently good.
That's very good.
She lives in Portland, but she.
Do you mind if I ask you a question, Anatoly?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Alright, so I can watch the bar.
And you ask her to imagine a cube, a ladder, and a horse.
I gave you a ladder and a horse.
And you told me you didn't have a lot of time, and that she could look better in that dress if it were in red.
You would look better if you were on top of a horse.
You'd look a lot better if you were in that dress riding a horse.
What?
You'd look a lot better if you
Is this
were.
like an inside joke, or what is this?
You weren't here when I just did a pickup routine. I did the cube with Manlet.
Oh, you were teaching them how to pick up women?
Yeah.
All right, and totally. So what date is it? Is it April or May? What is it?
May 14th. Oh, now he wants to go. He's like, oh, that girl sounds hot. I'm like, what?
I'm already. You can't remember the date. There's so many dates that I have to keep track of. Well, I guess I'm not going to New York shit anymore, so I guess it's really just this event now.
Oh, you're not going to go space group or group?
Hell no, I'm going to fucking space group.
What?
Cute.
What's a space group?
It was SPX in New York, whatever. And I want to shit. Oh, space group, they said. Yeah, sure.
Space group, yeah.
Hey, Anatoly, did you know we have VMU in here? He's like one of the founders of the coin. He's like first or second in command. So if you have any questions about the coin, now's the time to ask. He knows more about it than probably most anyone.
He's asleep. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure. I'm good.
He's here, baby.
Well, when he wakes up, for sure, I'll ask him.
He's right there. He's talking to you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, man. What's up, man? How's it going? Yeah, I'm new here. You've been in the chat for like 2 weeks. Yeah, but I mean, like, yeah, but I mean, I'm new as in, like, 2 weeks is not that old, but yeah. I've been around. Yeah. But yeah, I love it, man. I mean, I hold like 50 different cryptos, but this is like the most fun Telegram. So I gotta, not to dig right, but just being honest. But yeah, it's been a good time. Yeah. The community is what makes it, man. That's the only utility of being coins. Yeah, 100%. And it's been consistent and like, you know, right now, right, like kind of bear market still, the sentiment's a little neutral, and like we had this many people in the fucking VC today. It's like unheard of, and it wasn't planned, right? Like we didn't go and like shill it. We never promoted it. Right? It was like all natural.
Honestly, I've been going now for like 14 hours straight. For a lot of it, I was like, God, I wish people would leave like they normally do, so I could get back to my normal life. But it was like packed all day long, which is absolutely cool.
Yeah. No, I think this is genius because it's genius to keep this running because like you see there's no competition, like no one's having VCs like all day. And,
that's the key. It's basically a big billboard within the Telegram when you have a VC going, that there's action going on, that you have a live breathing Telegram.
Yeah, because a lot of coins will have like fucking botted Telegrams and you can't tell like who's in there actually like alive. So here you can jump in, like, you know, even on a slow time, it's like 1, 2, 3, like 5, 6 people.
That's so funny. When I first joined this, what is it called? This Telegram. Yeah, when I first joined this Telegram, I joined in the live video call here. I saw Rabbi, you know, live and everything. And I turned my camera on, and he like instantly like kicked me out.
Wait, hold on. I don't have the ability to kick you out, so I didn't kick you out. I have normal ability. I don't have the ability to mute anyone or kick anyone out. I've never kicked anyone out. No, that was not. I'm not the one who did that, man. Like.
Gotcha. Yeah, I joined here, I turned my camera on, and I got booted out of here.
Wait, hey, Manlet, were you the one that told me to come into Bitcoin? Right? Didn't you DM me and be like, hey, are you not in this Bitcoin Telegram?
Yeah, I brought me here.
Yeah, so I'll be honest, Manlet brought me here.
I thought so, because you guys came in around the same time, and you seem to already have a relationship coming in, like you guys knew each other.
The thing is, I would do the same thing Rabbi does. I would sit in the SPX, Telegram, and I would live stream like all day when nobody would join. I mean, literally just me, and then eventually and totally joined, and him and I would just talk. That's how I met.
Yeah. SPX, us.
You know what?
Is it like us? I mean, when I deal with there, he basically everything we have to go over. Point there. That worked. That's why I paused. It did well for like a few months, but you know, a lot of people can keep things going for like a month or two, but like that's the hard part in crypto. It's like things are going for years.
Yeah, I'm dealing with that now. I mean, I'm not trying to show, but I made my own shit. I've been building 11 months, and dude, I'm telling you, I'm burned out. Like,
yeah, it's really tough. It's really tough. That's why you need a good team of people. That's why Morlight is the face of the franchise. He is doxed. He's really good at that yo-yo. Graham's good at negotiating. I'm just like the back end developer. Bong Raker is also really good. We have a lot of good admins here, and like Rabbi is our
mascot.
No, I don't think it's a mascot. It's more of like a real life like Truman Show.
That's absolutely right. You're more accurate with that. But I also am able to archive the history of the coin, which is a really beautiful thing, because
that really is. Because think about it, imagine this, it's like 80 billion market cap and we all become rich.
People,
imagine going back and watching
exactly,
these.
people are going to want to see it.
That'd be crazy. Imagine if Shiba Inu had that, like they didn't, you know?
I mean, imagine actually trying to talk to Ryoshi. It's like impossible.
Yeah, fuck that guy, honestly, dude. No, fuck Shitoshi, dude, because that guy's such a fucking scumbag, dude. Like, he made Cal and, like, was like, as a dummy token. I'm over there building every day. He won't even fucking acknowledge us. He's a scumbag.
It's not worth. I mean, that whole Shib ecosystem's a joke. Did you know that Shib got popular because Ryoshi was on the same Karma DAO as Sam Bankman-Fried? That's why they knew each other, and he was able to get on FTX.
Isn't the rumor that Shitoshi is him or they're like best friends? They're not best friends, but they're like
they were on some DAO together, so they had a connection.
It's funny.
That's how it all started.
Yeah. I mean, I just remember being around then and seeing how successful Doge was, and then hearing about Shib and being like, there's no fucking way it's going to happen twice. And it happened twice. And I was such a fucked up so bad.
Yeah, back was 2019. I was on the Grumpy Cat token, and then we got a cease and desist order from what was it? The
owner of it.
Saying use it like this. Yeah. And we got delisted from Uniswap. That's when they forked to pull Ethereum back then.
Is that coin still around? Actually, I remember seeing that. Is that coin still around?
It's still around. It's like on. It's barely moved, but it's still around. I just like it because it was like my first interaction of like helping dead projects. I was just like an assistant back then.
Yeah, that's cool. So you like write Solidity code or what's your thing? Or
Solidity, I just do like deployments and stuff. It's nothing totally crazy. Part of that, I just was a web developer.
Like what, JavaScript or?
Yeah, like I would do system administration, and then I would do make web applications. Like nothing too crazy. Just like for businesses.
Yeah, I'm a .NET dev, so.
Oh yeah, ASP.NET.
Yeah, that's old school, yeah.
C#. What are you using?
Sharp, yeah, JavaScript, C#, SQL.
I really liked .NET back when I was like Visual Basic. Wait, prior to .NET, it was like 2099.
Yeah, it was cool.
That was a cool time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was a trader for like a few years after Ethereum, and then I was one of the original admins in the BSC token. This needs to go to the next level because I made the website and everything for Harry Potter, even the old. But I knew we couldn't get anywhere with the 1010 tax, so I said, like, I spoke to Morlight and a bunch of the OGs, like, we gotta go on Ethereum, no tax. Because this
Right, so explain that to me. Okay, so they made this coin on Binance chain, right? And then you switched to Ethereum. So that's what I'm dealing with right now. So I mean, I'm not showing you. There's no one here. I mean, I found the bank, right? And yeah, I made it on Binance, and now everybody's telling me I've been building 11 months. I can't break $1 million market cap. Obviously, I'm a nobody, so I think that could be a reason. But it's also like maybe because I'm on Binance and it's a shitty ass chain. Do you think, like, what do I need to do? Like, do I relaunch or should I just, what do you think?
I wouldn't. I personally just keep building what you're on. I mean, is the LP earned or locked?
So it's unlocked. It's locked for a year, but it's almost July unlock, and I was gonna then lock it for like 300 years or something. But it's 5% buy, 5% sell, and it all goes to the burn wallet. And I renounce the contract. And yeah, obviously it's hard. But I'm not making any money from it. But that's not the reason. I mean, I made it to, like, I wanted to build a reputation within crypto and like be, I don't know, like just be somebody who maybe like eventually could like make money in Web3. And I'm doing that now. I got a job at M87 as a spokesperson for them because they have a big Netherlands accent, so they use me for all their AMAs and they pay me. And I got that job because I did AMAs for Fuck the Bank. But I just feel like that's not like groundbreaking shit. And, I'm waiting for a big break type thing. And I feel like if I keep building Fuck the Bank, then as long as I don't fuck anyone over and something good will come out of it. You know what I mean?
Oh, I agree. Sticking with it is really important. Yeah,
there's days I'm telling you, it's hard. What's up?
Does your coin do anything? And also, I launched the second ever deflationary cryptocurrency called Moog token. I copied the contract of Nuke, and then I made like 44 Ethereum in like 2 days by fucking launching on Ether Delta. But I've been wanting to launch a shitcoin. So I have a few ideas, or like one idea for one at least, but fucking Pancake Swap wants you to put up like the same amount of collateral for the amount that you're selling, which is like makes no sense because when I was launching on Ether Delta, you just fucking name the price of the coin and however many you want to sell, and then retards come along and buy them, and then you're good to go. But Pancake Swap's like, yo, you're gonna need to put up like 500 ETH if you want to sell 500 ETH for the coin. So,
yeah, can I tell you something funny? Yeah. I'll tell you something hilarious. Yeah. So so when I made this token, I made it April 26th of last year, and that was like 1 week after Pepe ran crazy. And I was like, and Binance Chain was running pretty crazy then too. There were scams coming out like every day. It was real hot. I was making some good gains just off some shit coins. And I was like, you know what? Like, I was with my buddy, actually, who I hung out with yesterday. That was the same guy who inspired me to make the coin, the guy you guys saw on the stream yesterday. So we were hanging out, we're having some beers, chilling, and I got tipsy, whatever, and I was like, fuck my job, I hate my job, and like, I hate all these scammers, and he's like, my buddy was like, just make your own coin, and so I made a coin called Fuck Fiat, or I was like building it, and then I called some buddies, they were like, why do you hate the, car, or whatever, and so I was like, fuck this name, and I used ChatGPT, and then it came up with Fuck the Bank, and I put only $15 in the LP. Okay? Like, I'm just being real. I didn't take it that serious, and then it just started growing, and that's why the LP and market cap ratio is so fucked up. I only put $15 into it. Right now, we're at like, we got to like top. It was like 13,500 only, right? The LP, which is shit. I know it's not shit for you guys.
No, I understand. The initial LP for the first Harry Potter was 0.1 BNB.
No, yeah. Which is cool that you can see in the scans. I'll tell you the initial LP, and you can prove that, through scans and stuff. And yeah, like I just, I made it because I was already, I hold a lot of different tokens, and we're all just waiting for the bull run. So it's like, why not just make something yourself? And I just did it, and I ran with it. And so what does it do? So every month they come out with an educational media post. Every month, tied to the medium post, I come out with like an NFT collection. I have 9 medium posts, 9 NFTs. I have 2 play to earn games that I made that I just like literally took the code off of GitHub for Angry Birds, and I made Angry Banks, and I made this like fucking DeFi man. It's almost like Pac-Man, but you're like killing Jamie Dimon and like the rest of the fucking you're like Pac-Man, but you're like killing Jamie Dimon and like picking up bitcoins and shit. And then what I would do, because I wasn't really good at like coding up. I didn't want to connect the wallet and shit, so I did it like the manual way, where I would just like release the game, and I would put the last level up like a secret phrase, and whoever like came into the main chat and wrote that phrase, they would win a certain amount of my token. And what I did when I made the coin, I fucked up because I was so nice and an idiot. I sold like a bunch of baby Doge and got like $250, And back when I made the coin, you could buy a max wallet of 169 million coins for like $4. Right? So I fucking gave a bunch of kids in Nigeria like $3 each to buy my coin, and guess who dumped as soon as we fucking, shot up?
Yeah, you can't
give shit away. Yeah, I'm an idiot.
like Big Obama is biggest casualty. It's kind of funny, but like the community gave him over 100K worth of Bitcoin at one time.
No way.
He lost it all. Yeah, he lost it all.
Oh, my shitty was I was gonna drive, or I did drive out west, but I had like, what was it? I guess I sold ETH at like fucking like $90 or some shit before the run up to fucking like $4,000 or some shit. So I pumped it into this fucking fork-hand scam coin called Core, which the premise was like, oh, you just lock your tokens into staking forever and can't unlock, and the supply is 10,000. So I was like, oh, this is gonna like fucking turn into like my little 20K is gonna turn into like fucking 40 million. I'm gonna be set. And yeah, it turns out that I lost like $400,000, which I desperately needed, and worst fucking trade. Rabbi, I sent you a message because I was asking for your YouTube channel.
Oh, sure. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I have to talk to my buddy Marcus Wentz in the chat, and when his fucking voice gets better, he's fucking hilarious and autistic and pointing me this chat.
You're one of the few people actually streaming on Ether Delta that I know. It's kind of funny. I mean, that was the ass back then, straight.
Oh, I loved Ether Delta. It was like the best fucking thing ever. I don't know why it shut down. They should have kept it open.
He sold it to like some Chinese people, and I think they just ran it into the ground.
Face Chinese people. I have an idea for like somewhat like meme coin, shitcoin. I'm curious to hear your input on this, or anyone, but it's a stable coin that is backed by a bug protein stock, or like an index of bug protein stocks with like a eat the bugs like meme theme with like Charles Schwab and shit, like New World Order.
You mean Klaus?
And it's kind of like ample, but it's both like fucking what is it? Like the price. One sec. Where the fuck is it? It's like an algorithmic stablecoin is when you need to control the supply to control the price. And then when you have a collateralized coin, your value is dependent on what it's backed with. But if it's pegged to bug protein, both an elastic supply and a pegged price, if that makes sense at all.
How'd you guys like those nachos? Yeah. Oh yeah, well you are not here for the fucking food.
Rabbi's drunk.
No, I'm not. Somebody tagged me in the chat, and I was watching whatever they sent me. Do you want to see it? They tagged.
That was a Magnolia.
That's what.
I did.
Oh, you tagged me?
Yeah, I'm Dream.
Oh, absolutely. That's a beautiful thing. Well, I want to check it out. Let's watch it.
How'd you guys like those nachos? Yeah. Oh yeah, well you are not here for the fucking food. You are here for me to enlighten you to edify you, to send you off into the now not so unknown future. So come along with me. How to fake like you are nice and caring. No, I don't want a microphone. Now this is quite an important chapter, as you will see. But let's get down to Bro's text. Let's get right down to it. Let's get right down to it. Men.
Yeah, I'm on CoinGecko, dude. I've been building 11 months. They won't put me on fucking CoinGecko.
What?
They're fucking assholes. CMC are like one list, so the price won't show on the wall.
It's not gonna show up anywhere at all.
That's bullshit. Yeah, I mean, I have no.
Yeah, you need a lot of volume to get on there organically.
Yeah, we have to pay.
Damn, man, what was the point of making a wallet? I mean, I guess it's client buying because I hate MetaMask, but
there's no point of switching it over.
Anyway, well, the thing was not being able to see the. So remember he told me.
Hey, actually, it's really funny, Rabbi. You would love this. So, Manlet, I was like, I guess it's really tired one night, and I forgot, but I sent him 2 million of my token just as like a gesture of kindness.
Sure.
And that's like about what, like $140, $150. And then I said, just hold it. And then like 5 days later, I forgot I had sent it to him. And I was like, hey man, you know, you're a great guy. I'm going to send you a couple million of my tokens. Like, just thinking I haven't done it yet, you know?
Right.
And he didn't remind me. And he's like, oh man, thanks, bro.
Oh, good move.
And I sent it. And then I checked his wallet. I was like, wait, you're already holding 2 million. And he's like, yeah, you already sent me like a couple days ago already. I was like, you fucking bastard.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And that's why I was afraid he was going to sell just now. He's like, hey, man, can you send me a couple dollars in BNB? I was like, why? So you can fucking sell my coin.
Right.
That's so fucked up. It's a cruel world. Nah, he's not selling. He's not selling.
I saw the phone. I don't know what it was.
You take 4 million and you times it by this current price.
What's your price tag? What's your pay?
I'd get wrecked. No, it's not that crazy. I mean, if he sells all 4 million, but I have trader cooldown. I don't know.
Supplies at 1-2%.
I have. What are you saying? Are you saying what is the max wallet supply? Or what was the question? Sorry.
And how much does he have?
4 million. So the total supply right now is 3.6 billion. So he's not that much. 4 million total. Still pretty good. It's about 300 bucks or something. Not bad.
That could be nothing. You'll be alright.
Yeah, he's like my only. I've known him longer than anyone else in here. So, but I'll be honest. I had a friend recently dump on me who I like knew in person. Like I knew him really well, and like he dumped on me and tried to hide it. And then he sent a mutual friend a message saying, hey, I had to do it because, like, if I didn't do it, somebody else would have dumped and I had to pay off my credit cards. And then that mutual friend sent me a screenshot of it. And then I was like, dude, really? And he was the only guy in my entire Telegram, right? All you guys, everyone I know in here, including Rabbi, everyone I talked to, he was the only one I knew in real life. And he fucking dumped on me and fucked me over. He sold every coin he had. I was like, dude, you couldn't just hold a little bit? Like, really, bro? Like, that's the rest of the world living, man.
I would trust me, man. Like, you need, like, volume to get on the exchanges, and you need the exchanges for volume. But, I think for Harry Potter and Obama Warrior Coin, you gotta implement, like, some epic, like, marketing tactics, like, fucking, like, start, like, a wheat paste contest and shit, and get this shit, like, pasted at fucking everywhere in cities, like on billboards and shit, or have like a best cum shirt contest or whatever the fuck.
Well, I was gonna try I have this really good idea. It's called Bank Run, and I was gonna pay people like money to pull all their money out of their bank, like on camera, like out of the ATM, and then close their account. Pretty much like withdrawing all their money and closing their account. I would pay them like $200 to do so.
He's just manipulating the global economy.
Imagine that cause a global like banking crisis. Like that would cause fuck the bank to definitely hit maybe $1 million market cap.
Oh, eat by day 2.
And finance that though. Well, yeah, I have them. So that's the cool thing. So when I made the coin, nobody was buying it except like my mom my grandma, like my friend who came over yesterday, he wouldn't even put his own money down. And so I was like, here's $5. Can you buy my coin? And he's like, I don't really want to buy it. I was like, I just fucking gave you money to buy it. And you still didn't want to buy it, right? So he ended up buying 60 million tokens. Actually, no, he bought 120. And then, like, a month into it, it went up a lot, okay, a shit ton. And I knew if I told him, he would sell. He's a degenerate gambler, and he's a cocaine addict, okay? So I didn't want to tell him. I was like, hey, man, I'll give you $100. I was like, I acted like the coin was like shit, because he didn't know shit about crypto. He didn't know me. It's kind of fucked up what I did, but I came to him, I was like, look, man, the coin's doing awful. Like, I'll give you $100. Just give me 60 million coins. He's like, great, like you didn't put any money down. So he gave me 60 million, whatever. And then I took that and put it in the marketing wallet. I did the same with my parents. Went to my grandma, went to my mom, collected all the coins because I was like, hey, it's going nowhere, you know. And they never like really bought that much, you know. Max wallet was $5. So I collected everything and I put it in the wallet of the marketing wallet. And I also made a bunch of pink sale token logs for like different times, kind of like an escrow to have big burns. Like I burned $50,000 worth on the first, which it's not really 50,000 because the LP's, you know, 12 grand. I think we're actually at 7 now, but it's shitty. But I think, you know, you're right. I just need to have some kind of marketing thing. And I think just me building myself, you know, and just like building my reputation, not being a scumbag, not lying, not cheating, you know what I mean? Like helping other people, like helping Ticker Bitcoin, helping other coins, M87, like, and just slowly building my lure, then FTB has some chance of being successful, you know. And but I hold I hold other coins, like I hold Ticker Bitcoin. I want this token to do well. What if I made $1 million from this token, then I can like reinvest into my token, right? It's like that's not that crazy to say, you know. I'm not just saying like I would sell everything and just put it in my coin. That's stupid, but you know what I mean. I understand. We've had an admin. I don't want to like say who it was that was helping initially first few months, and then I discovered another wallet that they had. They sold over $500,000 worth. Yeah. I was furious. Yeah. I was furious. But no, see, the thing is why I would never do shit like that, because I'm really thinking long game, right? Yeah, like for instance, if I come in here and I start chilling my shit, or I dump all my shit for Bitcoin, no, I know, I've been banned. I know. Listen, I know, I can tell, there's rules, I know, I mean, I follow them, you can ask anyone. But the point I'm trying to make is, like, if I fuck around, I might as well just, like, put a bullet in my face, because then it's like I have to start all over, because, like, I already doxed myself. Like, you know what I mean? Everyone exactly. So that's why, like, I try to tell all the admins of Bitcoin, like, all right, you guys can buy and trade whatever the fuck you want, but if you're going to go on Twitter and start shilling other dog shit, that's not going to be around in 2 weeks. Yeah. Like, you know, like other people that see that and they realize that you're an admin and they lose interest. That means the token's not going to do well. Yeah. And it's just, it drives me nuts when I see these serial deployers deploy a project, basically farm the launch, and then less than like 2 hours later after the launch, they'll just abandon it. It's just like, no, that's why, I mean, it makes me sick too, and that's why it just, you're stealing people's money. It's just, it's crazy. What happened? Are you sold? I would literally like never talk to you again. Are you kidding me? I know you don't care, but boy, are you sold? What happened? Freaking me out. What happened? What? Oh. That's fucked up, dude. Literally this morning, what was it at? 200,000? No. 800,000. Yeah. He texted me this morning. He's like, hey man, buy this at 800,000 and 4.3 million. Sorry. What was the airdrop supply? Because like prior to Bitcoin, I was a block zero sniper and analyst, and I made like a good amount of money. Really? Yeah. Like, I basically would just analyze contracts and all new deploys on the Ethereum chain, and I would look at their if the contract was used before, what the initial tax is. There's white lists, if there's black lists. What's the funding wallet? You know, basic shit like that. And then if it, like everything checked out, I would buy it versus first block with like 5 wallets. Hey, since you seem like, no, yeah, give me, like, don't buy any of mine, but give me some, like, critique later, and, like, if you want to just talk shit, like, just be like, hey, this is fucked up, so that way I can learn, you know what I'm saying? I personally, like, if I was you, yeah, I would just keep trying, or, like, keep going, I don't know, it's like, it's the long game, right? It's been 11 months, imagine if I mean, maybe what you should do is after it unlocks, I'm just saying, go to Ethereum, take the bridge, the LP over there. So do it on this pool. Yeah, create an E3 pool. No, I don't even know if you can bridge it because of the tax. But I'll create an E3 pool, and you actually get fees. If you didn't know that, if you create a V3 pool, like you make fees. Yeah, you make fees on it. Yeah. But I don't like V3 because it attracts a bunch of snakes and like people that really don't care about the project, right? No, it doesn't. You're not running it. You're using those funds to support the token, and you're clearly not in it for the money. You're in it for the reputation building. Yeah. So I would rather sell like my actual BTC, like Bitcoin and Ethereum. I'd sell Ethereum. No, I understand, but I would go over to like after it unlocks, take the liquidity and go to bridge it over to Ethereum, create a V3, a new contract, the V3 pool with the same name or whatever. And just start it in there. Airdrop, like everybody who's holding it, or like how would that work? I guess. You could just airdrop the previous holders. It's not hard to give that information, and then you can just actually have revenue coming in. Yeah, that's what's hard right now. Is like I'm you know how it takes to run a coin. Like you have just it's a nightmare thing. It never ending. It's never ending. It's even like people don't understand. Like I have to pay for Midjourney to make the memes. I have to pay for ChatGPT. I have to pay for the hosting. I have to pay for the domain. I have to pay for this and this and this. Right. So it's just like it adds up, and it's just like it's not. It's demoralizing when you don't have it track. And when it's your best friend dumping his whole bag on your head. That was dude. I mean, I've had someone dumping over $500,000 on us. I was so upset. And then when I brought it to their attention, they were like, no self shaming. I was like, suck my dick, like get out of here, you're gone. Yeah. I'm totally. What's up? So much for you. See now, there's monkeys. It's the same concept. Monkeys are the same thing with NFTs, running at 22,000. You have Pandora, which is the same concept, running at 22,000. That's an ERC 404. Yeah, I know. And the difference is, it's the thing I showed down this morning on base, except for the difference is it was only like $100, but now it's like showing something that's cheaper. Same concept on base. It was on 5 million market cap. Yeah, honestly, man, like, dude, you're killing it, man. Like, you're so new, and like, I mean, maybe that's why. Maybe I was burned out. You know what I mean? Dude, you're killing it. You're doing good. Seriously, everything you've called, like for me, like you've been right on the ball. So, I mean, yeah, maybe there's a bit on Ethereum, that one on base. I mean, there might be one on Solana right now, but it's not anywhere at the top. So I personally wouldn't buy anything. Yeah, dude, I'm at the point now, bro. Is like I hold. You're fighting with debt to have like 20% supply airdrop, and then buy another 20% because there's no max
actually, as soon as he watches, so imagine it's like a call the motherfuckers out, let's say, sure, so you put it on, you can't, because people just chase shiny new objects. It's always green, green screens and turn it. Maybe you're running no, you just gotta focus on yourself and work on your personal projects. I would just go get a theory and bridge it over here and try it out. If I reach out to you and like ask you, I mean, it's July. If I'm still like helping out here and like, you know, I'm not asking for anything in return. No. You asked me to play one bigger Bitcoin all over the artwork. There was another typical artwork I did the and it was like rock injected. And there's a tax token. I can't have any tax tokens. Which is great in V3. Like a new token and just airdrop the previous owners. And you'll be able to collect funds from the fees to support the project because you'll collect your token and Ethereum at the same time. So you're not doing it for free. That's cool. So I would at least take them. It's free. And especially where you see Binance is kind of slow right now. It's already BNC is done. We can't say it's done. No, it's done. The BNC is covered. Yeah, we can do a shine out and it doesn't matter. As soon as Ethereum starts scaling everything over there. Yeah, I'm trying to push it. That's me being biased, obviously, but it's like, I make very good money back then, but you make more money on Ethereum. I'm just saying if you're a trader, that's where the value is. Because I see how he plays, DSA is nothing. The same thing with gold, that's like $500 initial LP league gold. So you're going to have like snipers that buy like a $10 bag, a max bag, if you ever done it. And then destroy your chart. You gotta have a little bit of money to invest. That's why I like Ethereum. I like $10,000 for LPs apparently. But I would be great for you. Tell me like, did you think it was gonna end up like this versus like all of it like off the cuff like you didn't expect that? Like no, I think it would go well. I didn't know it would go this well. But you know, people want something that is where the data is just gonna like disappear. Like more light, everyone knows more light. Everyone knows like yo. But there's always evidence in chat, and we all know each other, so we're never gonna disappear. This process will always go on. That's what's and we're always planning things in the background because we always try to under-promise and over-deliver. And the whole thing that this solves is the finance situation. Not finance, because we're supposed to get on there, and now it's like up in limbo. We can't tell the community, like, hey, we're going to get on there. What happened? Yeah, no, we technically were, but, you know, these foreign exchanges, they want more bribes. So it is, I mean, it is, it's like it sucks, but, you know, necessary. Yeah, it's necessary. We'll make a breakthrough at some point, you know, one of them. We'll list this as our point. Be too good to deny. But, like, you saw the new Ploy token report, whatever it is. Yeah, it's yeah, that's actually a V3. He created a V3 pulse from that. And for that token that was initially launched, and he's paid over $3.5 million in fees, which makes me sick. Yeah, and it's just like this guy is such a doing it, and he's a scammer. Like, I don't know if this thing was fake. Because people just follow along. They don't care about anything else. It doesn't matter about your reputation. Like, look at all those shitty clothes on Twitter. Like, hey, look at this token. It's like X. Like, you call our token, and then all of a sudden, like, you promote our token, and then all of a sudden, you're like time. In my, even in counseling, hey, I'll show your shit for this much. So that's why I'm having more chat. Yeah, it's not, we've never paid any callers or anything. Yeah, it's such a waste of money. Yeah, and if there's no yeah, I mean, they just nuke on you as soon as there's a pump. My thing is, I always think it's like just a bunch of balls from that guy, right? Like he just has like 5 or 6 balls, and he's like, I'll get you buyers. And this is him. Yeah, you're not these buyers. You're not buyers. Everything has to come organically, but yeah, reach out to me. Let me know.
I didn't expect it to go as far as it did. It did. And each challenge that came my way, I had to deal with. And that was a big question, George. One of those few events. Go back over 40 years. Do you have any idea of what you're getting into when you start? Absolutely. I'm actually going to make it. What you were going to get into? Would you do it? Absolutely. So with Joe in Monterey, California, Joe, you are on the thank you for taking my call. Very interesting. I had a teacher a long time ago, and he used to say that pyramids were also used in Christian mission schools. I have a little, I want to connect them back. The pyramid, like a perfect geometry, is like a transmitter and receiver. Suppose it was like used as a Trojan horse, if you will. Not to deliver people, but to deliver ideas. They were using this as a mission school, and we know that there are pyramids around the world as a collector and also a subtle energy or mental energy, like a telepathic receiver and transmitter. Because they were used to influence mankind. And of course, yes, they do generate electricity. There's solid evidence of pyramids that when the water flows through the tunnel, it takes energy away from the people. A lot of psychologists will see if there's any underground rivers around any phenomena. And of course, there's the use of all the good hybrid, which is also sacred geometry as well. They were very much into magic, and their abilities can be from other worlds. Thank you for taking my call, George. And I hope you investigate some of the more esoteric sciences. Well, thank you for your call. There is an aspect that I do address that is the seeming mysterious and paranormal effects that people feel when they go inside their prison. And so I do discuss that. And so definitely when you look at any kind of structure that changes landscape and changes technology, as there is a human effect to that. And when it comes to the Great Pyramid, I did a survey of visitors who have been to the Great Pyramid and what their experience was inside of the thing. So that's the thing in one of my chapters. And so the caller is on point. I think it is on the table. Next question is to John and welcome to the show. Hey, John, go ahead.
Thank you. I was wondering what you think of his theory that African they fly across the Atlantic and come to what's called the New World, the Americas, because all the alternatives in the Americas are pretty similar, and
Yes, absolutely. I would go back and I would go forward to. I'd like to actually follow one of those UAPs onto its own page. And to see what kind of a society created it. What their power plants look like. How they travel. What kind of devices they use. Because, the argument or the discussion is they took to have 1,000 years for that kind of development that technology. We're on its way there. Or hundreds of years, we don't know.
I mean, just imagine like seeing more like CNBC talking about bitcoins. Just like we just need to get on like one or two exchanges, and then we able to like leverage that into like a Coinbase or crack listing, and then like the sky's the limit, pretty much. So we'll be a concentrate meme joker because we're never gonna like parlay myself, yo-yo, brand, lawbreaker.
Eventually, I think you'll have to speculate.
Rabbi, we're not leaving this community. I mean, we're not leaving this. Like, this is my full-time job.
The way it was done freedom of thought is what ours is.
Yeah, no, I know we're gonna make it for everybody. Like all the time in alerts, chats, everyone's gonna make it.
And so they put pressure on the ground. The electrons flow. The balloon is very fly. It's only out. So you just take movement for those electrons to be released. The fire pressing the rock and the speculation is that they would put it in using the hydraulic pressure. So you would have like a system where you would have a pulse generator using hydraulic to support vibrations into the electric state. And then just causing with the ignition move. In the subterranean chambers, they have a device that will do Tesla's earthquake, which delivers mechanical pulses to cause the movement of the rock. So there's different mechanisms that you can use to test the release those electrons. Also heading out there, I'm going out there.
Another 20% of supply at launch for nothing. Pretty much it. I mean, it's like a game of Crash. Like, you're fighting the devs. Like, they can just nuke the chart at any minute, and you're down 90%. That's fact. So that's part of your show.
I believe that eventually this character will be put into the matrix. A tool will be released. Unfortunately, these tools are not available to the general public because the pharmaceutical companies cannot make money off of these tools. They make money off of treatment. Okay? Memory
start thinking, we like a tie-dye Harry Potter shirt.
The same reason, the monetary system.
Plus, we're throwing a party there too.
And pure, for cancer and all
Yeah,
of the reasons are also protected. Only the rich and very powerful people will be there to secure. So I believe Prince Charles III will be cured. I hope that he will make a statement eventually that the cure should be released for all our diseases. Now, going back to Christopher, there is a pyramid in Alaska that is active. Scientists go down a shaft to study how this pyramid is still active in Alaska. You have mentioned, George, that pyramids are on every continent. My analogy of all this was that it was a complete planetary power system seems that was on every continent. And the UAPs and the UFOs tapped into this power grid. While the pyramids were built with technology using technology that defies gravity to move the 400-ton block into place. This pyramid in Alaska is still active. This is being studied. I hope that you will cover this in your book or possibly in your next book. You must have heard about it.
that LP ad you guys did. So it's a V3 full range LP. After like months later, and he's like,
I'm not sure I will be writing another book, but I know that there are other people who are studying this,
it's like it's preventing us from owning. I'm like, no, it's not saving our ass from all these paper hands.
it's difficult to write about a subject that's located somewhere else if you don't know actually visit it.
Oh no, it's like you can't, when you have small LPs, you're crushed by like you don't realize that 2% sell right now, a 2% supply sell. I know the top owners of the token, but like 2% sells.
Very passionate.
If 2% sells, that's a 57% price impact.
He on the chin a lot.
57%.
But zero,
It's
if I
crazy.
could read it from the
Yeah,
number,
like,
the
now imagine it's a lot
the
of, like I think
connection,
people
which
looking
by far the
10%,
most
6%,
important
that's
detail
90+% price impact.
invention case ever made for advanced technology is the
Yeah, that's
electric car on the sublime work of creation. But at
dude,
least
and then they lose the money, and then they'll sell some of like their. Because what happens is I see a lot of our community members they'll go and buy some like shitcoin, lose 90% on it, and then sell some Bitcoin, recoup the losses. Like, dude, what are you doing? We're not a bank. Nomeo, the guy who follows us on Twitter, the surfer guy. He like randomly followed him. I don't really respond to it, but he solved it's straight because he has $1 million for my bid. Straight listing. We're offering him over $150,000 to $200,000 worth to get on there. But we can't pay him $1 million. We can't do it. We don't have that much money. It's crazy. Oh yeah. Once Ethereum starts pumping, we're gonna recapture more because he saw what happened before it went down for like 5 hours. It pumped 25 versus 10. So like you said, they're commission plays and sell it. Yeah, I was thinking about bridging some like personal tokens I have and making a base bridge so we can get volume on the base chain. So ultimately our end goal is to get the full base. So I was debating on doing that. That's the up here. Because they have like a $20,000-$30,000 over there just to get some volume on that chain. It's still an Ethereum L2, so it's not like Solana. Base chains are base. Yeah, base chains got an Ethereum L2. Yeah, we're gonna actually see him in Denver, so hopefully he can take a shirt. I don't have that. We will talk to him. Yeah, for real. I think it's February 29th or March 1st. Yeah, because he needs more volume on his chain. For sure.
solution on Beverly Hills. Sell 360 by Revive. It's a brand new renovation program, 10 years how it works. Revive will list your purchase your home at their price, just like any other person buying your home. But then, when agents, Revive goes in, renovates your home, and pays you again when your home sells later for the renovated value. It's gonna be hot. That's right. It's like selling your home twice and paying 2 cents. Right now, the average homeowner who sells with Revive receives an additional $188,000 due to otherwise left on the table. That's the fact. You can sell your home quickly and still unlock the full potential with Revive. Sell 360. We'll get you unqualified. So certifiedrevive.com. That's certifiedrevive.com. Or simply pick up your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say Revive. Pound 250, Revive. Today's market is in this day and age, and particularly today when we have new information on a regular basis, being able to see that information through the audio format makes being nimble and pivoting easy, and that's really what I like about it. Owner of Life Source Water System, and as we celebrate 40 years, we want to say thank you for our amazing and loyal customers. Our guest count at Life Source and was to provide families with great clean water from every faucet in your home. So transform your life. Call us at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit
Yeah, that was actually initially supposed to be called Spirit, but someone typed in.
My grandma had a boyfriend who was Howard in her 70s. Howard was shady as ass, by the way. Shady. When he was in his 70s. His boyfriend or girlfriend. You put a ring on it. Or you just like, I don't want to bother.
So many that took so much volume away, so many derivatives, which is flattering, but it's just like, come on, guys. Give it a few minutes. Let me finish one real quick.
From the City of Angels, near the Pacific Ocean. Good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, The Secrets of the Pyramid. This should be a great program. Just click on. Here's what's happening. Now, this may be one of the strangest stories I have come across in years. Rescue crews are searching for 5 U.S. Marines after finding a military helicopter in Southern California's Pine Valley. The Super Stallion chopper has been reported overdue en route late Tuesday from a base near Las Vegas to one in San Diego, where it was headed. Searchers early Wednesday formed difficult muddy terrain for the aircraft under a snow and rain mix. They found the chopper, it had landed. They're not saying whether it crashed or was forced. But when they got in there, they couldn't find the 5 Marines. They're nowhere to be found. They don't know where they are. I don't get it. In inclement weather, they're going to stay with the chopper, you would guess, or radio for help. They can't find it. We'll monitor that story throughout the night. Republicans in the U.S. Senate have defeated a bipartisan effort to bolster border security that had taken months to negotiate, that said they could still approve aid to Ukraine and Israel that had been tied up in the deal. A vote largely along party lines, the Senate failed to approve a $118 billion bipartisan package that would tighten immigration. Credit card debt in the United States increased by $50 billion in the fourth quarter of last year, according to recent findings from the New York Federal Reserve. $50 billion. Investment analyst Miss Chevron put it that's a lot of credit card debt. It is. Credit card debt is a record $1.13 trillion at the end of the fourth quarter. That's not the most disturbing thing, George. I was looking at delinquency rates by loan type by age. For auto loans, for example, just seriously delinquent loans that's 90 days past due or more. At the beginning of 2022, the delinquency rate was about 2.5%. It's now almost 5%. And for age, that's for age group 18 to 29. For age group 30 to 39, we're now approaching 4, up to 2. And then the rest of them are all 2 or below. So it's the 18 to 40 group, age group in auto loans that are getting in trouble. And it's the same thing, of course, with credit card debt. The delinquency rates are even much higher. We are at almost 10% here for credit card delinquency, 90 days or more delinquent for those 18 to 29, and almost 9% for those 30 to 39. Age group that is the 40 to 49 is still about 6%. Completely serious matters here, and again, it all started at the end of 2021 or 22. So things are escalating like that. Meanwhile, everyone tells you how great the economy is because of jobs. I look at this and I look at the number of part-time jobs people are working, George, and we've talked about that many times. The actual employment numbers in the last job employment fell where we're bringing about 300,000 more jobs created. It's all part-time jobs. These are short-term, George. The economy is not as strong as most people say. We're not out of the woods yet, shall we? I don't think so, George. That's great observation. Right now, the airline is announcing it's going to weigh passengers along with their carry-on luggage before takeoff. They have a better estimate of 20 weight. I'm not sure I want to fly in that plane. Phoenix Airlines, wants to go with voluntary and anonymous. The data will be used to optimize the current aircraft balance calculations in what they call the weight room area. Here, where we'll take less flight departures from the health safety area. Social isolation and loneliness have become widespread problems in the United States, posing a serious threat to our mental and physical health. Social isolation and loneliness have been linked to increased risk of heart disease, stroke, and even type 2 diabetes. Howard Bloom offers the global brain with us here. Howard, why is this the case? Well, on January 30th, to give you an example of what's going on right now, the Board of Supervisors in California, San Mateo County, a county across the bay from San Francisco, and that's the Silicon Valley, did something groundbreaking. For what is probably the first time in American history, a government body voted unanimously to declare a health emergency for something very strange. A health emergency for an multiple states. A health emergency for loneliness. In reality, this is not unprecedented as it stands. In October 2018, over 5 years ago, British Prime Minister Theresa May launched the government
Take care, baby. It was a pleasure to meet you. All right, you guys want to listen to some podcasts? Well, that's what we're going to do unless you want to talk. All right. So here we go. I'm just going to play podcasts because why not? Unless you guys want to do something else. So here's the thing. Anatoly, can you hear me? That's cool. Well, guys, if you're in here and you can hear me right now, I just want you to know I really appreciate you being here. You could be anywhere in the world, but you're here with us, and we appreciate that. I have been going at this now for like 14 hours straight, which, I mean, isn't that crazy, but it is a lot, and I do need some sleep. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on podcasts right now. There's this one set of podcasts to which I always listen when I want to go to bed. Not always, not like I listen to it every night, but it's just a comforting set of podcasts between Joey Diaz of the Joe Rogan Experience and Theo Vaughn, the comedian. And basically it's this, and the Flying Jew, Lisa Ayat. And it's basically this amalgam, this combination of this Southerner from Louisiana, Joey Diaz, who is a New York Cuban, and Lisa Ayat, who is a Boston Jew. It's just like this crazy mix of people, and they're just very funny when they're together. So we're going to listen to them. And if you don't want to listen to them, I completely understand. You can always mute me and talk to your friends if you don't want to listen to this. I don't have any problem with that. And what we're going to do is go to YouTube. We're going to pull this up. And once we pull it up, I'm going to be done having to stall and talk very slowly like I'm doing right now. And we'll be able to just watch it straight through. Or at least you'll be able to listen to it. And then in the morning, I'll awake, God willing, or you awake, or if you're still here. And we'll do the same thing. And we'll have a good time together. And I mean, I do this all the time. This is my life. Like literally, if you're like, hey, when's he gonna stop doing this? It's like I've been doing this for years now. I'm more comfortable on camera than any person in global history. So you found the right captain of this ship. All right, here we go. Theo
I was on
Blonde,
vacation.
Joey
I don't
Diaz.
take fucking vacations. But I had to take a vacation. I got a wife and a child now, and I got to act like a fucking individual. I can't just. I didn't take my. Listen, I was with my wife 15
You
years.
never took her?
Really?
That's where I'm from. Never fucking
Never took her?
Never. I'm not in the mood. I only go back to do comedy. I don't go back to the dilly dally when I go back. When I go back to New York, I fly in. I go to my favorite Chinese restaurant. I do radio. The next day after fucking radio, I go to the cemetery. I put flowers on my mom's grave. And I do my 4 fucking shows. I get the fuck out of the first flight on Sunday, just like I do every other goddamn city.
That's it.
I try to see some people in between, you know. A school teacher or two, maybe, you know, something.
Really?
Yeah, I still talk to my school teachers, 2 of them. I was going to go to dinner with the one, but he had to take his grandkid out of the house, but he wanted to meet me later on, but we were leaving early, so I couldn't meet him at 10.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
So, you know, we never really took a break from the podcast. And we did last Monday and last Wednesday. I took off Monday. We were going to do last night. But I tell you, Theo, I hate fucking doing podcasts when I'm tired. I don't want to give nobody, as Jimmy Schubert says, the short script.
Mm-hmm.
You follow me? I was just out of it last night. The 5.5-hour flight with the fucking...
Oh, that's miserable, dude.
See, by myself, I'll eat a fucking pot cookie.
Right.
And I get stoned.
You get
I
the
fall
family.
asleep for half. When you have the family, you gotta be... I got caught smoking vapor on the fucking pen. Man, listen, I had one of those vapor pens, and I just filled it up. It was just brand new. I took the inhaler with me. They have an asthma inhaler now. So I took
For the pot?
For the reefer.
Yeah.
Oh, it dabs. It fucks you up. So I took that with me to New York, and I sprayed it twice, you know, a couple times on the plane. And it kept me there. And I hit it when I was in New York, and I hit it with Ari when I went over to see the tree and the fucking Saks Fifth Avenue and all that shit. And I ran out. So I had this brand new 2 gram oil from Perennial. And I opened it up before I got on the plane. I charged it up. First 10 hits, it's like fucking death hits. Like they're just fucking clouds of smoke. So I hit it 2 times. Then I got on the plane. Like 2 hours into the flight, look at my daughter. And every time I would hit it, it would go by my daughter because she had the window seat. So I go, I can't let her have it. So I go, let me go to the bathroom. I'm in the bathroom with the fucking iPod on, listen to Pink Floyd.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I got the iPod on.
Bro.
This is how fucking crazy I am. I'm not listening. It's Wish You Were Here. That's the album I'm listening to because it was like Shine On You Crazy Diamond and Have a Cigar. I ate edibles. I had like 4 red stars.
Oh, so you had a little magic in your system.
Oh, I was fucked. I was fucked up for the first 2.5 hours because I didn't get fucked up on the way there. That made a big difference. I got agitated on the 2-hour mark. At the 2.5-hour mark, if you don't have something, once Mad Max is finished, right, you're ready to kill a motherfucker on the flight. Mad Max is not the movie to watch on a fucking plane because there you are sitting there, everybody's driving, jumping over people and shit, shooting motherfuckers. And you're sitting there next to like some fucking politician or some shit.
You want to get up.
So I said, fuck that. So I dosed myself on the way out. I had Virgin. I had main cabin select. It's the one behind first class. Mm-hmm. So we could all sit together because in first class, we couldn't all sit together. I would have to sit by myself and she'd be fucking crawling back and forth. So we're like, fuck that. Just get the main cabin select.
How tall is the child you have?
She's a fucking midget. She's 3, you know. She's just a little baby.
But how tall do you think she is?
She's up to...
Oh, that's not very tall.
No, she's a little baby.
Oh, that's not
so
very tall.
I got up, I go to the bathroom, I close the fucking door, and I'm hitting this pen, and I see clouds, Theo, and I'm like, wow.
What color was that?
Fucking clouds of smoke, and I'm hitting this vapor, and I'm hitting this fucking sound.
With your iPod on.
With the iPod on, listen to fucking Shine On You Crazy Diamond. And all of a sudden I hear, and I see the little red light going on. They're like, open up, are you smoking in there? And I put the thing in my pocket, and I take this out, and I blow a couple clouds of this shit. And I go, hold on. Like I put my dick in my pants, which I really did piss. And then I fucking wash my hands, and up and down, what's the problem? And she goes, were you smoking in here? I go, no. Wow. I go, do I look like I was smoking in here?
I look like
she looked at me, she goes, does it smell like smoke? And she took, they take everything out, the garbage. They do everything. They look for the cigarette. Yeah.
Oh, wow. And now what were you doing the whole time? Just standing there?
I'm standing there going, I don't know what happened. I banged them. When I came in, the plane shifted, and I hit the wall. And that's the next thing you know, you people were knocking on my thing. And they're like, we don't smell no smoke. I wonder what made it go off. And I'm sitting there going, they fucking
Really?
But then they were cool the rest of the flight.
Espionage, bro.
I sat there, they were cool, and then at the end, I gave my wife the keys. I told my wife, I go, listen, they called me in the bathroom. I'm gonna get arrested, so take the car keys. I'll see you at the house.
What did she say?
She just fucking looked the other way and like shook her head. What am I gonna fucking say at this age?
Damn.
I'm 50. What are you gonna say to me? You're punished.
Well, that,
And then I walked off the fucking plane like I owned LAX.
Wow.
Nobody said dick to me. I'm
Now,
like,
did you think though somewhere in your head that whenever you got to LA there was gonna be people?
oh fuck yeah, they've been waiting for me
Ah.
before. I've been approached at the plane one time on the way to Columbus.
Is it kind of cool or is it just fucking not cool?
If you're getting off a plane, you got an ounce of weed in your nutsack.
Yes.
It ain't fucking cool.
Be
But
uncomfortable.
if you get off the plane and you're cool, you don't like the one time I was in Columbus, I had weed on me. And some guy said, I didn't do nothing. He leaned back and I go, hold on 1 second. He turned around and he said, fuck you. So I said, fuck you. So I kicked the chair and he went and told the stewardess. So I was the bad guy the rest of the fucking flight.
Damn.
oh, jeez.
And then you start to feel like the fucking bad guy too. You're like, oh, you
Oh,
were the
no,
bad guy.
oh,
Start
yeah.
saying shit in your head. You
Yeah.
were the fucking bad guy.
Fuck with me, cocksucker. Put that seat back again. And here's what happened. We went to Columbus. They got us off the plane. They got statements from both of us, and they let us go. And a year later, got on the plane. That same fucking guy's on the plane. I go, how you doing? And I just sat there the whole time like a little fucking
So in all your years
Animal.
of being on the plane and like having weed under your nut and all that, you never once smoked a cigarette on the plane?
no.
Wow.
In 1983, I was
You
flying.
used to be able to, didn't you?
Yeah, you could smoke in the flight.
In Russia, you kind of heard.
Really?
Do anything in Russia?
No, but I heard that you can though.
You could smoke in like certain areas. You could smoke on a plane. But I'll tell you what I did see one fucking time though. Fucking broke my thing. I don't even know what I was gonna say.
Smoking on a plane.
Smoking on a plane. Smoking on a plane.
Russia?
You never once smoked on a plane again?
No, but in 1984, February 1984, I got on the plane in Aspen. It was Aspen, Denver, Jersey. On the way back from Denver to Jersey, there was a soldier next to me that had a brown bowl of weed. And I'm like, you want to get high? That's when you can smoke cigarettes on a plane. He's like, let's go do it. We went to the back fucking thing. Me and this guy had a wooden fucking bowl. I put the weed in there. We each took 2 puffs. The fucking whole plane smelled
Of
like
course.
weed.
Wow.
They were pissed. Who's smoking marijuana on the plane? We're gonna search. They do shit. I walked out of there with that soldier salute the cops and shit. You gotta take a chance from time to time.
For a soldier, you got to, bro. I'd get a soldier high. I'd get him doped out of his brain if I had enough dope for him.
They fucking press heavy duty charges on you one night, Leo. I got so fucked up at an airport. I had 12 ounces of blow on me. And I was coming from New Jersey.
No.
It's a
Do
true
people
story.
from New Jersey get busted for coke more often than other
I
people?
don't fucking know. I was a fucking criminal, and I was living in Aspen, and coke was $1,800 an ounce, right? And I'm like, are you fucking people kidding me? I'm paying $800, and they're fucking beautiful ounces, and I can cut it, and still make money. I go fuck it. So I started getting guns and bringing them to the East Coast, and started bringing coke back. But this was the problem, that I would take the 1 o'clock flight from New Jersey to Denver, and that's really 3 o'clock, which would get me in there like at 7, and it would start snowing. I started taking connecting flight from Denver to Aspen. That flight would always get canceled. Here I am in Denver Airport with 12 ounces of blow, geeked out of my face at the fucking bar. I remember one night I was at the bar just drinking, fucking doing lines in the bathroom. I kept putting the coke in the locker. And I kept spending all my money in quarters taking the coke out. And I became friends with a guy at a bar, and me and him started snorting. We got fucking lit at 6 a.m. I stayed in the airport all night getting fucking coked up, jerking off in the men's stall, the fucking bathroom.
That is dark and
That's
awesome.
fucking, yeah.
Dude, that's the dark side.
Oh my God.
That's the worst, bro. You just up with your fucking ideas, feeling your fucking pulse.
What's up, Lisa? Yeah, it's been a week without an edible.
I know. I'm just glad I
And
never
you're
did
back
coke.
from outer space. I don't know if you guys know.
I'm pretty high, man.
Oh no, fuck you. We don't fuck around.
Oh, yeah,
You know,
I'm already high.
my boy joined jiu-jitsu
You
2 months ago, 3 months ago, and
Yep.
he did his first fucking tournament I've been going to jiu-jitsu for 2 fucking years, and I'm still scared of going to a tournament. Lee went Saturday.
It's so much more fun than
He took
practice.
3rd fucking place.
No
Well,
way.
out of 3 people. So.
Bro.
That's still,
bro.
You know what place I took? No fucking place.
That's
All right,
true.
I wasn't there. I was walking around the fucking Central Park with ducks, and there you are, fucking choking motherfuckers. My heart goes out to you, bro. You're a bad motherfucker.
Yeah, it's commendable, bro. You could have
Commendable, bro.
You could end up in 4th place, right? You could have got disqualified.
You could have
That's true.
showed up.
Yeah.
I had a little bit of a bronchitis right now, so I wanted to quit, but I knew if I didn't do it, you, John Butt, and everyone will kill me. So I'll just go.
Nah, we wouldn't have killed you. I understand.
What was
No,
the match like? Talk about the
I
match.
wanted to see you play out the hand, Lee.
I was never scared of it. Like I've said, I wrestled in high school. It was never good, but I knew I wasn't gonna like physically die, or occasionally someone breaks an arm or something. But that's not even the end of the world. I've been losing weight for the past couple of years, and it really kicked it into gear that I need to finish losing the weight because because it was a smaller tournament. I'm 228 right now. I was going against people who were like 290, 280. So it wasn't an ideal situation for me.
Were you pretty did you smoke first?
No, God, people ask me that, man. I can't imagine
I don't
doing that
smoke
high.
before jiu-jitsu. It makes it
Really? When Javier was choking me that night and I was stoned out of my mind, I was like, I took
It's
a laugh.
a different world.
Is it?
Oh,
Could you be high and do it?
no. I tried a couple times. I almost had heart attacks.
Oh, damn.
Because when you start breathing heavy, your mind takes you away.
Yeah.
So, like when you're on an edible and you breathe heavy, like when I go to jiu-jitsu this morning, I was breathing heavy. Like I was having a hard time.
Yeah,
So if I would have done an edible, the edible takes your mind away. And all of a sudden the edible tells your mind you're about to have a heart attack. And your fucking heart starts pounding just from listening to your mind.
Oh, damn, it's not even true.
Sometimes just here, I'll start having like a little bit of a
little
panic attack.
palpitation. Like
Really?
sometimes,
Yeah.
the edibles, let me tell you something, edibles aren't copacetic for everybody. They create a lot of anxiety. A lot of people say, I like smoking pot, but for me, it gives me anxiety.
Yeah.
And it's not good for you. It's not good for you at all if you get that uncomfortable feeling. There's times we eat fucking 8,000 milligrams of edible, and it's an uncomfortable feeling. You go through an hour of like, Jesus Christ, this is terrible.
I feel I'm pretty uncomfortable right now. I feel pretty high.
Do you really?
Yeah. Because I don't ever smoke, so I feel fucking
When did you start comedy?
pretty high, man.
You've been around in LA for like 10 years, right?
Yeah. I started like 12, 13 years ago.
Okay, because I know you were in LA. You were really young, like 2005. You were doing something.
I was young, man. Do you ever miss the weight? Bro?
I miss eating what I want to eat.
Yeah.
I miss, I didn't care.
Like, how much would
At
you eat?
all.
Would you just eat the fuck out of something?
Oh,
sometimes?
yeah.
Oh,
I
that
worked-
sounds nice, man.
I worked.
Really?
Yeah, just fucking get whatever you want.
Oh,
just
it's
fucking
great.
put it in your mouth.
It's like even football, it's depressing for me. I don't watch football. Like I used to watch football all day, and I would get a large pizza and 12 wings, fucking 6 Diet Cokes. Oh, just great, and not even worried about it. Just not even worrying about it at all.
Did you ever sleep on a fucking piece of crust or something? Like you were just eating like a fucking monster.
Not normally. Like we used to do this podcast at 6 a.m.
Mhm.
and I would work
What?
nights. Yeah, we did it for like a year for at 6 a.m.
Started at 6 a.m.
And I was working nights on a TV show, so I'd go from there to here, and then I would it'd be like 8 in the morning, and I'd be getting Jack in the Box. And sometimes I'd just pass out
From eating it?
Well, no, just from all these things. But then I'd pass out, but the wrappers would still be on my couch or something. It's terrible.
Oh, okay. Because you never hear people's fucking eating stories. Everybody tells their weight loss story. I want to hear when you was just fucking hiding chocolate in your fucking cheeks, man. When you're just filling your gills up.
I used to go. I got up to 315. That was the highest I ever got.
Yeah.
At a certain point, I was every night getting 2 packages of Reese sticks and 2 either Swedish fish or gummy bears. And
Reese
in my
sticks?
Yeah, those are the best.
Are they good?
Those are still the best.
Yeah.
I can't have them. But those are the best. And then either
Love that
Swedish
story.
fish or gummy bears.
Yeah.
And just have them. And I would tell myself I would have 2 of each the next day, but it would never happen. So
You eat them all, huh?
I miss that. Now I have a fudgicle, and it's depressing, but it still tastes good, but it's not.
It covers the spread.
Yeah.
What you really fucking want. That's the worst. Now, you grew up where?
Louisiana.
How far from a suburb?
About 40 miles, 45 miles.
So your family's eaters.
Yeah, our family's we didn't eat a bunch of food, but we ate as much as we had, pretty much.
I mean, I've had 3 experiences in New Orleans.
Yeah.
And 1 outside of New Orleans. And all my experiences have always been around food. It's a very food culture.
People love to eat.
Foodie culture. And depending where the fuck you go, they'll hit you with some alligator.
Shrimp po' boys.
Shrimp po' boys like a motherfucker,
Oh, they'll fucking.
When I went to shoot Grudge Match, we shot that in New Orleans. But, I was low mental totem pole. They put me in a hotel where they give you all the meals are inclusive.
Yeah.
And at first I was like, I'm not gonna fucking eat no fucking hotel. Oh my god.
The hotel food was good.
Every fucking meal was world class. And it was all like a 7-course.
Yeah.
Start to finish,
Jesus.
salad, dessert, appetizer, everything was fucking delicious. So it's a food culture. So you're in great shape. You take care of yourself.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I like.
Do you eat what you want? You have a great metabolism. You work out a lot.
Not as much. I work out a pretty decent amount. I wish that I fucking started. I wish I actually ate more and just like you would do, like you did, just sometimes I just want to honestly just fucking.
It's
fill
fun.
myself with fucking food and salt and fucking
It's fun
sugar.
for a little bit, but I would give anything to be as skinny as you are. So it's
Really?
Yeah, man. I've never been skinny, so this is like a new thing for me.
Oh, wow. So your whole life's fucking feeling a little bit different on you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 228 today, so it's not great, but it's better than 315.
You didn't look fat to me then. I was just thought like, man, this guy he's got kind of a unique shape, but he's chill. But then I was like, oh, and then if you feel fat, that's a problem.
I don't feel any different at all, but it's like I would imagine. I'm surprised you're not fat. Like beignets? Are you serious? If I lived in New Orleans and had beignets and shrimp po' boys,
fucking beignets.
I've never even had one, but I just see it and it just looks.
Used to be a place in Boulder.
Baby formula too, actually, down there.
Baby formula.
You see a lot of the sisters drinking baby formula outside of the French Quarter. I don't know if you ever noticed.
In a bottle? What do they do?
Huh?
In a bottle?
No, just a can, bro. They fucking just
Can
canning up.
I,
It's true, man. A couple of sisters out there canning up.
It's it's weird you're talking about this because I think that like my best eating period. You start off skinny. You work out in high school. You play football. I had a friend that used to eat a box of fucking cereal for breakfast and Entenmann's cake. How the fuck did a gallon of milk? And whatever the fuck the milk is with the cereal.
Was he driving a truck? That's insane.
No, he was in high school. He
Oh,
would
that's
lift
great.
weights and then I was eating too. I had a great appetite. Then I moved to Colorado and they took away the night eating. There's no more drinking. I'm going to eat what I was used to eating.
Right.
It was an open steak sandwich at 2 a.m. with a fill with cream of turkey soup.
And not even brushing your teeth.
Shit, just going to bed with dirty teeth.
Fuck yeah, son, that's how I do it.
Fuck
dude.
yeah, fucked up.
So that's where I'm from, man. A place you get to bed with dirty
You
teeth.
got dirty teeth. You don't. I don't eat here at night. I go home. If I'm really high, I'll eat whatever my wife cooked, which is controlled. It's like a chicken cutlet. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's not like 20 chicken cutlets. When there's 20 chicken cutlets, you can fuck shit up. There'll be like one leftover chicken cutlet. I'll eat a chicken cutlet, eat an apple. You know what I'm saying?
It's crazy. I've been lucky all week. My mom has been here for almost a week.
No
and
way.
I haven't eaten this good in 4 years.
You're making breakfast?
She hasn't made. We've been sleeping a little late. A couple days she made breakfast, but it's been like she made brisket. She made a couple kinds of different kinds of chicken, and it just
I like all of that.
stacked all my entire fridge is full now for like
I
the
like
next few
peach
weeks.
cobbler.
Oh, she made icebox cake. Have you ever had that? All you do is you take a layer of graham crackers and you have to get the cook and serve pudding, not like pudding cups, but you have to cook pudding. And you just do layers of pudding and graham cracker. You put it in the fridge and let it freeze up and then put some whipped cream on it.
Mm-hmm.
Paula's been talking about it for 3 days. She loves it.
Sorry.
Okay,
we used to we used to have this game where you would fill
Sugar?
like two dudes would fill their mouth with sugar, and then you slap each other in the fucking cheeks. But here's the thing, bro. It's hard to hold a whole bunch of sugar in your mouth and keep it all in. Well, here's the thing: it starts dissolving, but you get parched because all your moisture is going to this thing, so your body starts to dry out. So then you're basically holding the sugar in your dry mouth at a certain point, man. You feel like the desert.
How old are you?
I don't know, like you was a child.
Okay, like when I was like 8,
Like 8, yeah, like 7, 8, 11,
And then
14 even, 14 even, and this one 18-year-old chick.
14.
We used to have this fucking girl who was probably 14 that went shirtless, bro, and she was like fucking 4 to 14 shirtless, bro. Shirtless.
Why was that?
I don't know. It was just their whole family was pretty much shirtless, and they didn't do any different by the girls, man. This girl was shirtless as fuck. And we all thought, like, damn, she's like a long hair. She's like the most best looking dude you ever seen, right? We thought that till about 11. And then somebody's like, that's a girl, man. She just goes shirtless. And we're like,
And nobody told her to put a shirt on in school or something?
oh, I don't know about school. But she was in a children's school. I was a little bit older than her. But I never saw anybody just be completely shirtless like that. There was
Who puts fucking sugar in their mouth?
oh, yeah. Well, it was a cheap game, bro. It's like if you don't have a bunch of money to go do something, you fill each other's mouth up with sugar, and then y'all just gotta slap each other in the cheek.
There was a kid in my neighborhood, John Carney, not a bad kid, always great sense of humor. He had a brother, Brian Carney. In those days, kids didn't have ADD. They didn't have autism. You were just retarded.
Yeah.
Whether you had the cheeky eyes or not.
Yeah, you just wasn't cutting it. You just wasn't cutting it, man.
And they used to torture him.
Yeah, we called them God's favorites.
Yeah, they used to make him drink piss. Like they'd piss in a beer bottle and close it, and then put it in the last bottle, and he would take it, have a beer, and he'd fucking drink it. I was never involved in this shit with Brian Carney.
Was he handicapped?
No, he just wasn't sharp. You know, he just wasn't a sharp kid. Nice kid, always said hello, Brian Carney. But they did weird things to him. Like they used to make him eat shit. Like they pay him like $15 to make him eat a lot of like weird stuff.
How much shit? I mean actual shit.
No. Like fill his mouth with pepper and shit like that. And they had this other kid, the guy who they just fired from the Miami Hurricanes defensive coordinator. When he was a kid, his brothers and all those guys in the neighborhood used to tie him up on a bicycle, make him eat raw eggs and blow him up in his mouth and all that shit. Like put the eggs in the shell and smack him and blow the egg in his mouth. No wonder that my guy went to Penn State was an All-American tax.
Thank God I would have died in your town.
There was
Thank God I was too nerdy for that. I would have been one of those kids.
The guy I got into it with when I did that club, before I met Lee, I did a club in New York City. One of the first times I went to New York to do comedy on my own. I booked a music club in the village.
Right.
And I went there. The guy that started the fight with me, his name was Brian Burns. And when we were kids, when you were in grammar school, he already had a legend. What he would do is he had a gang of guys that would take you, tie you down, and they would put duct tape on your balls and fucking that glue shit from taping, and they would call it a table.
Oh,
and they would give you a table where they'd lay you down and wrap you up with tape, and pull the tape off you and shit like that. He was known for all that stuff, for spraying stuff on your balls. He was a big-time bully. And you know what happens to bullies, bro? They get beat up later on in life. People, and I remember that night, like I was like, I could take this fucking guy. And I had already a plan. He kept coming in to try to apologize, and I kept going, you know what? I could take this guy. I could kick him in the fucking knee. You could see he got to like 300 something. I don't know if he stopped eating.
So, but you felt like it was crazy because the tide had switched with that dude. Like back in the day,
he was a bully.
Yeah, he was a bully.
Kid, you know, he was bro. When I was in 8th grade or 7th grade, he was already in high school, torturizing people. They said if you play football, be careful because if something happened during football practice that you hit him hard or something, he'd get his friends to give you the tape. Especially if you were Spanish or something.
Yeah.
Like that,
Oh, that shit got racial, huh?
It was what it was.
Yeah.
You know, it was what it fucking was. I mean,
we had one Mexican kid that showed up on our time. We didn't have any Spanish people. But we had one Mexican kid. Let me think about what this kid's name was. I think it was Nick, right? And I remember we all had science class. And, actually, in science class, I had these hamsters you could play with until the second bell rang or whatever. Then you had to put them in a cage and everybody then we would do learning, and this fucking one time they had this hamster, right? Superman, we named him. And I was holding him in this fucking big sweatshirt I had, right? And after class, I forgot he was in here. He fell asleep in the little pocket where you put your hands, right? So after class, I just throw him a book bag. I'm running. Next thing you know, I get in a fight with 2 brothers, right? Get beat up pretty good. And one of them had fucking killed this hamster that was still in this pouch. He fucking punched it. So I never had it, like, sometimes I'm not even joking, bro. I'll have dreams where I feel like I had an abortion.
Poor Superman. I knew something wasn't going to be good.
Yeah, I think his name was Superman. Let me think for a second. It might not have been Superman.
would you take the fucking hamster out of class and put it in your fucking pocket for anyway?
No, because you was sitting in class, you just nothing to do, and it was nice to kind of have something more.
Where'd you go to high school? Metairie? Oh, not Metairie.
Next to that, a town a couple away from there called Covington, Mandeville.
Where'd you go to college?
I went to LSU and University of New Orleans.
Did you graduate from LSU?
I graduated from University of New Orleans eventually. So I made it through.
When you went to LSU, they still talk about Pistol Pete Marvis.
Oh, dude, the town I grew up in.
Get the fuck out of here.
He lived and died in our town, dude.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yep. And Lee Harvey Oswald went to middle school in our town.
Get the fuck out of here.
Swear to God, dude. And I mean, I say this a lot, but in once in the 80s and in 1994, a bunch of infected monkeys got out because Tulane University had their primate testing facility center in our town. And a bunch of infected monkeys got out, and they let us out of YMCA summer camp to help the police look for them, bro. I remember they came to summer camp.
What?
And they basically took
Is it kids to look for?
Let me get that pen real quick.
Not kids, dude. The tallest boys. They took the tallest boys right out, and we helped them look for them. I remember surrounding a couple of chimps outside of a Kenny Rogers Roasters, dude, up a Highway 190. That's a true story, dude.
That's the name of your book.
Huh?
I surrounded some chimps next to a Kenny Rogers Roasters.
And dude, the shit got racial. Like, people go around town, they were yelling. I mean, this is fucked up. I mean, this just shows you how far in the South you are. People were like, 90 monkeys just escaped from this place, whatever. And you literally have, like, you know, people riding around with guns, fucking Confederate flags. It's like, dude, these are animals, man. Like, relax. Like, the shit almost got, it was weird. Like, people were like, these fucking monkeys. Like, they planned it. Like, it was crazy. Like, it was.
I just threw that name out because today, in today's paper on Twitter, it said that the basketball player from the Lakers is producing a Pistol Pete Marvis.
Oh, that's awesome.
Biopic. And I'm sitting there going, you know, what kills me about today is they're doing biopics about people that these motherfuckers don't even know. That movie should have been done 2 weeks after he fucking died.
Yeah.
But nobody thought about doing it, you know. Do you know much about Pistol Pete?
I mean, I think I know a pretty good amount about him. I mean, I know he played, you know, I know he played at LSU. I know he played for the Jazz. I know his two sons.
Really?
Yeah. They played ball like whenever I was growing up. So one of them like a little younger, one of them a little bit older. So I mean, they were legends. It was kind of, you know, it was a small town. Like it was
legends.
Yeah, the biggest name in for sure.
Fucking, if he lost, his father won't let him sleep in the house and shit. Make him sleep in the fucking yard. This is Southern basketball, Jack.
Dude, they had a half court or a quarter court in their upstairs of their house, above the in the attic. They had a basketball.
They didn't
court.
fuck around. The marriages didn't fuck around. That old man didn't fuck around.
That dude,
he had like that's why he drank himself to death, Pistol Pete, because there was no childhood. His father made him go out there and do wind sprints and shit.
Yeah.
And that guy wasn't fast, but his fucking handling skills were just phenomenal.
He made up for it.
In my life, I've seen two people handle a ball fucking phenomenally. One was a guy named Pistol Pete Maravich, who was an NBA player. And another guy was a kid from South Carolina. His name was Jackie Gould.
White kid or black kid?
White kid.
Mm.
And he played basketball on acid. That's why he didn't get drafted, because he was such a freak. But his handling skills, I saw him play, and I played against him when I got older. His handling skills were so fucking unbelievable what he could do with a ball. And unless you see that,
right,
it's really hard to explain.
Right.
Even if you see Kobe Bryant pass or whoever, you know, Stephen Marbury pass, it was nothing or dribble or the control that Pistol Pete had for a white guy. And he had a tragic life. I don't think he ever won a championship.
I don't think he ever won a championship. I know, like, I think he still has like the highest average per game for college.
Right. Yeah, because he shot 90 times a fucking game. His father would do the coach or something. His father would say, "Fuck those four guys."
Yep, literally.
Shoot the fucking ball. Shoot the fuck those four motherfuckers.
I heard he even tried to. Sometimes he would wear a completely different jersey. Like he would be on a team and they'd play in a team, and then he'd show up in a total different jersey and be like, "I'm gonna play both you guys," and they'd be like, "You're out of your fucking mind." It was nuts, bro. But yeah, man, we got out to look for all types of chimps that I got out of that joint. You know, you can still look for it online. They got some old stories.
You know, it's crazy because
they had a lot of. Oh, I was going. Sorry.
No, I grew up in New York City, but in my heart, after I saw different places, there was a couple places I wish I would have grown up. One would have been New Orleans.
Yeah.
The other would have been Houston. And there was one other place I wanted to grow up when I was a kid. I don't know why.
New Orleans.
I don't know why.
I always thought New York would be really cool.
You follow me? Like, there's always places like I'm very proud to be from Jersey. I love being from where I'm from. But it would be interesting. Like when I go to New Orleans and I'm driving around, I always go, how would I have turned out if I would have grown up on this fucking street?
Well, I don't know about you, but I feel like the South gets a bad rap up north. But when I was driving, like I drove across the country 3 times. I love the South. Everyone's nice.
Yeah.
It has nice weather. Like I felt like I got a bad rap when I was in Mass.
People are fucking, I don't know. People are chill down there, man. But it's a lot of the same. Like you hear that, you definitely notice it's a lot of old-fashioned ideas down there. Like people, you know, concepts are slow, you know.
But that's what makes the South the South.
Right.
Listen, that's what makes the South the South. I read somewhere that last week when those guys, the terrorists, shot those people, that the neighbor said he suspected something, but he didn't want to call the police because he didn't want to seem racist.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Because he was too politically correct. You understand? We want to point out lies who were too politically correct. Look what happened yesterday. Fucking Trump makes that announcement against Muslims. His fucking rating is the highest it's ever been. It's like 35%. He's 20 points ahead of the fucking competition. 19 points ahead of the competition.
I like, you like Sleepy Black?
What's that?
I don't know.
Ben Carson?
Oh, Jesus.
I can't vote, so I don't really know.
Oh, you can't even vote?
No, I got felonies, and I don't want to fucking vote. It's too much pressure. Then you got to be responsible for your fucking vote. I don't have that type of fucking conscience.
So if you get a felony, you don't have to vote?
Like 10 years.
Oh, that's awesome.
You can't vote and you can't have a fucking gun. That's what they, that's the punishment they give me. Like, really? So I can't vote and I can't have a fucking gun. I can see not having a gun, but what vote got to do with it? I was disappointed, but after I thought about voting, I go, you know what? It's too much pressure. It's too much pressure. I don't know how people just vote and move on with their fucking lives. Voting for me is like gambling. If I would have voted on fucking Obama, I would have been pissed off right now. You follow me? You're in a corner at the fucking movie theater because you voted for fucking Obama. That's what they should do to people. Like, if you make a bad vote and you know you voted for them, take 50 people out of each neighborhood and throw stones at them, you dumb fucks.
They're all liars.
Drown people. Drown them.
I don't vote. I can't. I got in a big fight with my mom and Paula when they were here. When there's no popular vote, I think it doesn't matter at all. Especially like where I grew up in Mass. There's no, if you vote for a Republican, you're throwing away your vote.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't make sense that the popular vote isn't the way it elects people. And then even if it did, they all lie anyways. So I don't get the point.
What do you think you would dress like if you were a politician? Do you feel like sometimes I think about that, like would I fucking totally change the game and wear like, like a white beater or some crazy boots or something, Like if you were like, sometimes I think like, say if you was a governor or something, you'd be like, I'm gonna wear these crazy boots, or I'm gonna wear like a fucking dope jacket.
If I was a voting American, if I really was a voting American, I wouldn't give a fuck about abortion. That's got nothing to do with the price tags. What you're gonna do. The country's in this state of the country right now. What are you gonna do to get us out of this state? Let's go step by step for your 2 terms. Let's go for the 8 years.
Yeah.
Give me the 8 years. How it's going to pan out. What are you going to do the first year? What are you going to take care of? What's second on the agenda? What's third?
Yeah.
Do I give a fuck about the homeless problem? Not fucking really. There's a ton of fucking problems you got to take in before we worry about the minute little things.
Agreed.
Homeless people want to be fucking homeless people. What do you want me to do?
A lot of them are doing fine.
A lot of them are doing fine. You see them over here at the end of 134 getting change, then they walk over to their fucking Corvette. I'm driving a fucking Subaru, hustling like a fucking savage, taking 2 planes a fucking week. And these cocksuckers are getting changed, making $40 grand a year at the end of the 134. Listen, man. It's not the point I'm talking about, but that's why I want to know your plan. I want to know your plan step by step by step by step. How it applies to me as an American. I want you to plan it out for fucking people who make $50,000 or less. I want you to tell
real people.
Real people.
Yeah.
And now you were talking about the South, that they're slower and that all that shit. You know what? I like that.
Yeah.
I like that that's there and the reason why it's there. There's a reason why a white guy would say that he's going to stop Muslims from coming in right now. And people raise their hand and say, half of them and say, oh, it's cruel or whatever. But the other half are Americans that feel, we got to stop this somewhere.
Oh, yeah, man. You got to shut it down, bro. If they had walls, you could press a button right now, I'd put them up everywhere.
But it's not just that. It's, look at the fucking, the people, the white dude, it's people who shot up the movie theater. Let's not just blame one fucking
No,
source here.
100%. We got to find out who's in there. I just want to know who my neighbors are. We all got to figure this shit out. Who's here, bro?
Listen, man, Pete, you said it best yourself. They're building buildings and people moving in and out. They just said that these people have a fucking passport duplication.
Yeah,
You don't think they're here? You don't think
They're
you're dealing
making
with
billions on oil. They have everything. It's just, and I don't know because what are they gonna do? They're gonna walk. Are they gonna go around
They're
now,
here, bro.
knocking on your neighbor's doors, like, hey, we're gonna check all the Muslims out.
Well,
You can't.
Not even Muslims, but even just regular people, you know?
I don't pay too much attention. If Trump hadn't said the things he said about Hispanics and this stuff about the Muslims, I think a lot more people would be on board.
Yeah.
I actually read an article yesterday that they're predicting that Trump is going to bow out at the end, just like he did the last time. So maybe he doesn't want too much support. I don't know.
Right.
But it's just crazy what people say, and then yeah, if you lay out a plan, right? What happens when they don't do any of what they said?
Yeah.
Like I voted the first time for Obama, and he said like the whole thing like 100 days I'll close Guantanamo. That was like the first thing he said, and it's coming up on the end, and that's nowhere near being closed. But maybe he didn't know that he couldn't close it. I don't know, but how do you hold them accountable? You can't. It's great. It's just like.
No, let me ask you something. Just for the
Yeah, man.
argument here, because I don't know nothing about nothing.
I'm a little high there. You guys still?
I'm very high.
Okay. I'm just making sure everybody's high.
Why was it important to you that they would close Guantanamo?
No.
Why is that such a... No,
That-
I'm not arguing with you.
Right.
I just want to know.
Personally, I have no thoughts on that, but that was just the only thing I could think of right now.
Right.
Like that was he said in the 100 days I'll close it. I don't know if that's good or bad. I'm not
Now that people want them to close Guantanamo?
Yeah,
Why?
because it's like they're not giving them like fair trials and just keeping them there.
I did comedy there once.
Did you?
Yeah. For the troops there, not the prisoners, but it was pretty fun, I guess. I mean, I don't know enough for it's chill in there. The chicks only had like 7 chicks, not even that hot, but some of the guys seemed friendly, and we went swimming and everything. We had a good time.
Now, what made you want to get on stage?
My dad was real old when I was born. That's all I was.
How old was you?
70. My dad was 70.
Hold on 1 second. I gotta go get a tissue.
You shit?
Tony back.
Oh, that's like shit a little.
No. I gotta go blow my nose.
But yeah, I wonder what kind of hats I would wear, or special pants I would wear if I was the president, bro. You ever wonder that, man?
Like American flag pants?
Yeah. Yeah, like a little, you know.
The pieces when somebody breaks your
How's the podcast going?
It's going good. It's on right now.
Huh?
I guess we can talk.
Stream?
Yeah, we're streaming right now on YouTube. That's so. Your dad was 70 years old. That's crazy. How was that?
How was it?
Like, was it?
It was pretty nuts, bro. So wait, who's high? You're high?
I'm very high.
Okay.
Oh,
Joey's high.
Oh yeah,
I'm
Joey.
high.
I think most of the people listening.
Do I
are
seem
probably high.
super high, you think?
No, I thought it was funny when you said like going to do learning. I think that was.
Oh yeah, man, I get caught up sounding like a fucking retard sometimes. I'm pretty high though. Like if I'm trying to think, like say if I wasn't myself and I came up to me
Okay.
and I said, fuck, that didn't make any sense. And I said,
Hi.
fuck, what were we talking about? What were we
Like,
talking about?
Yeah, no. It's sometimes I wonder that like if I was sober watching a high
Yeah.
person, would I be able to know they were high?
Dude, I wonder if you came up to yourself, bro, would you even like who you are? Would you be like, look at this bitch right here?
Oh, that's deeper than I was thinking. That's sometimes I think I try to be.
Joe, what do you think?
Me?
Would you like yourself, honestly, if you met yourself, dude, being 100% honest?
I don't even like look at. I hate when I do a movie and I have to go watch it, or something makes me. I'm dreading watching this fucking special. You know, I'm dreading all that shit. I don't want to see me. I don't want to fucking hear me. I don't want to see my body. I don't want to see my physique.
When is it? When is it special?
No, we just shot something in Vegas.
Oh, y'all did?
So,
How was it? Awesome.
It was what it was. You know, I gotta see it. You know, I just went through the motions. I don't fucking know.
It's good. I'm
I'm
really happy.
too high right now.
Bro, it's good.
Is
I hope not.
No, I hope it is. So your dad had you when you were 70.
Yeah, he was old.
What are you gonna say?
How old was your mom?
32. She was young.
Your dad was slinging some dick.
Just throwing it out there,
Now,
man.
that was his first marriage?
No, he'd been married a couple. He'd been married one time before.
Is your
Maybe
dad still alive before we talk about it?
no, he'd be
I'm
old.
sorry.
It's all right. Appreciate it, man. He would be almost. He'd be 106.
I'm
106
sorry.
now.
I don't know. You look,
Thanks,
you
man.
look like you're 22, so I'm all fucked up. I know
Oh,
you've been
yeah.
around here for 10 years, maybe. So
I'm
he had
35.
you when you were 70.
Yeah, he got old, man. He just, I don't know. And that's something my mom will like. When I think about my mom, like, who would bang like an old guy? Like that'd be crazy. I feel like.
Was he like an attractive man? Was he like?
Yeah, definitely handsome, but yeah, I mean, he didn't have any money. You know what I'm saying? Like, who kind of thugs it out with an old dude that many times?
Let me get back to
You know?
how old was your dad when he passed?
86.
So he was around till he was 16. God bless you, bro.
Yeah.
You got to have him till he was 16.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, man. It was kind of wild having like an old dad because all the time you spent, I was just like a little bunch of like kind of vignettes of like he'd take me to this bar sometimes with him, bro. And you know, the lady would give me fucking chocolates, right? And then, I mean, one night the lady, I'm not even joking, kept giving me chocolates, and my dad's like, no more chocolates for me. You know, and I'd had probably 30, bro. Like, nothing could stop me from eating chocolates, bro. I'd just continue to put chocolates. If they had chocolates around me, I would just continue to put them into me. And this lady, my dad said, no. And then the lady took me to the side of the bar a little while later and just gave me fucking like almost like this lady wanted to like poison me or something, you know? So he used to take me to do like weird shit like that. I don't know.
God bless you, bro.
Yeah.
No. You fucking know. I lost my father when I was 3. I lost my mother when I was 16. So
That's crazy. Yeah. So you know some of the.
But right now, I had my daughter when I'm 49. Every morning I wake up. I can't lie to none of you guys. I wake up, I put my feet down. I go, God, thank you for giving me another day to see this little fucking girl. All I want is enough time, just so I can give her the fucking mentality of the church. That's all I need. Let her work it out like I worked it out without my mom. That's the best way to fucking do it, because I feel like I'm gonna die.
No.
I did blow.
No, you're not gonna die, man.
You know, God fucking knows. You get shot by one of these fucking monkeys. Who knows?
Yeah.
But you always, you know, it's amazing that now, like I would say, who the fuck would have a kid at 50?
Yeah.
Don Johnson had a kid at 52. I did a movie with him. I'm looking at him going, why would you have a fucking kid?
Yeah.
That's the most selfish fucking thing in the world. Also, I knocked my wife up. So now you're looking to live. Like, you're like, wait a second, you know, I want to live for this child.
Right.
But fucking 70, you're dead and balls of steel. Brothers and sisters?
Yeah, I got 2 younger sisters and an older brother. So we
Same
got
mom
4.
and dad.
Same mom and dad, yeah.
Oh shit! So you got 2 younger sisters.
Yeah, man, we had a wild. It was pretty wild. I mean, I guess I'm trying to think like more about what it was like. Like I remember like weird shit. I guess. I mean, I don't know. So I remember like my dad would he'd let me drop like say as soon as I was tall enough, like 11 years old. I remember being 11 years old and my dad being like, hey, will you drive me? You know, because he couldn't turn his neck, you know. So like he's like, hey, will you drive me? And I'm like, yeah, I'll fucking drive you. I'll hit like 5'10". I'd get a little growth spurt when I was 11. So next thing you know, I was driving my dad places, dude. Like I remember we dropped him at the post office and he said, go around the block. And I went around the block and fucking hit like 7 cars, bro. It was fucking solid. And my dad had a Cutlass, like a Delta 88, you know, like a just straight up fucking rig rider, bro. And it was a piece of shit. It was all banged up. And I would just go around the block. And then one time he let me drive on the interstate. I was doing like 70, 80 miles an hour driving to Hammond. And it's probably about like 30 miles. And my dad's just fast asleep in the fucking passenger side, son. So those are the fucking good old days, man.
What I feel from you a little bit, like when you tell me the stories, you're happy, you miss them and everything. But are these stories weird to tell sometimes? Like, are they weird to tell?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean,
it's not the normal American family like me. I have the same family.
Right.
So I could see that we both share that same little twitch, because as you get older, you'll appreciate those stories more, because nobody fucking had a life like that. When you're 11, your dad's like, drive the fucking car.
Yeah.
You know, that's cool.
We were all begging to drive the car.
You're begging to drive the fucking car at that age.
That's a good
point.
point.
It's a small
man.
city.
Right.
You know, cops knew each other. You got pulled over.
Oh, it was chill.
30 fucking years in those days.
Yeah.
But just the fact that sometimes when your parents give you a lot of trust, it does something to you. It's good and it's bad.
Right.
You know, like you had an older dad that he saw life for what it was at 70. And I bet now when you tell those stories, sometimes you're like, should I even say the story? Let me tell you something. Hold on. Your no idea how lucky you are. You have no idea that you had this life because most kids couldn't even imagine that shit.
Right.
Most kids had to steal a car at 16. You know, there's so many good points of growing up. No matter how you grow up, as long as your parents were around,
Right.
just having a life is great. I know it's tough. People get adopted, they get stabbed, they get beat up and shit. You know, I'm very lucky. When my
Thugs and Muppets, man.
Yeah, when my mom died, I didn't have to go into the system. You know, I was old enough to make my own decision. It's so weird. Till today, I realized I didn't do paperwork. When my mom died, my friend said, "You want to live with us?" I'm like, "Yeah."
That was it.
I kept going to high school. Like nothing. I just switched my address. And
Yeah, nobody asked any questions.
Who's your legal guardian? Me. That was my legal fucking guardian. Me.
Those are the fucking days, dude. I feel like kids can't have anything like that anymore. Like all the, I don't know, just this ambiance. I think before some of the technology we have now that just made everything fucking dope.
One of the reasons why I wanted to go home with my wife and the baby was because of my paranoia of dying. I wanted to walk my daughter up and down the same streets I walked.
Right.
I parked the car. I walked up Given Terrace. I walked down Union Turnpike. But the best walk we did was in the park where we used to play basketball.
Yeah.
It was open. I took her in the park. And now they replaced the hut. There used to be a hut there. And one of the most racist things I ever heard come out of a person's mouth was in that fucking hut. That me and everybody in the park looked at each other and just kept fucking shaking our heads.
Damn.
There used to be a hut there. The guy's name was Mr. Kennel. His two sons are still alive. Well, the one son's still alive. Nice kid. I always liked Jackie's name. This has to be 1975. We're in this park. And we're just playing tag, whatever the fuck you play when you're 11 or 12. There was a basketball court, but in those days we weren't allowed in the basketball court. The older kids were drunk.
4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
This hour will take your calls with Dr. David Clark. Jump aboard, share a story, ask him a question. One of his books, They Can't Find Anything Wrong. You heard me talk about the Verna pistol launcher I own one myself and purchased some for others. And with today's dangerous world, Verna, V-Y-R-N-A, is a non-lethal alternative that can safeguard you and help you. It's legal in all 50 states. All permits or background checks required. Designed for easy use by anyone with powerful deterrents like tear gas pellets and kinetic rounds. Verna can hit pest-free attackers for up to 40 minutes. Here's a personal story from a special forces veteran named Marvin. Marvin fired his Verna from 40 feet away as 3 unwanted people tried to enter his home. All 3 went down for 30 minutes, enough time for police to arrive. He said using the Verna was not a problem for him. Marvin simplifies it by saying you buy a car, you have car insurance. If you got a life, you have life insurance. He says Verna is it. Verna is probably American, manufacturing facility in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Visit Verna.com/George for 10% off your purchase. VYRNA. Verna.com/George.
Real people, real stories. I was only 6 or 7 days, but the exhaustion lasted for 2 years. I had this horrible brain fog. My memory never really totally returned. I kept hearing the carnivore, but I was like, I'm excited. I tried it. 10 days to 2 weeks after taking the carnivore, I could not believe what happened. I'm 70. I had energy like I was 40. The thing that was so remarkable to me was I wasn't exhausted anymore. I had my clarity and my brain back. I mean, if you know how much it means to be able to think again, I was really happy about that. It's what I kept telling everyone I told friends and Visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Dr. David Clark with us. His website, endchronicpain.org. Some of his books include a psychophysiologic disorders. They can't find anything wrong. David, is there a way that people can self-diagnose themselves?
Well, a good start is at the endchronicpain.org website. There's a 12-item self-assessment quiz there that takes less than 3 minutes to fill out and includes quite a bit of information about how to understand yourself in relation to these conditions. And the quiz is set up in such a way that the more of those 12 questions to which you answer yes, the more likely it is that these issues are affecting you personally. So that's a great place to start. And if it's pointing you in the same direction that I'm talking about here tonight, there are a lot of resources on that website that can help you. And if you start to notice improvement in response to those resources, then very likely you are on the right path.
What percent of people, David, need professional help?
Well, it's always important to get your physical symptoms checked out by a physician. But when you're talking about psychotherapy, it's actually a fairly small number. The resources that you have out there today, the books, the webinar-based courses, if people become members of the nonprofit, they'll have access to significant pricing discounts and to a free course that we've recently put up there. And a lot of people will notice significant improvement just from using those. If not, then the next step is
a durable app or a psychotherapist who is trained in these physical conditions. Can the psychological disorders be just as dangerous as a physical ailment? In some cases, that's true. Many of my patients have suffered from depression, for example, and they don't recognize that the depression is going on. If you ask them, do you feel depressed? Many of them will say no. They have a lot of other symptoms of depression that I teach my medical audiences how to look into. But they may be suffering from significant depression that's primarily manifesting itself through the body. And if it's not understood, diagnosed, and treated, people are at risk for suicide. There's no question. I keep thinking of Robin Williams, great talent that he was with that Williams speech. Yeah, that was a combination of a physical illness, not connected to stress, but the physical illness turned out to be the source of stress for him, and he couldn't face the future with that illness, it appears. Does medication affect him, Doc? I can't really speculate without being very intimately familiar with his medical records. Let's go to the call. So let's go to Super in Los Angeles. Welcome. Hey, Super, welcome to the show.
Hey, George. Hi, Dr. Todd.
Hello, thanks for joining us. How can we help you, Super?
I have a couple of comments. When I got COVID, my doctor didn't want to tell me I had COVID because it was in the middle of October. Before they knew that COVID was around, he was up with the bronchitis and allergy and life. But my other issue is, I'm blind and I was adopted and I got molested and I was younger and then I got date raped in my 20s and on top of all that, I got suicide. Like, the suicide I ready to do myself and I still couldn't do anything about it. And I don't know, I just I think I have, I don't know if it's a little bit of PTSD, but the family's not with me, like I don't really contact with my family.
The issues are still with you.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry that you had to go through that, and it's not something that we can go back and change, but we absolutely can change the impact that those are having on you today. And one of the ideas that I share with almost all of my patients who've been through adversity as kids is to look at those experiences as essentially the equivalent of having been born in the middle of a dangerous jungle or rainforest or in the middle of a dangerous mountain range. Through no fault of your own, you found yourself in this terrible place. But you can take tremendous credit for the heroic perseverance that you showed to overcome all of these challenges and get where you are today. You were adopted, so you don't know your biological parents. You were molested, you have visual disability, but all of those things, you deserve tremendous credit for having overcome. And I like my patients to recognize the heroism that it took to overcome all those challenges and to think of themselves in those terms as heroes. And when they do that, it makes a tremendous difference in their lives going forward. Super, did you ever have to seek any kind of special help, psychological help or anything?
I don't know if I something. I really don't want to take pharmaceuticals. I tried to kind of fix those. Trying to do the natural thing,
Well, that's an interesting question about the pharmaceutical drugs compared to trying to heal yourself mentally. Well, it's something that I don't push one way or the other. I have conversations with my patients. I make them aware that medications are available. I talk to them about the risks and benefits. In many people, the use of medications is kind of like a crutch for a broken ankle. It's something that's going to help you while you're working on the issues psychologically, if you get support, I mean, you don't overdo it. Yeah, that's right. Super, thank you. Keep it up. Still in Miami, welcome to the program. Hey, William. Yeah, so I heard about your days. Real short, you know, and yeah, where were you 30, 40 years ago? You needed them, didn't you? Yeah, it's everything you're talking about. I was in Pennsylvania, and I just went through a lot of stressful stuff with you know, the church goer. They had a church family, and of course the church went through a big division, and due to the division, I not only lost the church, but I also lost my family. And then all of a sudden at the age of 30, I woke up one morning, I couldn't get out of bed. It's like a 120-year-old man. Wow. Yeah, and so anyway, long story short, ended up they sent me to a fall clinic in Pittsburgh. And they guaranteed me they're going to find out what was wrong with me. And at the end of the day, they said, congratulations, sir, you're cured. So they could find nothing wrong with me. Nothing. Right? Was it all psychological? Well, from listening to your shows tonight, I would say yes. You know, they diagnosed it as rheumatoid arthritis. Yeah, many years later, I was over 30. I'm in my 70s now. I have no training. I have no particular medication. But of course, I have damaged joints. But the thing is I believe that what you're talking about tonight is exactly 100% correct. That it's it was just all the stress. I was going through great stress during that period. And I was young. You know, that's by far the most likely. When you go to a good medical institution and they can't find a biological reason for the symptoms that you're having, then, you know, let's look at it another way. If you go to a physician with an undiagnosed symptom, there's a 40% chance right off the bat that this is a mind-body condition. You know, and then when they do the diagnostic test and they don't find anything, that probability rises into the 90+% range. So that's very likely what you were dealing with. And then you tell me on top of that, you were experiencing high levels of stress. That pushes the probability even higher. The last piece of that puzzle would be if the physicians had known that they should investigate you for stresses in your life, past and present, and they uncovered that stress you were coping with at that time, and they helped you to deal with it, and then you experienced improvement in the symptoms that you were having, that would be the clincher. Doctor, how many physicians today are tuned into this and understand it? Well, we're getting there. I would say several hundred. I'm teaching in medical school here in town. There are medical schools in Europe that are using one of my books as their textbook. I'm teaching in graduate schools for physician assistants, at universities' psychological programs. I invited to give talks, doctors in training all over the United States and in Canada. So there are a very rapidly growing number of institutions that want this information for their students and to use in practice. But we're still outside the mainstream. I mean, we've got numerous randomized controlled trials published in top journals, gold standard science, but the word is just not getting out there fast enough as far as I'm concerned. Why does it seem, Doctor, that slow, deep breaths help a lot? Well, it turns on your parasympathetic nervous system, which is your rest and digest system, and it helps to turn off the sympathetic nervous system, which is your fight or flight system. So that slow, deep breathing, slowly in, slowly out, it's telling your whole system that you're safe, that you're okay, that everything's going to be all right, and it reduces your stress level. Remarkable. Stacy Porter's in Oklahoma, first time caller. Hello, Stacy.
I can't also explain. I just want to give you a little brief as a major and then after my dad. Sure. I grew up in an alcoholic family. And what was like, you don't want to be any memories, but like repressed memories. I had abuse and addiction and alcoholism from my youth. In the last 10 years, I developed undiagnosable digestive problems. And I wonder, my question is, how will repressed memories affect what you guys are talking about? And I'll take my answer off air. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Stacey. And you know, there's a high probability that issues from the past are playing a role in your symptoms. You say they're undiagnosed, so I'm assuming that doctors have been looking for a biomedical cause and not finding it. So as we found with Bill, when that's the case, then the probability is quite high that the symptoms are generated by the brain. And when that's the case, then we're looking for stresses in the person's life, past or present. And you had a very high level of stresses from the past. And it may be that some of them were so bad that you're not ready to experience them yet. Your brain has decided to repress them and keep them out of your conscious awareness because you're not quite ready to deal with them yet. So a good approach to this would be to look for a therapist that helps you connect with those, that helps you cope with repressed emotions that you might have. Many of my patients are dealing with a great deal of anger or fear or shame or grief or even sometimes guilt that they're not consciously aware of. And a good psychotherapist, one that you feel comfortable with, can help you connect with those, put them into words. And then the more you can put them into words, the less those emotions need to express themselves via your body in the form of symptoms. Let's go to Joe in Long Island, New York. Thank you. Nice after Dave. I have like two questions. The second on something that's necessary and relaxed. I just linked to this audio book from 2011 that's still available. It's called The Optimism Bias. And there were a couple of things in there that are interesting that relate to what you're saying about the brain. One was she said to neuroscientists that people, when they're looking for someone that they know or a friend in a huge crowd, they'll actually think they see their friend. When they get closer, they don't. And this is a trick of the brain. Another thing she brought up was this idea of being in an actual desert and seeing a mirage that's translucent. But they say when people are parched or dehydrated, they actually see something transparent like water. Another thing was like the brain playing tricks on you. So I asked about this like relating to bias, where the brain is trying to be optimistic and it's actually playing tricks on you. The second thing I want to ask you about is what you said at the very end of the last segment about people lacking assertiveness. Do you see that within the medical community? Do you see that in certain age groups, gender? Where do you see that, and why do people seem to not stick up for themselves? That's lack of assertiveness is a personality trait that people can learn when they're very young. Human beings are remarkable for their capacity for learning, and the most important single thing we learn about is ourselves. Who are we? What are we good at? Ourselves as individuals. And if we grow up in a healthy environment, we're going to learn accurate ideas about what we're good at, what we're not good at, our own value as a person. But on the other hand, if we grow up, as Stacey, the earlier caller did, in a dysfunctional or traumatic or toxic environment, what we learn about ourselves is false. We learn that we're second rate or worthless. We learn that it's our job to take care of other people rather than take care of ourselves. And we can learn that trying to assert for ourselves is a waste of time because it's not going to get us anywhere. And if you learn that enough times as a kid, it just becomes a basic assumption of your life. And it can happen to anyone. ego touch is believing things about yourself that are not true. That's the start of overcoming them and replacing those false ideas with accurate knowledge of yourself as a person. And that's the foundation of personal growth. And does the brain play tricks on you, David? Oh, yes, absolutely. There's a whole science of the way perception can be fooled in various ways because of how the brain processes. The brain is incredibly powerful. Even after my first 7 years of medical education and training, I had no idea what it was capable of. One of my patients was a 17-year-old I was asked to see on his 70th day in the hospital for unexplained abdominal pain. Over the previous 18 months, he'd seen 6 other gastrointestinal specialists. He was getting huge doses of morphine around the clock of his pain, and it was 100% generated by his brain, because when we uncovered the stress and were successful in treating it, he was out of the hospital in a week, off all opioids in 30 days. David, we're going to come back and take final calls with you in just a moment, right here on Coast to Coast AM.
The official website of Coast to Coast AM is coasttocoastam.com. Log on now.
Vibrant tenants in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Multiple mudslides have closed a portion of Mulholland Drive in Studio City. The affected area is about a half-mile stretch of road between Skyline Drive and Beaumont Drive. Also, South Coldwater Drive is closed at Mulholland. A Kobe Bryant statue will be unveiled today outside Crypto.com Arena. The unveiling will be a restricted event for ticket holders only, starting at 3 o'clock this afternoon. On Friday, the Star Plaza will open to the general public. Police on the lookout for a late model black Toyota Camry. They say a 15-month-old boy has been allegedly abducted by his non-custodial mother. They were last seen at the city's Walmart. An exorcist in Vail has broken ground on a foster care home in Palmdale. Southside weather from KL5 heavy party skies, highs reaching the mid-50s. Up upwards of skies at 4 o'clock this morning. Right now it's 51 degrees in Seal Beach, Lake Forest is 46, 45 in Arcadia, and 41 in Calabasas. We leave local from the KL5 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kennedy.
If you're headed on the 15th north of Baker or south of Quinn, this is your warning. Heavy snow to the mountain pass and in Howard Springs has all lanes stopped. All traffic stopped on the 15 northbound at Howard Summit Road, the Jackknife Big Bridge, as well as several spun-out cars, as hundreds of people stuck there in the snow. Then on the 15 southbound Bailey Road is a full freeway closure. If I was trying to get to there faster, I'm off the forward.
If you're looking to get out of your house, doesn't matter why you're moving, or maybe even inherited it, now what? You send your vote to a real estate agent, 6%, and your gold clean and paint and repair, and buyers are going to walk through, the house has to be pristine, and if you don't live there, you don't need any of that. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Matt, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no-obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance for closing. Go to DirectBuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, DirectBuyers.com.
Hello, this is Lucy Esmond and Jeff Ryan. And we are the hosts of the History of Current Enthusiasm podcast. And we're going to be rewatching and talking talking about every single episode, and we're going to break it down, and we're going to be joined by special guests, including Larry David and Cheryl Klein, Richard Lewis, Fulton Kirk, so many more, and we're going to have Chris, and it's just going to be a lot of fun. So listen to the History of Children Enthusiasm on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
It's the marketer's report today. Capital One's chief brand officer, Mark Maker, weighs in on building loyalty with customers. Capital One has really worked to create amazing asset moments for our customers. We produce downcheck parties that only Capital One cardholders can get access to, and we can't pull that off without iHeart. As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audience's insights and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. KFI, AM 640. Realize what you're going to call when you're 25. Accident quote with assault weapons are very different things. I mean, Jesus was the number of shooters in average age of school shootings since 1966 has been 18. Bill Handle. What does that tell you? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George 97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And we'll be back in a moment with Dr. David Clark and take final calls as we talk about his incredible work and this diagnosis. A lot of it has to do with the brain. Next hour, Christopher Dunn joins us to talk about Visa, the Tesla connection. It's an amazing story. Make sure you're part of the program. And of course, for you Post Insiders, today's Wednesday, and that means two more programs from the Art Bell Wall Street. Steve Duggan to our vault with over 400 programs. So we added one from 2004. Art was joined by Dr. Ronald Class as they discussed stem cell research. And then one from 1996, a show of a classic edition of Open Lines. So we invite you to take a listen. It's all classic audio. It's available to Coast Insiders. It's heard on multiple platforms. And sign up to be an insider, George. It's so easy. It is easy. You can sign up on two ways. You go to our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says Insider. The other way is to download our free app from the App Store. Put it on your phone, and you can sign up that way too. You get 2 weeks free if you sign up through the app. And people who sign up.
I love being a Coast Insider. I follow a lot. I always have my shows. I download them on my podcast and never miss a thing. And every show I learn at least one thing.
Hey, this is Buck. I'm a Coast to Coast Insider, and I'll tell you what, it's a great thing for me. Here in West Virginia, we get inundated with snow. It doesn't matter as long as we have a provision. For about 5 years, the Coast to Coast program is way. How about that? And if you live in Canada now, you can become a Coast Insider as well, so take advantage of it. Here's something for you to lose some weight. If you're looking to lose some weight, learning the science of weight loss versus just counting calories is the true secret to weight
creator Canva to explain how insulin management is the key.
Everything for weight loss is focused on eating less calories. What a lot of people don't realize is one of the most important things to control insulin levels. When we eat it, it first goes to the liver, then it goes to the muscle, then it goes into the fat. If there's insulin present, the body's working that you get paid. So the body has a mechanism that it actually shuts down the energy in the fat. So you have to be able to control that insulin, or it's going to be very difficult, almost impossible to burn the fat.
Yeah, so tell me about weight magic pros.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely amazing. Weight magic as well. The concept of this is control insulin. It's part of insulin synthesis. I would say it has an exact dietary control for insulin levels. So by using these drugs to follow this diet, it's putting the body into the fat burning mode.
Can weight magic capsules help resolve a problem most overweight people have going against them? What is that?
The true body temperature is less than the people after ideal weight. That is your metabolism. So just in summary, it's created the weight magic drop will control the insulin output to the liver, and then the weight magic capsules to increase that metabolism. It's not uncommon for somebody to lose a half a pound to a pound a day. So it really is the perfect duo for fat loss.
Try George's weight magic drops and capsules now and get those pounds. Order now at healthylooking.com or by phone at 800-595-7490. Free shipping with promo code George. That's healthylooking.com or 800-595-7490. George's weight magic from healthylooking.com. Upcoming elections in Taiwan, North Korea on the brink, Iran increasing its aggression. A lot of global instability out there as we plunge into primary season. Have you sheltered your savings and investments from potential major setbacks to the economy? It's not too late to diversify. With an old IRA or 401k in the gold, and Virtual Fruit can help you make that switch. As opposed to many other investments, gold thrives in times of uncertainty. It's an important part of diversifying your savings. Part of my savings, and here's how Birch Gold can help you make it abundant. Birch Gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket, and protects coast. 98, 98, 98 on that trading focus. With an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, found us 5-star reviews, thousands of happy customers. We encourage you to arm yourself with the knowledge of diversification success is made. Text coast 98, 98, 98 and get free info kit. Protect your savings and grow today.
Over the last 1 year, the country has become something unorganized. There is a massive censorship complex. Federal agencies like the FBI, the IRS, the Justice Department, and even the Secret Service have been weaponized against political opponents. We're subject to constant surveillance. The government wraps itself in lies and secrets and disruption is pervasive within the regulatory agency and all this stuff. There's only one thing that can turn this over. And if you thought that the day that it made, you were mistaken. That's not something that I could do. But enough people want to reclaim our country. I've been leaders, all being sledgehammer at the American people of wheel to smash hard corrupt merger on state power. But I can only do that with real action before and after I get right. I'm Robert Kennedy Jr. and I'm running for president of the United States. I am Lucas Mason.
For more information, text Kennedy to 20241. April to Kennedy. Text to enroll for automated text messages. Messaging data rates may apply. And welcome back to our story along with Dr. David Clark. His website is infarming.org. Linked up at coasttocoasting.com. Big fun photos. David, they say that stress kills. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, it definitely contributes. We know that the more adverse childhood experiences you have, for example, is a major source of stress in my patients. Your life expectancy can be shortened. If you've got 6 or more of those ACEs in your background, your life expectancy is 20 years less. Why is that? It seems most likely that contributing to this is activation of inflammation in the body at an early age. But there are many other factors involved as well. let's say that there's good news here too that we can intervene. We can make a difference to the long-term impact of even childhood stress. And there's a good chance that by bringing the stress level down in ways we know how to do now, it will make a difference not only to your well-being and mood, but to your longevity as well.
Let's go back to the calls. Go to our wild card line. Cornelia is with us in Louisiana. Hello there, Mr. White.
Hey, George and Dr. David Clark. We're ready to go. Let the good times roll. I'm Mardi Gras man here in Alexandria, Louisiana. Not the John Guns of Gold man, the Bible Phillips convenience man. That'll be after Mardi Gras. And please, George, try to play Mardi Gras Monday and Tuesday. Because that's going to be the last 2 days of Mardi Gras. So try to get time to find Mardi Gras Mambo. You'll like that song. Now, Dr. Clark. Yes, sir. Tell us kindly. And George knows my situation too, and most of post-to-post listeners and pilots. And some of y'all sent me some stuffed animals and all kinds of stuff. Bibles with my name on it. So I want to thank you. And go to YouTube, Cornelius Lawson White. You can look me up too, Doc. I'm going to try to look you up because I'm not online, but I got a friend of mine that can get a hold of you. My problem was my feet haven't been washed in almost a year. And I asked the doctor for home health care because in 2010 I started sitting up like Celine Dion and stuff. And I dealt with childhood trauma. I was raised as a child. But George was that too. But my problem is the nurses listened to me, but the doctors would not. Oh, he's just some homeless vet. And they thought I was homeless because of the way I looked. George called me the big black Bigfoot because they looked at my feet and they were so ugly and stuff. My big toes, I got looked like I'm, like a hairy ape or something. But when doctors don't look at a patient as a person, I think that's where a lot of the trouble begins to. Like I said, I tried to tell the doctor I needed home health care. Now this Friday, and please pray for me and pray for Super and all the powers and listeners that are calling in with their problems. So they're trying to get me home health care now. But last year, I was walking out in my shoes and stuff, and I told the doctor, I said, I need help. So January the 15th, on Martin Luther King Day, I called for a medical emergency. I thought I was having a stroke. So I called for help. Oh man, we checked me out. Can't find nothing wrong with me. I told my feet. It's causing my head to say I'm having a stroke. So 2 weeks later, on February the 3rd, I had another medical emergency. I said, man, my head, it feels like I'm having a stroke and heart attack at the same time. And they said, well, we just came over here 2 weeks ago, Mr. White. What's wrong with you? I told my feet are hurting me. I can't change my socks or shoes or pants. I need help. So the doctor that sees me this time, I guess the doctor must have thrown in the shower nurses, but the nurses said, look, we know there's something wrong with you, Mr. White. You're going to take your shoes off. My socks said disintegrate. That's how bad I am with my feet. Boy, like I said, they look like Bigfoot and probably smell like Bigfoot. But it's maybe worse, right? Yeah. But anyway, Doc, I'm going to try to contact you. God bless you, George. God bless Coast to Coast AM. And please pray for all of us that are calling in with all the time. I'm going to try to get a hold of you, Doc. And I hope you can look up here later. Thank you for calling in.
We have some problems, David.
Yeah, very unfortunate. There's a lot that the healthcare system doesn't deal with very well. But the nice thing about the work that I do is when you see the response of the patients and how much they improve, it adds such a professional reward to your practice. And I just hope more physicians will find out about it. And thanks to your program, I'm sure more will.
East of the Rockies, Brandon's with us in Wilson, New York. Welcome to the show. Hi, Raymond.
Well, good morning, George Norrie, and good morning, Dr. Clark.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning. I've been suffering from a nervous breakdown for 8 years. My beautiful, gorgeous wife of 52 years passed away August 9, 2023. Thank you. I went from 180 pounds, I'm down to 123 pounds. My I can't have oil dairy or fat. I'm suffering from subconscious anxiety, major depression, GAD, and I can't take any antidepressants. I was able to 12 years ago. I can't now. I have paradoxical effects happening here, and I also have subconscious anxiety. My nerves are shot throughout the day, and at nighttime I become calm. And I've seen many psychiatrists. I've taken over 20 antidepressants, 5 mood stabilizers, and every one of them says my nerves through the roof. And I need help. I'm 72 years old. I've got 2 kids I love dearly, and I want to be loved for them. And excuse me, I don't want to cry over here. It's been a long journey. I believe I can understand that. Thank you, Dr. Clark.
So sorry about the loss of your wife. I just have to ask, which I would do if you were in my office, did you go through experiences as a kid that you wouldn't want for children of your own?
Absolutely, Doctor. My dad, I love my father. He's a wonderful father. Very patriotic. He would make me and my brother fight till we saw blood. When there was blood, the fight was over. That was every Friday night for a couple of years when I was 9, 10. I didn't know that was abuse. I thought everybody went through that. My father would tell me, you get in a fight, you back out. I'm gonna beat you. You get in a fight, get a piece of the guy, so the guy knows that you've been in a fight. And yeah, for a couple of years I had experienced that, along with physical abuse throughout my years. But you know, again, I thought that was natural.
Yeah, and this is very common in my patients, is that none of us has a parallel life to look to compare ourselves with. So when we look back at what we experienced as kids, it seems normal to us. And consequently, many of my patients, they've never shared stories like the one you just shared with anybody. I'm very often the first or second person who's ever heard a story like the one you just told. And yet it can have a profound impact on a person for decades into their adult life and affect their physical health as well, as you heard tonight. What do you recommend that you do then? Oh my goodness, without going over your record, it's clear that you've had a lot of medical care, a lot of diagnostic interventions. There's no way that I can evaluate that over the radio, but I can say that very often my patients have not had enough attention paid to the severe impact they suffered when they were growing up, when they were kids. And one thing that's very helpful to a lot of my patients is to look at that experience and imagine their own kids going through the same thing. What would it be like to watch your own child have to suffer that same kind of environment? And the purpose of that imagination exercise is to recognize how heroic you were to have come through all of that. And taking on that personal sense of being the hero of your own life can make a huge difference going forward. It can give you a strength to carry yourself with that can be at least a little of a bulwark against everything you're having to cope with today, including, very sadly, the loss of your wife. Clearly, what happened to Raymond as a kid has had a profound effect on him. There's no question. No question. I asked for this in New York. Run New York Post.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen. Great guest. David, I listen over the air. I'd like you to tell us or capitalize your medical training and when you finish your residency, what type of practice you do or the type of officially named doctor you were and your initial practice. But my main question is dealing with alternative modalities, even integrative medicine, Ayurveda, Chinese medicine, and even shamanic folk medicine. Have looked at that mind, body, spirit, and all the emotions and stuff that goes through. Have you done any research or looked at how effective they are in dealing with this trauma aspect? And I'll let you know what it is. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Yeah, I graduated from the University of Connecticut School of Medicine. I got an award for excellence there. Then I did my residency training at Harvard UCLA Medical Center for 5 years and finished there qualified and board certified in gastroenterology. And 2/3 of my career was garden variety gastroenterology patients, just as any other GI doc might be working with. In terms of the alternative treatments that you mentioned, I did look at those, but I didn't see a lot of research that was comparing them with alternatives that gave me confidence that they would be powerful enough to help the kind of patients that I was seeing. Instead, the framework that I was given by the psychiatrist that I mentioned at the top of the show, Harriet Kaplan, he gave me an approach that was very powerful. Looking at the stresses in a person's life at the moment, looking for trauma that a person suffers before their symptoms begin, looking at the adverse side.
Welcome back to Third Phase of Moon. My name is Blake Cousins, and in this episode, we're going to release an amazing video sent to us by Open Minds TV at the UFO International Conference. Now let's take a look at this video right now.
Very well done randomized controlled trials published in Abstract that show much greater effect on relieving pain than anything else we've seen before.
Please help me welcome Michael Trent.
From the Los Angeles VA Hospital, from Harvard, from Wayne University in Detroit, from Halifax in Nova Scotia.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank Open Minds for giving me the opportunity to join all of you today. And what I'd like to do for you this morning is give you a brief overview of Project Aquarius and give you some specific details regarding the interaction that Dr. Dan Burrish had with an extraterrestrial called J-Rod. And we've got some very quick announcements before we begin here. Number one, the information, drawings, and illustrations highlighted in this presentation originated from directly the testimony and direction of Dr. Dan Burrish. So in other words, I didn't make this up. This comes directly from Dr. Dan Burrish. He will be available after this presentation to address all your questions. And number two is a disclaimer. The drawings and computer-generated forensic composite illustrations shown in this presentation do not conform 100% to Dr. Dan and Marcy's testimony or descriptions and should be considered strictly as a visual aid specifically designed to give the general public an overall idea of what the S4 facility looked like. So in other words, I didn't get this 100% correct. There are some minor errors here and there in the renderings, but it's definitely sufficient to give all of us here today a good understanding and visual aid regarding what the S4 facility looked like. Now, this is the breakdown of what we'll be talking about today. I'll give you a background of Dr. Dan Burrish. We'll be discussing level 4-1. We'll be talking about walking the line. We'll describe what that actually means, what it pertains to. I'm going to give you a virtual blueprint floor-by-floor walkthrough of the 9 hangar bays all the way through the facility. We'll consider the extraterrestrial and alien craft because there is a difference. We'll talk about the Roswell craft. We'll talk about the propulsion research laboratory at S4. We'll consider the catwalk, the files department, and the cafeteria. For level 4-2, we'll consider Project Sidekick, the weapons research and development, Alice in Wonderland Rabbit, this is a good historical note, Looking Glass device, Stargate's ERBs or Einstein-Rosen bridges, the doctrine of convergent timeline paradox. Dropping down to level 4-3, we'll consider the MJ12 residential suites, the boardroom, the culture department, and analysis department. 4-4, we'll look at the weighing pads, the biocontainment labs, badge board, and decontamination procedure. And finally, on level 4-5, which is the lower floor of the facility, we'll consider the clean sphere, the scissor lift, the lighting, the iris aperture, the kick plates, airlock, and the test, which is the totally encapsulated soup. So that's the layout of what we'll be talking about today. So who is Dr. Dan Bursch? He was the youngest person ever to be elected into the Los Angeles Microscopical Society. And in 1985, he received his bachelor degree in biological sciences, and in 1986, a bachelor degree in psychology. In 1987, Dan explored the feasibility of becoming a priest here at St. Patrick's School of Theology. However, that didn't quite work out, so we actually had to bypass that. Now, in 1989, it was Dr. Edward Teller who arranged for Dan to take classes at the University of New York, Stony Brook, and he earned his PhD there. So I asked this question to all of you. Where have we seen this gentleman before, Dr. Edward Teller? Where have we seen him come up in the stories of these type of craft and vehicles before? It was none other than Dr. Teller who arranged for, allegedly, Bob Lazar to get his interview at EG&G at McCarran International Airport, and that's how he got his job at S4. So we have secondary independent confirmation that Dr. Edward Teller was involved. In 1991, he was employed at Desert Storm as a biowarfare expert. Now, in 1994, he received his Q clearance at S4, and he began working on something called Project Aquarius. And I will draw your attention here to the aircraft sectional chart that anyone can get at any local airport. This is something that's readily available. And if you look up here on the right-hand corner, you've got R-4808N. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most highly guarded airspace, Dreamland airspace in America. This is the borderline here. You'll notice Groom Lake is right up here, so we can see it does exist. Approximately 12 miles south of Groom Lake, there's something called Papoose Lake or Area S4. And it's important to note that if you ever try to break into this airspace within the 4808N airspace, Dreamland, three things immediately happen. Number one, ATC at Dreamland, air traffic control, will not allow you clearance to enter into their airspace. Number two, they will immediately, if you do not egress the area, they will immediately scramble an F-16 who will perform a particular maneuver where they'll fly perpendicular to your flight path at about 100 feet away from your aircraft, and then when you fly into his jet wash, it will either depart from controlled flight, or you might end up wrecking one of your wings or tearing one of your wings off. So that's the second thing. And the third and final thing is you'll receive a final warning to exit the area, and if nothing happens, they will lock on with a Sidewinder missile and they will neutralize the target. So the bottom line is don't try to break into Dreamland airspace. Okay, so at S4, again, he received his clearance, and he worked under the direction of the Naval Research Laboratory and the Defense Intelligence Agency. So these are the two outfits that are running the program at Area S4. The EG&G terminal, 737-200, how do you get to Area S4? Well, it's the EG&G terminal, which is the gateway to Area 51 and S4. As you're flying on this airliner here, just before the hairpin turn into the landing approach on Groom Lake runway, which is a 27,000-foot runway, it's the largest runway in the world, there's an ATC clearance called Pyramid. That is the clearance to land at Groom Lake. And what's interesting, a historical point from Dan Bursch indicated that on the trip on the 737-200 to Groom Lake, they played Neil Diamond's song Coming to America over and over and over again. So the question is, what is the encrypted symbolic message that they're playing on the airplane as you're going there? Well, under its original interpretation, that song talks about immigrants coming to America to make a better life for themselves. That makes a lot of sense. But under the direction of what happens at S4, it actually is talking about extraterrestrials coming to America and specifically coming to S4. That was confirmed by Dan Bursch as the correct interpretation. Now, when you land at Groom Lake, how do you get to S4? It's 12 miles away. There's three ways. you can take a blue-colored Air Force bus. That's number one. Number two, you take a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter. The third and final option is a Russian Mi-24 Hindy helicopter gunship. So those are the three options that you take to get to S4. Now we're flying. We've just landed. We're at the helicopter landing pad. We're now going to enter the facility for a virtual walkthrough. And you'll notice that there are some very interesting lines here on the tarmac. We have two parallel red lines, okay? And then there are two parallel blue lines. This is called walking the line. And you are told, according to Dan Bursch, and this is a very oppressive society, it's not a user-friendly area. It's not something that is a nice place to be at because there's black guards with guns, and it's an oppressive society. You are told to follow the blue lines and do not breach the boundaries of the red lines, because if you do, ladies and gentlemen, they will shoot you. That's the level of security that we're talking about here. Now, we're entering the facility, and you see this swinging door to enter the facility. It turns out that that is actually incorrect, so we've made the correction. The actual door to get into the S4 facility is none other than a double sliding glass door with an indented receptacle, which is circular. You turn that to the right, and that's how you get into the facility. Very similar to what you would see on your patio door. Now we've got the layout. We start at the top, it's 4-1. The second floor is 4-2. We've got 4-3, 4-4, and 4-5. We flip to the AutoCAD render to give you an idea of what that facility looks like. Keep in mind that anything below 4-1 is all underground. Now, area S4, 4-1, this is the blueprint that I was able to put together under the direction of Dr. Dan Bursch. And if the first thing that happens when you walk into this facility, you enter that door, what you see is this long hallway here, very long hallway. It has the same type line configuration or stripes on the floor. To the left, you'll see a red line. You cannot go to the left. On the right, there's a blue line. You can get access to that. So walking up here, the first room to the left, ladies and gentlemen, is actually the avionics lab. Just beyond that is the propulsion systems lab. Over here, we have a files department, and we have something called the briefing room. This is a very important room, the briefing room. Why? Because there's something called King Tut's or training update tapes, and they have something called blue 3-ring DTIC binders, which is Defense Technical and Information Center binders. So I just submit, we've all heard this thing about Carl Sagan stating that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Well, here's where the evidence is. In this facility, they not only have the hardware, but they've got the tissue samples, they've got the motion picture film reels, they've got the high visual digital audio tapes. It's all here. This is what we're looking for. So, on the far western wall, on the interior of each of the 9 hangar bays, there is a 4-1 in red paint circled by a red circle. So that indicates that you are at area S4, floor 1. That's the significance there. The first hangar bay, which is right here, this is hangar bay number 1, was none other than Bob Lazar's sport model, or a P45 sport model. Hangar bay number 2, we believe to be the exact same vehicle, or possibly an ARV, alien reproduction vehicle. Hangar bay 3, ladies and gentlemen, was the Roswell craft, which was covered by a tarp, so Dan didn't get to see the entire configuration, but it was the Roswell craft. Next we have, in the next hangar, which is number 4, is the P-52 Orion craft. The next hangar bay 5 was empty. Hangar bay 6 contained a man-made F-22 conversion, or sort of a dog and pony show of what was in hangar bay 3. So it was a man-made version of the Roswell craft. Up here we have, it's believed to be the 1953 crash retrieval in Kingman, Arizona. That was what was in the next hangar, which is 7. Hangar bay 8 contained a black isosceles triangle that was nicknamed the licorice drop. Hangar bay 9, ladies and gentlemen, was empty. So that's the layout here. Up on the left-hand corner, I've got a very crude gymnasium lighting. That's the important thing to remember. When you're in this facility, it's not impeccable lighting on the first floor, so that's why we have that. Moving over to the right, we have the biohazard suppression area. We have the overflow files department. And then we have the communication area. And then you look over to the bottom right here is the meals ready to eat or the cafeteria. And you'll notice here that the different colors indicate the compartmentalization of the people who work on different programs at Area S4. So if you work on Project Sidekick, or if you work on Project Galileo, you sit in the red area. If you work on weapons research, you sit in the black area. As we mentioned, the orange area is Project Looking Glass. So what they're doing is they're quarantining the employees and engineers who work on the different programs so that these things remain secret. Okay, so this is a far look down of the main hallway. As soon as you walk in, you see that red stripe and the blue stripe on the right-hand side. We've got the avionics lab and the propulsion system labs on the immediate left-hand side. Now, right to the left, there is an I Want to Believe poster, confirmed by Dr. Dan Burrish. Over to the right, there is a nurse there and a weighing pad. So all this talk about trying to smuggle things out of S4 so that we can prove all this is real, well, it's next to impossible. Why? Because they weigh you in the newt when you get there, and they weigh you in the newt when you get out. And if there's a discrepancy within ounces, it's over. So you're going to be very careful here. Now, 4-1, looking down through the catwalk to the left-hand side, this is the first hangar bay, is the 52-foot diameter Malazar sport model. So this is looking down through the catwalk. Over here we have hangar bay 2, which again is believed to be the same craft or an alien reproduction vehicle. Hangar bay 3 is the P-24 Roswell craft. You'll notice the 4-1, we're at Area S4, Level 1. Now, this is interesting. I did not make this statement, but Dr. Dan Burrish and even the late geologist Dr. Phil Schneider indicated that the F-22 Raptor, the exterior configuration of the F-22 Raptor was originating from the original Roswell craft. That's a very bombshell statement to make, but if you take away the vertical stabilizers on the F-22 Raptor and then you remove the air intakes and then you do something what Dan Burrish told me, is if you drew a spline curve and connected all of the major points or intersecting areas on the Raptor, what you end up with, ladies and gentlemen, is the Roswell craft. So this comes directly from Dan Burrish. Is there any way to prove this? Well, take a look at the historical legacy on the origin point of stealth technology, and we'll start up here. There is a defining feature that goes through all these configurations. You've got the FB-22 up here. We've got a Russian stealth configuration here. Down here to the left, we've got a Northrop configuration. Just to the right of that, we've got the Testers Model Corporation, Rockford, Illinois, the F-19 configuration by Lockheed, and then we've got the configuration from the movie Stealth, which was released in 2005. All these configurations contain the same design model. In fact, they contain the same wing root to fuselage joint, which is completely integrated and smooth contoured, identical to the B-2 stealth bomber to reduce the radar cross signature. That is the defining design feature on these stealth technologies, the same thing you'll see in the Roswell craft. Hangar Bay 4 was a P-52 Orion craft. This is the original configuration. This is the cleaned up configuration on the bottom side by Dr. Dan Burrish. Hangar Bays 5 and Bays 9 were empty. And you'll notice too that there are these interesting tracks here, and these were used to pull the craft out of the hangar bays so that they could be test flown on the tarmac immediately from the entrance of the facility. Hangar Bay 6 was the man-made reproduction of the P-24 Roswell craft that was in Hangar Bay 6. Hangar Bay 7, again, that Dan believed, but not be completely confirmed, that this was the 1953 Kingman UFO crash retrieval vehicle was covered by a tarp. Hangar Bay 8 contained a black isosceles triangle. They called it the licorice drop, according to Dan Bursch. And I will mention that everything from Hangar Bay 1 to Hangar Bay 7 were all extraterrestrial vehicles. Hangar Bay 8 was the only alien vehicle because there's a difference between extraterrestrials and aliens. And according to Dr. Dan Bursch, the exterior configuration, or what it looked like when you saw this craft, it looked like a black liquid mercury that you could fall into. It was a very unique surface texture on this particular craft. So, we've got Bob Lazar stating that S4 exists. That's what he said back in 1988, 1989. We've got Dr. Dan Bursch coming forward stating that S4 exists. We also have Bill Newhouse, who worked on the flight simulators at S4 and at Los Alamos National Lab. So we've got three independent people confirming the same thing. You'll see the cutaway AutoCAD drawing originating from Bill Newhouse, indicating that there was a flight simulator, a flying saucer flight simulator that was attached to a gimbal mount, and you could rotate this thing almost up to 90 degrees. There was a diagnostic cable attached to the vehicle when it was static, but when it was energized, the diagnostic cable gets released, and then you could quote-unquote fly the vehicle at that time. So, the P-45 craft was the sport model, measured 52 feet in diameter, was 16 feet high, it had a smooth, polished aluminum exterior configuration. And then I want to take you inside here, show you some of the interior components. It had three different levels. We've got the lower bay, we've got the mid-deck, and the upper deck. So that's what we've got right there. Now let's zoom inside. We'll take a look at what it looks like inside. On the bottom section of the vehicle, there were three gravity amplifiers. Right above that, we have the mid-deck, which contained three gravity amplifier heads, three seats that all sat in the same direction, which were too small for human test pilots to fit into. Then we've got a gravity amplifier system here. We've got a antimatter reactor and a waveguide that goes all the way up through the mid-deck and what we believe to be the avionics or navigation department right here, and these are not windows. So that's the layout of the sport model according to Mr. Bob Lazar. Now, spend 15 seconds on the propulsion system of this vehicle. Element 115 is machined into triangles at Los Alamos, transported to S4. It is loaded into the antimatter reactor, and then the target substance is bombarded with protons. And when a proton plugs into the nucleus of an atom of element 115, it bumps its atomic number up to element 116, which immediately decays and releases antimatter. That is the power source for the vehicle in a near 100% thermoelectric generator. So that's a breakdown of the propulsion system. Project Aquarius terminology. Let's talk about some terminology here. Project Galileo. Project Aquarius is nothing more than an umbrella term for everything having to do with mankind's interaction with extraterrestrials. Below that, there are about 5 different programs. The first one is Project Galileo. It dealt with the propulsion system of extraterrestrial and future terrestrial vehicles. So that was the first one. Second one under Project Aquarius was Project Sidekick. Relates to a weapons program. No further information is available from Dan Bursch on that program. Project Looking Glass dealt with the physics of seeing the effects of an artificially produced gravity wave on time. The fourth project was a second generation weapons program which originated with Project Sidekick, no program name provided. The fifth program dealt with a series of biological defense operations which Dan served in the capacity of senior scientist. So those are the programs that fell under Project Aquarius. So how did the J-Rod craft, or what was termed the Kingman 1953 UFO crash retrieval, how did it get to S4? Ladies and gentlemen, it got there by a 40-ton, what's called a dragon wagon tank hauler. That's how they got it there. to the facility. Now, in 1953, according to Dr. Dan Bursch, there was a UFO crash retrieval at Kingman, Arizona. There were 3 bodies recovered. One died on impact. He was still contained to his biocontainment device. The other one went to Los Alamos, and the third and final one went to Area 51 S4. That's the J-Rod that Dan Bursch worked with. Now, in 1954, according to Dan Bursch, there was a meeting between President Dwight D. Eisenhower and representatives of the P-52 Orions, and a treaty was signed. A copy of that treaty was kept at Area S4, Level 4-1, and they also gave President Eisenhower something called the Orion Cube, which we'll talk about as well. What is the Orion Cube? It was also known as the Yellow Book. It has nothing to do with phone numbers, okay? What it is it's a 8 by 8 inch square cube, and it's a quantum viewing device that you could, once it's accessed, you could look at the probabilities of future events. There was protocols that had to be followed in order to activate this. And at one time, it's believed that this cube was stored at level 4-1. Later, it was moved to the Scottish Rite Masonic Temple just outside Washington, D.C. From that point further, we don't know where it is. So that's the lineage of the Orion Cube. Now, interesting to note that there are 3 events that took place in 1947. Is there a coincidence? I don't think there is. We've got the Roswell crash on July 2nd, 1947. Then we've got the formation of the CIA in 1947 and the formation of the Independent Air Force also in 1947. 3 events happening at the same time. In 1952, it was the National Security Agency who, according to the CIA, had improper intelligence, so partial majestic control of Project Aquarius was handed over to the quote new boys on the block because they came after the Central Intelligence Agency. So there was this animosity that continues today between the Central Intelligence Agency and the National Security Agency. Now, moving down to 4-2, we've got the SolidWorks rendering and also the AutoCAD rendering of 4-2. Moving into the facility, the first thing you'll see when you look and walk into level 4-2 is a 3-foot tall statue of an Alice in Wonderland rabbit. There's a symbolic message that they're giving you here. There's a primary looking glass device, and then on either side of that primary looking glass device, ladies and gentlemen, there are 2 secondary ERBs or Einstein-Rosen bridges. Up on the left, I've got a graphic of what we have termed the galactic positioning codes, because when you access a Stargate at the S4 facility, you don't need to have a galactic positioning code on your arm or flip book, because all that data is inside the control room. But when you go outside S4, you do need to get this positioning code data so that you know where you're going. Here we've got the jump pads at 4-2. And then down here, we've got the Project Sidekick storage facility. There's also one just below that. To the right, we've got weapons research and development. I've got a blown up view of the looking glass device here. We're going to consider something called the doctrine of convergent timeline paradox. And then we're also going to consider how did the U.S. government get the technology to access naturally occurring stargates throughout the world. It has to do with the Sumerian cylinder seals that were recovered in Baghdad years ago. Now, this is a SolidWorks rendering of the looking glass device. You'll notice that there's this toroid or donut ring-shaped device. And inside this, we have multiple permanent electromagnets. And this is consistent with 6 electromagnetic fields that form above this device. There is a up and down actuating rotating cylinder, so it's a height adjustable rotating cylinder which is attached to a 3-axis gimbal system. That's the general layout of the looking glass device. Now, what does this thing do? Well, it can actually warp the fabric of space-time both forwards and back, and you can actually see the probabilities of future events. That's the primary function. However, there's a secret to the looking glass device, which Dan Bursch has told us. what you can do is you can flip this device up at 45-degree angle, and if you tune it to a slightly different frequency, it can be used as a Stargate. So it actually has a dual purpose. You've got these spires or guide rings just above the looking glass device. These are used to guide the electromagnetic field over the looking glass device. It's something that you can hit with your hand. Now, per Dan's comments, there was a 3-foot-tall statue of an Alice in Wonderland rabbit. He had a maroon vest, he had golden fringes, and he had black buttons. He was holding a clock, and this is symbolic that you're going down the rabbit hole into a world that's beyond belief, and that's exactly what happens in the looking glass area. So it was a symbolic encrypted message. Now, when we talk about time travel and we talk about the doctrine of convergent timeline paradox, in my assessment, there is no better illustration of this concept than the movie Back to the Future 2. And they talk about this in that movie. So just to illustrate this, for example, on the bottom here, we've got something called the flow of time, representative of the bottom arrow or timeline 1. That's the timeline we're on. So we're moving down this timeline and everything is fine, everything is great. And then somebody decides to flip on one of these looking glass devices. And this is called the looking glass point of observation. That's right here. Now, we have someone that is looking into the future of probable events. At that point, at that exact point in time, we are no longer, ladies and gentlemen, on timeline 1, but we are now on timeline 2. And we have, theoretically, we have affected our future timeline 1. So that's how this works. Now, in this movie, a DeLorean is used to go from the year 1985 to the year 2015. And a character by the name of Biff Tannen, he eventually comes into possession of something called the Gray Sports Almanac, 1950 to 2005. He picks this up from an 80s memorabilia store. He goes back to the year 1985, and it's a cakewalk. He knows all the results, all the sports scores, to the horse racing, to NFL, to hockey. He turns out to be a billionaire. It's just incredible. But in the process of doing that, he completely destroys himself, everyone he's with, and everything, all the surroundings. So you can see of the catastrophic consequences of looking into the future. It has a very serious consequence. And that's borne out by what we see here with the Mayan calendar. Some believe, ladies and gentlemen, that on December 21st of 2012, it's the end of the world. However, some take a more positive approach and indicate that this is a new dawning of an age of enlightenment. And this is, if we flip over to the prophecy rock by the Hopis here, they have a similar motif. They talk about the evolution of mankind's consciousness on this bottom straight line, and then something happens. An event takes place where we go off into chaos, and that's what you see with this squiggly line. So again, it's very destructive in some cases to try to predict future events. It can have catastrophic consequences. Here you see the rendering 3D Max Studio rendering of the looking glass device. We've got the transport pads in this location. Everything that took place in this facility was recorded on digital videotape. So they have the evidence. There's no question about it. You can see the electromagnetic fields forming above the looking glass device. There was a stand clear yellow and black stripe that followed the circumference of the looking glass device. Now again, this is Dan Burrish's rendering. We talk about the looking glass configuration. It's the general configuration on the upper left-hand corner. And then on the upper right-hand corner, we've rotated the device 45 degrees from the horizontal, and now it's in the, quote, Stargate configuration. So that's what we see there. The flip book, this was something that engineers wore on their arms, and it was kind of a GPS code book, because you have to know where you are and where you're going when you operate or access one of these Stargates. Now, some of you may have seen the movie Stargate. The actual Stargate looks nothing like what you see in the movies. The only thing that is consistent is this metal catwalk that gets you into the actual Stargate. That's the only similarity in the entire operation. Level S4, level 3. We're moving on to level 3. This is the SolidWorks rendering. Below, we have the AutoCAD rendering. Now, there are at least 3 primary areas to 4-3. You'll notice that there are 3 distinct segments here. Each has 4 residential suites. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Majestic 12 residential suites. That's where they stay when they get to S4. It consists of a very simple 1-bedroom apartment with a sunken living area. There's a tile walkway to enter the facility. There's a single TV. There's 1 single bathroom. So that's the S4 Majestic 12 residential suite. You also know that we've got the culture department. We've got the analysis department just to the right and below the culture department. Up here on the right, we've got the call-outs, the leader call-outs. We've got slider trays. We've got pressure incubators. And when I was going through this, it really dawned on me that there's a lot of attention to detail here. And it was my assessment that this was coming from a man who had practical application experience in working in this environment. I mean, it just seemed to me that you couldn't make this up. There was a lot of detail here. It really seemed that this was someone who could speak from experience that was actually working in the facility. Now, level 4-4, that's where we're moving on to now. A number of primary areas here. We have the badge board. This is a blow-up of the badge board on 4-4. We've got a meeting room or a board room in that facility. There are multiple biocontainment labs in level 4-4, and we'll zoom in and blow up that area right here. These are the decontamination areas, and Dan Burrish's desk at S4, level 4-4, was right in this facility right here. So again, the level of attention to detail to me was just astounding. It really seemed like someone who was actually working there. Now, some of you may have seen this before. This is Dan Burrish's security badge at S4. We've got Madge here, that's short for Majestic. That was the program that was operated under Truman in 1947. And then we've got these diagonally striped blue and darker blue running along the upper left-hand corner. This is the same configuration that Bob Lazar talked about as well. So again, we've got secondary independent confirmation that there was a security badge that actually looked like that. His badge number was H6196MAJ. Level 4-5, very important floor. This is the clean sphere floor. And you'll notice that there is an iris. This iris can move out for the clean sphere floor. You've got these orange cables going across the clean sphere, and they are to suspend the beehive lights. There was a boardroom on the right side, 1 boardroom on the left side, and then we've got the actuation of the actual clean sphere floor. So what does this thing actually look like? Before you get into the clean sphere, there's multiple protocols that have to be followed. This is the entire layout of the protocols. The 4-5 gantry vehicle and overview of clean sphere entry protocol. So you've got the totally encapsulated suit that you have to contend with. You have to have a positive pressure environment in that suit. And the umbilical cords that take place at this stage are integrated into the clean sphere. Now, detailed views. We've got the PINS device. What did Dan Burrish do when he got there? He worked with this PINS device, which is the pressure-induced needle system. He carried a briefcase with him when he got into the airlock, which gained access to the clean sphere. Down here, I've got the representation of the 40-ton Dragon Wagon tank hauler. Shows you how they got the craft to the facility. And this is a rendering of the airlock here. This is a layout of what the 4-5 facility looks like. So picture in your mind's eye a large square building, somewhat similar to what we have here. And on all 4 corners, you'll have this fillet radius. So the corners aren't sharp, but they're blended really nicely. And then on the lower floor, you've got something called a scissor lift. It's the same type of scissor lift you see in manufacturing and construction sites. And just above that, of course, we've got a hydraulically actuated scissor lift. There's a floor with a large circular cutout with something called the clean sphere. And the clean sphere, ladies and gentlemen, is not a complete sphere. It's like an orange cut in half, so it's strictly a half of a sphere. That's what we'll be considering here. Here we see the SolidWorks rendering of the CleanSphere device, and then the scissor lift, almost identical to what you would see at your local airport with these concession trucks that bring this box up to the 747 cargo bay and then bring in the meals. That's the same type of configuration that you would see at the bottom of 4-5. Here's the rendering of what the CleanSphere actually looked like. It was 52 feet across. The plexiglass clear bubble was 2 inches thick. Think about the manufacturing that had to take place to get that there. Just an incredible level of engineering. Impeccable lighting was located on 4-5, which is different than level 4-1. There were 7 indented windows, or majestic 12 observation gallery windows. They measured 2.5 feet wide, 4.5 feet tall. So there were 7 of those, so that you could look down inside the CleanSphere as you're taking tissue samples from the J-Rod. That's what we see here. Now we've got something called the beehive lights. These beehive lights could actually move along trapeze cables. They could be lowered and raised through a telescopic device, and these were actually designed and built by J-Rods and the S4 engineers. Just an impeccable level of lighting on 4-5. Why is that needed? Because you don't want any shadows when you're taking tissue samples from an extraterrestrial. Here you can see the edge of the 4-5 floor, which is in the yellow and black stripe right here, and then also the edge of the CleanSphere bubble right here. That's what we're indicating in this illustration. Now, there's something called kick plates that actually are manually operated, and they seal the gap between the CleanSphere edge and the floor of 4-5, the opening. That's what they do. And according to Dan Burish, these were done by hand manually, and when you slam these down, there's a big bang that takes place. So it's something that he really stressed. Here we see the scissor lift lifting the CleanSphere up to the second floor of 4-5. And then you can see again the hydraulically actuated scissor lift. Now, we'll talk about the test or totally enclosed suit. Similar to what you would see in the Gemini, Mercury, even the Apollo program in 1969. It's a positive pressure suit to keep out biocontaminants. That's actually its job. And when Dan Burish was at 4-5 inside the CleanSphere, he was taking upwards of 300 tissue samples from the J-Rod because he suffered from a genetic neuropathy defect. And the overall program was to find a cure for that genetic defect. And one way they did that is to use this pressure-induced needle system that Dr. Dan Burish personally told me was very small. He called it a Saturday night special. And it had a pneumatically actuated hose off the aft end of the pins device. There was a small cartridge that was loaded right inside the shaft here, and you could take the tissue samples that was sent up to the analysis department. So that's how they did that. He also carried a briefing case with him with multiple needles and cartridges that went inside the CleanSphere as well. Now again, remember, they weigh you in the nude when you get in, and when you drop down to 4-5, they weigh you in the nude again. So there's just no way you're going to sneak anything out of 4-5. This is a very well done pencil sketch by Mark McCandlish, who is again the world's premier aerospace illustrator, showing Dan Burish being suited up in the test suit and then entering the airlock or decontamination chamber for entry into the CleanSphere. Now, what in the world does J-Rod mean? I mean, we've heard this before. In its simplest terms, J-Rod means 15 because J on the computer keyboard is the 10th letter in the English language. The dash or rod was symbolic of the Mayan glyph that indicated the number 5. So you put those together, you get 15. That's also symbolic because he traveled from 15 light years away to get to Earth. So that's the definition of J-Rod and how he got his name. Now, 2 quotes from Dan Burish that are very important. He said, "I have never met an alien, but I have met an extraterrestrial. The difference being that an extraterrestrial such as a J-Rod is actually a future human and therefore shares a same human lineage. A true alien, on the other hand, would bear no such human lineage. So that's the difference between an extraterrestrial and an alien. Now, when he was working there, you can see him with the PINS device taking samples from the J-Rod. And he was called Kaela, a little bit of description of what he looked like. He measured 3.5 feet tall. He had dark brown appearance, very black inset eyes, a disproportionately large head. He had a small nose, long arms, and no teeth. Interesting to note that the designation for this particular J-Rod was EBE-53AZ2. That stands for Extraterrestrial Biological Entity, 1953, UFO Crash Retrieval, Kingman, Arizona, number 2. Because remember, the first one died on impact, the other one went to a Y11 facility at Los Alamos. Now, during one of these tissue sample sessions, remember, you have to follow a certain protocol to approach this J-Rod. You have to raise up your right hand, the J-Rod raises his right hand, and then you take multiple bride straps together, and then you meet in the center. During one occasion within the clean sphere, the J-Rod, who was known as Kaela, he broke the protocol, rushed Dan, and they had developed a friendship at this time, so this had never happened before, and he wasn't under attack, but Dan Bursch was startled about what took place. He stepped back and accidentally caught his boot of the total encapsulated suit on the grid structure of the bottom of floor of 4-5, and he tripped over backwards on his oxygen tank. And the J-Rod proceeded to infuse into him a tremendous amount of material having to do with future events. So it's incredible what took place inside the clean sphere. This is an illustration by Mark McCandless showing the decontamination process within the airlock for entry into the 4-5 facility. Now, again, how did they get this technology to access these naturally occurring stargates? Ladies and gentlemen, they got those from the Sumerian cylinder seals, in some cases from the Baghdad Museum. Now, what you'll do here is you'll take a piece of wet clay and you'll roll that over the clay, the cylinder seal, and you'll end up with this positive relief. Now, according to Dan Bursch, what the government figured out how to do is you take a mirror, go right down the center line of one of these glyphs, and you get a mirror image, which is nothing more than a blueprint on how you access these naturally occurring stargates. That's how they did it. That's how they did it. Now, in 2003, something interesting happened. J-Rod was moved from his position within the Clean Sphere 4-5 facility. He was flown to Abydos Temple, which is down the Nile River. Perhaps some of you have been there, actually. And remember, he has to be in his own positive pressure atmospheric environment or he'll die. So they ended up building a stroller for him. This is Dr. Dan Bursch's illustration of what that stroller actually looked like. And recall, too, that they were friends at the time. So Dan Bursch was sad that J-Rod could not go home to his family and be with his family. He had a compassion for him. So in this act of compassion, during the accessing by the government of one of these naturally occurring stargates at Abydos Temple, Dan Bursch thrust forward that stroller and pushed Kaela into this stargate, sending him home. However, Dan and the stroller device were kicked out. He got into a lot of trouble for this, but it was an act of compassion on Dr. Dan Bursch. There was a very interesting piece of nostalgia at the end of Groom Lake Runway, according to Dan Bursch. There is a sign there that has multiple arrows pointing in every direction, and the sign says home. And this is a symbolic message that what takes place at S4, perhaps Groom Lake, home is underground, it's in outer space, it's north, it's east, it's west, home is everywhere. There's a symbolic encrypted message being employed in this symbol here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's really important that we honor the courage that Dan Bursch had to come forward and give us this information regarding the specific details of the S4 facility and providing all of us a potential for a very bright future, which is on the nearby horizon. And I want to thank you for your attention.
We want to thank Open Minds TV for submitting their amazing video right here at Third Phase of Moon. And if you captured anything amazing in regards to UFOs, you could contact us via Skype or Facebook. My name is Blake Cousins, and we'll see you again next time.
About me? Yeah. Well, I actually enjoyed it. I have no idea. I've never bothered to ask, and I don't think I should actually.
Our sun is one of billions of stars in the Milky Way galaxy. And our galaxy is one of hundreds of billions, maybe a trillion in the universe. From the Hubble Space Telescope comes a view of the universe that was. A magnificent trip through the mists of history and back nearly all the way to the Big Bang. Each smudge, each clump, each block of light. A billion stars here, a trillion stars there. If you want to know our place in the universe, take a look up and far, far away to the realm of alien galaxies. Ours is a universe of motion, expansion, light, and blackness.
We think the universe is about 13.6 billion years old. So just to put that in context, the Earth, the solar system, is just over 4 billion years old. So the universe is just over 3 times older than the Earth.
Across the vast reaches of the interstellar void, distant stars are held together by the long reach of gravity's unyielding grip. Over billions of years, these stars have come together to form galaxies.
A galaxy is a collection of 100 billion or so stars. And these stars are by no means touching each other or actually anywhere near each other compared to their sizes. They're very, very far apart from one another.
The thing that blows my mind about galaxies is what monsters they are. They are incredibly huge. If the sun were the size of a period on a page, the dot of an eye, our galaxy would be the size of the continental United States. So they're gigantic.
Astronomers have always known there was something special about the band of stars and dust that seemed to encircle the night sky above them. It's our galaxy, a white smudge they called the Milky Way.
That band of light is a collected light of hundreds of thousands of stars that you can't see individually with your eye. And that was made by the Greeks. They thought it looked like a milky river, so they called it the Milky Way.
There are 100 billion stars in our galaxy, and there are 100 billion galaxies in the observable universe. That's more stars in the universe than grains of sand on the beaches of the Earth.
If you imagine a galaxy itself is the size of a hockey puck, then the galaxies are spaced from one to another about a few diameters apart. So if there's a puck there and a puck over there, that's kind of the way the galaxies are spaced in the universe.
Pictures from the Hubble Space Telescope show the wide variety of alien galaxies. The Sombrero Galaxy, also known as M104. One of the most massive objects in a gigantic cluster of galaxies, the Sombrero Galaxy contains nearly 800 billion times as much mass as our Sun. Compared to the Milky Way, Sombrero has a much larger bulge relative to its highly wound disk. This image of the Sombrero Galaxy is also a prime example of what happens when three of the world's top space telescopes join forces. The Chandra X-ray Observatory, taking an image of the high-powered X-rays emitted by the Sombrero Galaxy. The Hubble Space Telescope, snapping an optical picture, capturing the visual light that's made the multi-million light-year journey to Earth. And the Spitzer Space Telescope, capturing an infrared version, looking at the Sombrero Galaxy's heat signature. Melded together, these three images provide a stunning and unforgettable look at a galaxy 28 million light-years away. M51, a whirlpool galaxy. Its spiral arms twisting like cotton candy being spun. The center of the whirlpool galaxy is so densely packed with stars, anyone living on planets there would be under a constant bright sky, day or night. Centaurus A, a galaxy sending out massive amounts of radio waves. Think of it as an interstellar broadcaster, beaming its signal throughout the universe all day, every day. It's the closest of the so-called active galaxies, galaxies that pour out tremendous amounts of energy from their cores. This is the Hubble Ultra Deep Field image. Created using the Hubble Space Telescope, it shows us how truly vast and distant the universe really is, and how those far-off spaces are anything but empty.
When you look very deep in the universe, you're looking back in time. So you're looking back at galaxies right back to when they were very, very young, when they were only a few percent of their current age. So the Hubble Ultra Deep Field is really like a time tunnel. It gives us a glimpse of galaxies as they were before the Earth was in existence. The Earth is 4 billion years old. We're seeing galaxies as they were 13 billion years old. So the light left these objects before there was any Earth at all.
The nearest large galaxy to ours, the Andromeda Galaxy, is about 2 million light years away. So the light from the Andromeda Galaxy takes 2 million years to get here. So we're seeing it as it looks 2 million years away. And that's one of the more near-bright galaxies. As we look farther and farther out in space, then we're looking farther and farther back through time.
To get a better idea of the concept, just visit one of the most spectacular vistas on Earth, the majestic Grand Canyon.
As you look down the layers, you get older and older rocks, and we can tell what the different environments were. So we can actually look at the geologic history of this area over time, and in essence, look back through the environment that was located right here, back over hundreds of millions of years. There's history. So by looking at stars further and further away from the Earth, astronomers can get an idea of the evolution of the universe.
From the earliest days of galactic astronomy, observers noticed galaxies came in a variety of shapes and sizes.
The two main types of galaxies are spiral galaxies, like our Milky Way, which have spiral arms and a thin disk, and then elliptical galaxies, which are sort of more spherically or elliptically shaped, and they don't have spiral arms. The spiral galaxies have a lot of gas and dust in them, from which new stars are forming right now. Whereas the elliptical galaxies seem to have formed their stars long ago. They don't have that much gas and dust, so they're not forming stars right now. There's also some irregular galaxies, which generally have a lot of gas and dust, but not in a nice spiral form.
Detecting these far-off accumulations of stars is made easier when astronomers search for the streaming, blasting beacons found near the center of many of them. Violent and erratic hearts beat at the center of many alien galaxies, sending out so much energy they can overwhelm the amount of energy produced by all of the other stars within them. These are the active galactic nuclei.
So we look at some galaxies and we find that they have at their very center very powerful engines that are producing a tremendous amount of light. We can tell that they're very far away, and yet they're still very bright when we look at them. So they must be tremendously powerful, dumping a lot of energy out every second.
Among the most violent and powerful of the active galactic nuclei, the mysterious phenomenon called quasars.
When we look at quasars, quasi-stellar objects, and see how far away they are, some of them are tremendously bright. The brightest one of them is about 1 trillion times as bright as our sun.
Spectacular streams of electromagnetic energy, bright beacons lighting up the sky for billions of miles. These high-energy sources provide a stunning reminder of the universe's power to illuminate.
A quasar itself can be brighter than an entire galaxy. So when we look at a quasar like 3C273, the Hubble Space Telescope took some images of this, and we found that it has a big jet of material shooting out of the side of it, almost the size of the galaxy itself.
These are really weird things, these active galactic nuclei.
As active galactic nuclei show, space is a violent place. And as it turns out, there's a massive collision going on. Right in our own backyard. The culprit? A galaxy called the Canis Major Dwarf Galaxy. As the name implies, dwarf galaxies are small, making them even more difficult to detect. Now, the Canis Major Dwarf Galaxy is taking aim at the Milky Way. Two galaxies on a collision course from which, thanks to gravity, there is no escape.
When a small galaxy comes too close to a large galaxy, the tidal effects will cause it to be stretched out and destroyed. So the gravitational attraction of the larger galaxy will actually pull and stretch the stars in the smaller galaxy. So a collection of galaxies that has a relative spacing compared to their size, about like the way these pucks are laid out on the ice, all these galaxies would be moving through space with respect to one another. But every once in a while, one of these galaxies is going to bump into another one. Now, when that happens, the shape of the galaxy would actually become distorted and stretched out. Pucks are solid. Galaxies are made of individual stars, each of which feels the gravity of all the others and become distorted and torn into tidal tunnels, with big swooping arc of stars in either direction.
And that's how the once far-off stars from an alien galaxy, blazing through space for millions upon billions of miles, can end up blending right in with our own. But what caused these stars to clump together in galaxies? Why has the matter and mass of the universe fused into these spectacular structures? To find the answer, we have to turn our clocks back millions and billions of years ago. Go back far enough, and you reach a point where all the matter and space and time become compressed and compacted into an infinitely small point, a gravitational singularity of infinite dimension. It's a point
time. Eventually, you get to a point where the density will become extremely hard. If you go far enough, all the mass and energy that we have in the universe will be in a single location, and we would find infinite density. We think that the expansion of the universe is telling us something very profound, that the universe has a beginning point in time.
In those moments after the Big Bang, the rules of our universe and stars took shape. And one of the biggest rules was the law of gravity.
After the Big Bang, the universe, of course, was expanding. But there were some parts that were denser than others. Those denser parts started gravitationally contracting, and they formed galaxies. Pockets of gas within those gravitationally contracting clouds formed stars, because those pockets gravitationally contracted even more than the general cloud of gas.
It would take hundreds of millions of years for the first galaxy to coalesce into existence.
We don't know exactly when this happened. We can see pretty mature galaxies about 1 billion years after the Big Bang. And the earliest objects that I can see are about 500 million years after the Big Bang. So it's within this period that we think the very earliest objects switched on. But we haven't yet found a time when there were no galaxies at all.
To learn more about alien galaxies, we need to solve the many mysteries of our Milky Way's own place in the universe.
When we want to look at the structure of our galaxy, the difficulty that we run into is that we're inside of it. We can only see what we can see from inside. Moreover, there's dust and gas blocking our lines of sight, so we can't see very far from our position in our galaxy in many different directions.
We think the Milky Way is a barred spiral galaxy reaching about 100,000 light years across, with a 3,000 light year thick core. Most galaxies in the universe are smaller. The Milky Way and many alien galaxies are like cities with a central dense core and less dense suburbs. For spiral galaxies like our own Milky Way, that means a trip to visit the burbs is not unlike a trip on the freeways.
All the stars in our galaxy are orbiting around the center. We're about 30,000 light years away from the center, and it takes us about 250 million years to make one orbit around the galaxy. Now, the stars are all in their orbits, they're all moving around the galaxy. So what causes these beautiful spiral arms that we see? Well, they're sort of a density wave, an area where the stars in the galaxy are just a little bit denser, more packed together than the rest of the galaxy. Different stars move into the density wave, different stars move out. But the density wave stays there, and that's the spiral arm. It's a lot the same way that traffic jams get started on the freeway. Something happens that makes maybe one star slow down, some sort of gravitational interaction, and other stars slow down in response to it. And all of a sudden you've got a traffic jam. So galaxies seem to naturally form these spiral density waves.
2.5 million light years away, a menacing counterpart to our galaxy sits and swirls, casting a wary eye toward the Milky Way. It's the dance partner for our galaxy, our biggest neighbor and our biggest nemesis. It's called M31, better known as the Andromeda Galaxy.
The Andromeda Galaxy is about the same size as our Milky Way. It's about 100,000 light years across. It's a spiral galaxy. it has perhaps a little bit less active star formation going on right now than our Milky Way, but otherwise it's quite similar.
Andromeda is probably also the product of several smaller galaxies that coalesced or interacted over time.
One of those galaxies may be responsible for Andromeda's double nucleus. Two huge clumps of stars found at its center. On Earth, we've been keeping an eye on our trillion-star neighbor for centuries. Persian texts from the 10th century mentioned this small cloud in the skies. But at the time, there was no way of knowing that Andromeda was an entirely separate galaxy, 2.5 billion light years away. That makes it the furthest object in the universe you can see with the naked eye. While the Milky Way may be able to absorb the impact of a colliding dwarf galaxy, a clash with the Andromeda galaxy is not only inevitable, but will forever change the local galactic landscape. Gravity, the universe's most prolific power, is the force that's pulling Andromeda and the Milky Way closer and closer. And someday, in the far-off future, these two spiral titans will collide.
If you look at the Milky Way galaxy and the Andromeda galaxy, the nearest large galaxy to us, they're actually approaching each other at a fairly astounding rate of several hundred kilometers every second. They're very far apart right now, but in the next few billion years, sometime, they will be right up against each other. And so a collision is, in a sense, imminent.
Probably no stars will physically hit each other. There's just so much space between the stars. But when Andromeda collides with us, it will have a huge impact on the Milky Way. Some things will get thrown into the black hole in the middle. Some stars will get ripped off and thrown away into space. So it'll be dramatic. And the entire night sky will change.
The constant motion of alien galaxies and the time frames involved may be hard to comprehend. Andromeda is close enough to the Milky Way that their gravitational attraction brings them closer together. But elsewhere, almost all of the alien galaxies we see are moving away from us.
In our common experience, like an exploding bomb, everything explodes away from a center. Now, is there an empty center to our universe? Are we on a shell of galaxies flying away from wherever the original explosion was? No. And that's the amazing thing. In our universe, space itself is expanding. Every little bit of space, the space right here between my hands, has a pressure to expand.
It's this expansion, first detected by astronomer Edwin Hubble, that laid the foundation for much of modern astronomy.
So the universe expands with time, and space itself is actually expanding. Now, if you take a one-dimensional example of the universe here, here's a hypothetical universe where I've got these ping-pong balls, which are the galaxies, on this rubber hose. I can expand that hose, and all the galaxies move away from the others. See that? And in fact, if we focus our attention on this one here, the ones that are farther away from that move faster than the ones that are closer in, because there's more space, there's more tube between this one here and the distant ones. than between this one and the nearby ones. That, in a sense, is a good model for Hubble's observation, that at a given time, the more distant galaxies move faster than the nearby galaxies. Notice also that no galaxy can claim that it's the unique center of the universe. Sure, from this one's perspective, all the others are moving away. But if I were to put myself on this one here, I would say that all the galaxies are moving away from that one as well. So no matter which galaxy you're on, you see the others moving away from you. That's what happens in a uniformly expanding universe. There is no galaxy that can say that it's the unique center of the universe.
If you think back to earlier times, it was thought that the Earth was the center of everything, it was the center of the universe, and the planets and the sun all orbited around the Earth, and the stars every day made one trip around the Earth. Then we discovered that our sun was one of many stars, and that our sun was cruising around through the universe as we knew it. But this discovery by Hubble told us that not only was our planet one of many planets, and our star, our sun, one of many stars, but our galaxy was one of many galaxies, presumably like any other. It really changed our worldview and our place in the universe to think that our galaxy is an ordinary galaxy.
So just what's in the galactic neighborhood? Meet the local group of galaxies, a group with ever-increasing membership.
Our local group of galaxies is a small group or cluster of about 3 dozen galaxies. Our Milky Way and the Andromeda galaxy, M31, are the two dominant galaxies. Most of the galaxies in our local group are small dwarf galaxies.
These galaxies each have collections of small satellite galaxies that are in their thrall that orbit around them. And these big galaxies all feel the influence of each other's mass and orbit around each other. So all of these galaxies, the small galaxies are orbiting big galaxies, and the big galaxies are all sort of orbiting each other. It's a group of about 30 or so galaxies that are all sort of orbiting around the common center of mass.
The most well-known dwarf members of the local group, two galaxies known as the Large and Small Magellanic Clouds. Scientists now think the clouds orbit the Milky Way thanks to the tidal influence of our galaxy. Gravity, of course, is a two-way street. It's believed the gravitational pull from these clouds has also distorted parts of our own galactic disk. Measuring the energy that emits from the stars in the small and large Magellanic clouds, astronomers believe they are made of different stuff in our galaxy. The clouds are richer in hydrogen and helium than the Milky Way, and with fewer metals. Scientists think this means the stars are younger in the clouds. The gravitational dance between the clouds and the Milky Way has likely been going on for billions of years. But all the while, a different and much more mysterious battle is going on back in the center of the Milky Way. Because when you head for the center of our galaxy, once you get through all the dust and gas and older stars, you'll find something so insanely frightening, the normal rules of time and space do not apply. For lurking There is a region at the core of our galaxy, the Milky Way, where nothing escapes. This is the point of no return, a supermassive black hole.
A black hole is an astrophysical object that has so much mass in such a small volume that the gravitational force is so strong that even light doesn't have enough energy to escape it. Black holes can form either when a massive star explodes at the end of its life and the core of the star collapses into a black hole. Or you can have supermassive black holes at the centers of galaxies.
How massive? Try nearly 4 million times the mass of our sun. Sometimes black holes swallow entire stars, creating the fierce explosions called gamma ray bursts.
In order to emit a gamma ray, an object has to be billions of degrees in temperature, or even trillions. So we're seeing something incredibly hot. In some cases, the galaxies were as much as 10 billion light years away. And the gamma ray bursts had been so bright that if you had had a pair of binoculars and you were actually looking at the right part of the sky at the right time, you would have been able to see a visible light afterglow from the gamma rays. That's using binoculars to see something that's on the other side of the universe, 10 billion light years away. Can you imagine what sort of explosion that was?
So, if there's a supermassive black hole in the center of our galaxy, might similar black holes lurk in the center of all alien galaxies?
When we look at neighboring galaxies, and this is a recent result, we find that those galaxies appear to have very massive black holes in their center, ranging from millions to even billions of times as massive as our sun. It appears to be a very common and ordinary aspect of the galaxy.
Black holes swallow matter. But less than 1/2 of 1% of our universe is believed to be made up of observable matter, such as stars, planets, gas, and dust. So what accounts for the rest of the stuff created in the aftermath of the Big Bang? What really fills up alien galaxies? Scientists' best guess is a mysterious substance called dark matter.
Dark matter is fantastic stuff. We know that it exists. We know that it gravitationally pulls on things. One of the best pieces of evidence for the existence of dark matter is that spiral galaxies are spinning more quickly than they would be spinning unless there were extra unseen material causing them to spin that fast.
Caltech professor Richard Ellis has pioneered a new technique to create a three-dimensional map of the universe, including the dark matter.
This is the first hint from dynamical data that there's a lot of dark matter in the universe. We can also detect dark matter by a really remarkable phenomenon, which was predicted by Einstein and is now in great use in astronomy, which we call gravitational lensing.
bends the light passing through it, much like a curved piece of glass.
So light rays are bent by material, and where we can see the signature of this bending of the light rays, we can infer that there's a lot of dark matter present. We don't have to see the dark matter directly, it doesn't shine, it doesn't scatter light, but we can infer its presence from the effect it has on light rays that are coming through clumps of dark matter. So we know that the dark matter is there, we can make maps of how it's distributed, even if we can't see it directly. So one further advantage of gravitational lensing is it's just like a magnifying glass. So when you look through it, things are bigger and brighter than they would be if you didn't have it. So if you think about it, it's like a natural telescope in space.
While dark matter plays a central role in the birth and evolving life of galaxies, there's another dark force partly responsible for their growth. On a cosmic scale, the galaxies are rushing away from us due to the continuing expansion of the universe. So if the universe is expanding, what's driving it? The only answer scientists can come up with for now, a mysterious dark energy.
Dark energy is even stranger in some ways than dark matter. Dark energy is causing the universe to expand right now faster and faster with time.
This expansion, set in motion in the universe's conception, has accelerated over the last few billion years because the dark energy that creates the movement has increased over time. By nature, the gravitational force that binds galaxies together decreases over time as the space between them increases.
So instead of having a gravitational pull, instead of slowing down the expansion of the universe, dark energy is speeding up the expansion of the universe. And it's been doing that for the past 4 or 5 billion years.
In perhaps a billion trillion more years, the fate of the universe and the impact its black holes, dark matter, and dark energy have on mankind will finally be known.
43% between 2021 and 2023. 384,000 homes were sold during that time. High prices and high mortgage rates have led to the slowest 2 years for home sales on record.
When a star gets too close to the black hole at the heart of an alien galaxy, chaos erupts.
Right now, let's say good morning to ABC's Jim Ryan. Jim, we're seeing more and more self-checkout stores.
That's one of the findings from the Galaxy Evolution Explorer mission, or GALEX.
The Galaxy Evolution Explorer is an ultraviolet telescope that observes the universe in ultraviolet wavelengths. And at these wavelengths, you're very sensitive to studying young stars and star formation in galaxies back to half the age of the universe, billions of years ago. However, we also look in ultraviolet for these luminous flares from when a star is swallowed by a black hole. The star can't hold itself together anymore, and it's ripped apart, and the gas from the star plunges into the black hole. Some of the gas will be ejected from the system at high velocities, but some fraction of the gas will plunge into the black hole, and in that process will heat up to very high temperatures and give off a luminous flare of ultraviolet and X-ray radiation.
Thanks to GALEX, Sufi Ghazari and other researchers were able to watch it all happen 4 billion light years away. GALEX, Hubble, and the Spitzer Space Telescope will soon be getting a new neighbor designed to help capture images of alien galaxies. The James Webb Space Telescope is due to launch in 2013, designed to explore the infrared spectrum like never before. Using the Webb telescope, scientists hope to be able to see through the dust and stars that block our view of the Milky Way center and provide a more complete picture of not just our galaxy, but of all alien galaxies.
The James Webb Space Telescope differs from the Hubble Space Telescope in two respects. Firstly, it's more powerful, it's a bigger mirror. Secondly, it is actually working at slightly longer infrared wavelengths.
What Hubble and Webb have in common is the power to see beyond atmospheric turbulence that prevents astronomers from getting picture-perfect images from 99% of the sky.
Earth's atmosphere is turbulent. It blurs out images from stars. So if the Earth had an atmosphere, we would see stars as basically really perfect dots of light. But what happens is that because as the light passes through the atmosphere, it's distorted, it turns into a fuzzy blob. It turns out there are two ways to fix this. One way is to go into space. The other way is to instead fix the telescope on the ground so that it removes the effects of this turbulence. And that's a technology known as adaptive optics.
Adaptive optics measures the image of a galaxy by the way its light reflects off another lighted object, like a nearby bright star.
To do adaptive optic sensing, you need a very bright star, because of course you're making measurements of the atmosphere hundreds or thousands of times per second. So you need something bright to look at. Most stars are not bright enough to do this.
At observatories like Keck in Hawaii, adaptive optics uses a laser beam to help create the light needed for the snapshots.
You can point it anywhere you want on the sky, and so instead of looking at only 1% of the sky, you can look at most of the sky with very, very high resolution, very sharp images. In this way, you can make images 10 to 20 times sharper from the ground without adaptive optics.
It's just another tool in the kit, of course, designed to bring the fantastic reaches of alien galaxies back down to Earth. The universe, of course, is home to many things larger than our small planet Earth, larger than our solar system, larger than our galaxy.
To think that our Milky Way is just one of hundreds and billions of galaxies in the observable universe, it really makes you feel like you're a part of something much larger than our small planet Earth.
Like it or not, this is our place in the universe. A speck on a speck on a speck, just one tiny blue-green oasis of life, swimming in a vast ocean of alien galaxies. It's so close. For thousands of years, man has found comfort in its presence. It's been a beacon for nocturnal travelers, a timekeeper for farmers, and a location finder for sailors at sea. For some cultures, it's even been a god. It's the only cosmic body ever visited by human beings, and today NASA is planning a permanent outpost there. But how did it get there in the first place? How did the moon come to be? The answer is more astounding and spectacular than most residents of Earth have ever imagined. At last count, over 150 moons populate our solar system. Saturn has 48. And Jupiter hosts an astounding 62. Earth, on the other hand, has just one. But it's a special one. Our moon, Luna, as the Romans named it, is remarkable in its size. It is by no means the largest moon in the solar system. Several others are bigger. One of Saturn's moons, Titan, for instance, is twice the size. But our moon is the largest in relation to its host planet.
It's a quarter the size of the Earth. It's really big compared to the Earth. If you look through a telescope at the Earth from a distance, you'll see the Earth as some big thing. You look at Jupiter or any other planet, you got the big planet and then little tiny moons right next to it. So our moon is so much bigger, and it's the only one of the now 8 planets that has that situation.
The relative sizes of the two bodies are close enough that some astronomers go so far as to refer to the Earth-Moon system as a double planet. The mean distance from the Earth to the Moon is 234,000 miles, a 3-day flight through space. The Moon's diameter is roughly 1/4 the size of Earth's, measuring 2,160 miles. A single day on the Moon is the equivalent of 27.3 Earth days. This is because one side of the Moon permanently faces us. Luna is phase-locked with our planet. So the Moon must fully orbit the Earth in order to make one complete rotation on its axis. Sort of like children in a game of Ring Around the Rosie. They always face inward as they hold hands and move in a circle. Yet as closely related as the Moon is to our Earth, it would only take a brief visit to Luna to make it quite clear that it is in fact a very different world from our planet. And an exceedingly dangerous place.
No air, of course, so you need your spacesuit.
Indeed, the Moon has absolutely no atmosphere at all. So there is nothing to carry sound waves. If you were standing on the Moon with a friend and tried to converse, the person wouldn't be able to hear you, except by radio. No atmosphere also means that there are no air molecules to scatter light from the sun. So the sky is always black. And the landscape does little to help brighten the scene.
Kind of monochromatic, not much color there. Rocks are mostly gray, brown colors. It's maybe a little warmer tone in one direction, maybe toward the sun, and cooler tones, grayer tones looking in other directions, but not so colorful.
Extreme temperatures would also add to the unpleasantness of a visit. The swings between hot and cold are brutal, from 270 degrees above zero at midday to 240 degrees below zero at night. Even the Moon's low gravity, just 1/6 of Earth's, could present a hazard to a tourist. a reality the Apollo astronauts kept at the tops of their minds during their many moon walks.
But they realized that beyond the thickness of their visor and their spacesuit was death. Should they do something and fall into a rock and lose their footing and fall and hit an outcrop, this visor could be cracked, exposed to the lunar vacuum. We would have had a serious situation on our hands.
But while a spacesuit could protect lunar tourists against the vacuum of space, a lack of oxygen, temperature extremes, and lethal solar radiation, a potential hazard a spacesuit would do little to protect against is high-velocity micrometeorites. They pummel the lunar surface frequently.
Tiny meteorites. All the ones that burn up in our atmosphere to make shooting stars. There's no atmosphere on the moon. They come right down, hitting the surface.
They pulverize the lunar surface, generating a dusty blanket of gravel-like material called regolith. Dr. Amanda Hendricks studies the moon at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
This plant here is kind of a regular factory. It's Roundup rock, is what it is. The time scales at this gravel mill are a lot faster. Here, it's made in less than an hour. But on the moon, it is the result of more than 4 billion years of bombardment by meteoroids and micrometeoroids raining in on the surface and breaking up the rock.
Like the product of this gravel mill, lunar regolith has formed in a variety of grain sizes, from large rocks to fine dust.
This very fine dust is familiar to us from Apollo images that were seen of astronauts' footprints in the dust. It's very fine, and so fine, in fact, that astronauts have problems with it, sticking to their spacesuits, getting into the equipment, and it can end up causing a bit of a problem.
Really big meteorites have also hit the moon in the past. In fact, these massive impacts are responsible for the dark circular regions on the lunar surface, the shapes that to many observers seem to be arranged like the eyes, nose, and mouth of a human face. They make up the illusion of the man on the moon. They blasted huge basins in the moon's surface. Some of them are 700 miles across. Dark lava eventually burst through at the impact points and flooded the basins. Today, we call these dark regions Maria, the Latin word for seas. This dates back to the 17th century, when Renaissance-era observers looked up at the moon. They speculated that the dark areas might be oceans, and astronomers at the time gave them many dark spots, or seas, whimsical names.
The seas are all named after effects that were once attributed to the moon. So you have the Sea of Storms, and the Sea of Crises, and the Sea of Tranquility, and so forth.
Some of the younger impact basins have had less time to erode, so their features are still relatively crisp. One in particular is called Mare Orientale, or the Eastern Sea. It's some 600 miles across, and the impact that created it was so massive and direct, the result looks very much like the bullseye on a target.
This Orientale scar is kind of like a bullet shot into glass, where you see all the sort of rings around it, and fractures going out. People have often said if that had been on the side facing directly toward the Earth, we might have had a whole different mythology about the moon. Because it would look like a big eye staring at us.
Three concentric rings of mountain ranges surround Mare Orientale, and some of the peaks rise to several thousand feet. They're all effects of the monster impact.
When we see mountain ranges on the Earth, they're mostly caused first by the continents moving around, crashing into each other very slowly, buckling up, and creating mountain ranges, which then erode into all the spectacular shapes that we see in the Matterhorn and so forth from water erosion.
On the moon, there are no continental plate tectonics. The surface is static.
Yet you still have mountains on the moon. And the reason is that those big impact basins, that's a big explosion, excavates a pit, throws material up on the outside, so you have these rings of mountains, arcs of mountains that surround the impact sites. But they're impact features, and they're caused by the external forces, not the internal forces.
Another notable impact crater, much smaller than Mare Orientale, but every bit as spectacular, is Tycho. Named after a prominent 17th century Danish astronomer, this impact feature is located in the southwestern quadrant of the moon's near side.
It's in the bright area. You can almost see it with your naked eye. And when that explosion happened, as with many other craters, it shot out jets of bright, powdery dust. So these rays that go out from it is very striking.
The rays of dusty ejected material extend some 900 miles from the Tycho impact site. A mountain of debris also rises from the center of the crater. This is a result of recoil from the asteroid strike. Some of the highly compressed material in the center of the impact site springs outward once the impacting body either ricochets or disintegrates. But long before any of the moon's specific features could be discerned through sophisticated telescopes and space travel, careful observation of lunar behavior and appearance was still vitally important to Earth dwellers. For 15,000 years at least, man revered the moon as a source of light, as a navigational guide, as a reference in agricultural pursuits, and most of all, as a convenient timekeeper. In the days before our modern systems, timekeeping was no simple task. Early timekeepers had two choices. They could monitor the sun or the moon.
If you think about trying to keep track of dates, if you use a solar calendar like we do nowadays, there's 365 days a year. That's an awful lot of days to keep track of. And it's not something that the ordinary person can do very well. Compare that with the lunar calendar. Everybody can tell when the full moon is, when the new moon is. You don't see the moon at new moon. You see it, it's big and round, the full moon, so it's easy to tell. There are only 28 to 29 days in the lunar cycle, so it's easy to count them. And so most societies actually start out with a lunar calendar.
Early observers of the moon also recognized that our planetary neighbor has a very real physical effect on the Earth itself. The moon is responsible for the rise and fall of our ocean tides.
If we think of the moon as being this tennis ball and the Earth as being this football, the tides are caused by the moon's gravitational attraction. So it's obvious, so the moon kind of pulls the Earth's water towards it.
And so this creates a slight bulge in the direction of the moon. What's less obvious is there's also a bulge in the direction away from the moon. So there's in fact 2 high tides every day. The other high tide you can think of as being caused by the Earth's centripetal force. The Earth and the moon are both rotating around, and that causes the water on the far side to also move out.
An extreme illustration of the difference between high and low tides can be found along the shore of Canada's Bay of Fundy. The water level from high tide to low tide drops an astounding 55 feet. For some forms of life on Earth, the advance and retreat of the tides creates useful habitats. But another of the moon's gravitational effects on our planet is directly responsible for nothing less than the continued survival of terrestrial life itself. The moon stabilizes Earth's climate. The gravitational effect of the moon keeps the degree of tilt of the Earth's rotational axis constant. This tilt is what maintains the repeatable cycle of seasons as the Earth orbits the sun.
If we didn't have them, or if we had a much smaller moon, for example, then you can mathematically show that the tilt of our North Pole would vary widely. With that angle going from, say, 0 to 90 degrees, currently it's 23.5 degrees, and it would actually vary chaotically. And so the moon has played an important role in the stability of our axis of rotation of our planet, and therefore in our climate.
Over the millennia, with the moon's prominent and constant presence in the night sky, men ultimately began to speculate on its origin. How did it form? How did the moon come to be? In 455 BCE, the Greek scholar Anaxagoras theorized that the moon was simply a rock that was flung off by the Earth. Most of his contemporaries, on the other hand, were convinced that the moon was a god, or maybe a huge ball of fire. So Anaxagoras' notion did not get much traction. Quiet speculation no doubt continued, but no hard information about the moon came until 1609. When Italian astronomer Galileo Galilei pointed one of the first telescopes at the moon, recognized that he was looking at a landscape, the terrain of another world.
When you look at the moon through a telescope, it looks completely different from the way it looks to the naked eye. Instead of looking flat the way it does to the naked eye, it really looks round, and you can see the shadows, you can see all these craters that the naked eye does not see, and it just immediately looks like a world. It jumps out at you into 3 dimensions.
Galileo made detailed drawings of the small planet's surface and established once and for all that the moon is a solid world, not a god or a fireball. But the groundbreaking astronomer never publicly speculated on the moon's origin, primarily because his interests soon moved to other planets. Not until 1873 did the first science-based theory regarding the origin of the moon publicly emerge. It sprang from the mind of a talented French astronomer named Edward Roche.
Roche advocated what's called the co-accretion theory, which says that basically Earth and the moon grew up at the same time out of the same materials.
In Roche's day, many scientists began to believe that the planets might have formed from hot condensing clouds of gas.
It gradually contracted and cooled, and as it contracted, it would separate out rings of gas. So you'd have a ring of gas here, a ring here, and so forth. And these rings of gas would then eventually coalesce and form the planets.
Roche saw the Earth and the Moon as a solar system in miniature. His idea was that the Earth starts out as a ball of gas, and then cools and contracts, and sheds a ring of gas that then itself coalesces and forms the Moon.
But there are problems with this theory. For one, our moon has a much lower iron content than the Earth. If the two bodies form from the same materials, their basic composition should be the same, but they are not. This and other inconsistencies soon led fellow astronomers to quest for new ideas to explain the existence of the moon. In the last third of the 19th century, advanced theories about the origin of the moon started to emerge. In 1873, French scientist Edward Roche proposed that the moon simply formed alongside the Earth out of essentially the same nebular cloud of particles and gases. But this idea had a fundamental weakness. The moon has a much lower iron content than the Earth. It's much less dense.
The big thing to remember about the moon and its composition is that it doesn't have any iron core like the Earth does. So you look at the Earth, and there's a very large central area, something like half the inside of the Earth is iron, nickel iron. And that's metal drained down to the center. The Earth was hot and formed at the beginning. The moon is more like just plain rock.
Scientists initially deduced the mass of the moon through observation and mathematical calculations. If the moon had formed from the same stuff that made the Earth, the iron content should be similar. It was a hole in the theory Edward Roche couldn't explain. But another idea soon followed on the heels of the co-accretion hypothesis. In 1878, George Darwin announced his fission theory of lunar origin. This idea received some attention in part because Darwin had a celebrated father, Charles Darwin, author of Origin of Species. In time, though, George Darwin stepped out of his father's shadow and became known as England's leading expert on tides. And through extensive analysis of the tide-moon relationship, George Darwin came to the realization that the moon is gradually moving farther and farther away from the Earth.
It wasn't proved until 95 years later, when astronauts landed on the moon. They put little mirrors on the moon, and you can shine a laser at the moon, and the laser will bounce off the mirror and come back, and you can actually measure the exact distance between the Earth and the moon. And the rate at which the distance is increasing is 3.8 centimeters per year.
3.8 centimeters is about an inch and a half.
If you made a movie, extreme time lapse, you would see the moon moving away from Earth gradually. That's what we see nowadays.
Darwin began to consider what would happen if you reversed the process, if you ran the movie backwards. As we move backwards in time, and the moon moves closer, both the moon's orbit and the rotation of the Earth get faster and faster.
And so, well, what happens is that eventually the moon must coalesce with the Earth. It must hit the Earth.
The logical conclusion for Darwin was that a portion of the molten, rapidly spinning Earth must have separated from the main mass and spun off to become our moon. He immediately began work on mathematical calculations to reverse the trajectory of the moon all the way back to the Earth.
Frustratingly, he reaches a point where it gets almost to Earth, and then he couldn't work it out any farther. the mathematics doesn't let you go any farther. What you get to is a point where the moon is whipping around the Earth at a rate of 5 revolutions a day, or 6 revolutions a day. So it's just zooming around the Earth, okay? And it's about 5,000 miles away from the Earth.
Still, the mathematics did not allow Darwin to bring the two cosmic bodies into contact. The fission theory was debated for decades, but scientists eventually concluded that the relative movements of the Earth and Moon could not have resulted from it. The Earth would have been spinning too fast to account for its present rotation rate. The quest for an explanation of lunar creation continued, and a new theory would soon originate with an American. In 1909, Thomas Jefferson Jackson C. was a U.S. naval captain based at Necker Island near San Francisco. His official job was to keep the standard time for the U.S. West Coast. But C was also a gifted scientist. As a young man, he had trained as an astronomer.
He was one of the first Americans to actually get a doctorate in astronomy. He went to Germany and got a PhD in astronomy, which was, almost unheard of back then. The U.S. was still scientifically total backwater in the 1800s.
C's duty station, Bear Island, had an observatory, and the captain's job allowed him plenty of time to theorize. He had spent time analyzing both the co-accretion and the fission hypotheses regarding the origin of the moon, and he wasn't convinced. Gradually, Thomas C. developed a completely different idea. It came to be called the capture theory. Essentially, C theorized that the moon had actually formed in a different part of the solar system from the Earth, that it orbited the sun just like the other planets, but that at some point it had moved too close to Earth and was captured by Earth's gravity.
His idea was that there's something he called the resisting medium in outer space, which we know is not there now.
C never adequately explained what this resisting medium was supposed to be, possibly tiny particles of matter. Regardless, he was sure it no longer existed.
His idea is that for the Earth to capture the moon would have to come in from far away, and then it would hit this resisting medium and slow down, and then gradually get captured into an orbit. Maybe not at once, might take a little while, but gradually it'd be captured into Earth's orbit. It's a little bit like a bungee jumper jumping off a bridge. It'd go down, come back up, not quite as far, go down, come back in. Then eventually they'd settle down at the bottom.
Thomas C.'s capture theory would certainly explain the difference in iron content between the Earth and the Moon. If the Moon formed elsewhere, its composition could be very different. On the other hand, the notion that Earth's gravity could capture and retain such a large object was unlikely, since there is no obvious resisting medium to slow down an object as big as the Moon. All three theories had significant weaknesses. The origin of the Moon remained a mystery. On July 20th, 1969, U.S. astronauts set foot on the lunar surface for the first time. They had landed their lunar module on the hardened lava plain known as the Sea of Tranquility. And mission pilot Buzz Aldrin described the view as magnificent desolation. The astronauts brought back 48 pounds of moon rocks and dusty soil, or regolith.
The excitement when samples first came back was just electric. I mean, it was just incredible. Nobody really knew quite what to expect. And we realized right away that we had salty rocks, like one might see in Hawaii. In fact, very similar to the rocks one would see in Hawaii.
The NASA geologists were intrigued to find not only basalts but rocks of another sort. Rocks called breccias. Breccias form during asteroid impacts.
So if you can imagine a large impact body hitting the moon, it's going to be very chaotic. It's going to throw up debris. Debris is going to come flying out of this, what winds up to be a crater after it's over. And you can see the many craters on the moon. This debris gets all jumbled up and lands on the ground around the crater. And then it gets compacted with the heat generated by the crater. It gets turned into rocks that look very chaotic. You see all sorts of pieces of the rock in different sizes, different shapes, all pieces of the rock that were in the area that the impacted body impacted. We had just not seen anything like this on Earth.
The moon rocks soon began to tell a fascinating tale. First, the rocks and soil samples contained particles, indicating that the moon must have been covered by a deep ocean of lava after it formed. This notion was reinforced by the discovery that the rocks were lacking significantly in what scientists call volatile elements.
Volatile elements are those that can evaporate easily and therefore be lost when you heat up a rock. Some examples of volatile elements include water or potassium, for example. And if you compare the bulk Earth rocks to lunar rocks, you find that the lunar rocks are extremely parched. It's as if they've been heated and they've lost a lot of their volatile elements.
But along with these stark contrasts, the lunar samples also revealed at least one astonishing similarity between the lunar surface and rocks and soil from Earth.
The isotopes of individual elements, like oxygen in particular, we have different forms of oxygen. The moon had exactly the same ratios of different forms as the Earth did. But all the other rocks we knew from elsewhere in the solar system, which are meteorites that fall out of space, all have different oxygen isotope ratios, which tells you that the moon material and the Earth material are very, very similar.
In the end, the lunar samples had supplied a wealth of hard evidence regarding the geological makeup of the moon. But astronomers trying to understand the moon's origin were still left with a puzzle. For William Hartman of the Planetary Science Institute in Tucson, Arizona, the information gleaned from the moon rocks supported some ideas he'd been working on for nearly a decade. Now a distinguished astronomer and painter of space images, in the early 60s, Hartman was a graduate student at the University of Arizona, taking part in a project to map impact craters on the moon, from the enormous basins, or seas, to the smallest visible dimples.
We realized during this mapping in the 60s that the big basins are actually impact features. Very large asteroids hit the moon and made this huge explosion. Some of those are 600 miles across. How big an object does it take to do that? Something like 100 miles across. So we had large objects running around in the inner solar system as the Earth was forming, and they were crashing into planets.
For Hartman, the notion that 100-mile-wide asteroids once impacted planets begged a couple of questions. Could planet-sized objects have ever collided? And could that have something to do with the formation of the moon? By 1972, Hartman and fellow Tucson astronomer Don Davis had created a computer program to help them explore these ideas. The program made a rough attempt to simulate the accretion process in the early solar system. The astronomers wanted to see if any other planetary bodies formed near the Earth that could have crashed into it.
The idea was if there was some other body there and it finally crashes into the Earth, blows off all this crustal material from the Earth, as well as from the impactor itself, maybe the moon could form.
Sure enough, the simulation showed that a second planet could have formed in the Earth's accretion zone, one about the size of Mars. It wasn't the moon, because it had formed from the same elements as the Earth and should therefore have had the same iron core and heavy density as the Earth. The moon, of course, does not. That was evidence enough for Hartman to formulate a new fourth hypothesis. It came to be called the giant impact theory. In 1974, a new hypothesis explaining the origin of Earth's moon debuted on the world's scientific stage. Its proponents dubbed it the giant impact theory.
The basic idea is that about 4.5 billion years ago, Earth collided with an object roughly the size of the current planet Mars. It's a very large collision, and it started the Earth spinning. It's what gave us our current 24-hour day, we believe. And this collision was so massive that it launched material into orbit around the Earth, and it's from that material that we believe the moon later coalesced.
Dr. Robin and others at the Southwest Research Institute in Boulder have constructed a computer model to study the details of the giant impact scenario.
It divides up the Earth and this colliding rogue protoplanet into many different particles, and then the evolution of each particle is tracked through the course of the impact.
The simulation depicts the impact from a bird's eye view from the top down.
The Earth was probably partly molten even before this impact. So initially, the impactor came in from this direction. It hit the Earth with an off-center collision. And you can see the impactor has been stretched out into this long arm of material right here.
Scientists believe the upper layers of the Earth became completely molten following the impact.
The collision starts the Earth rotating. And you can also see that the collision has substantially distorted the shape of the Earth itself. After a couple hours, we see that this arm of impactor material has coalesced gravitationally into two large clumps. The inner clump of the impactor material is actually composed overwhelmingly of the impactor's core, so that when this inner clump recollides with the Earth, which happens right there, the vast majority of the iron that came in with the impactor is actually accumulated by the Earth. While this outer clump comes in and makes a close pass by the Earth and is stripped by the Earth's gravity into a long arm of material, which then breaks up to form this disk.
The material is thought to have coalesced to form the moon in less than a year following the massive impact. There is no sign of this impact on the Earth today because at the time, our planet had only developed to about 90% of its current size. The remaining 10% would accumulate from later, much smaller impacts. Also, the Earth's own gravity had a reshaping effect.
Within a day after the impact, the Earth had reassumed a basically spherical shape, and any depression that the impact caused would have been smoothed over.
Giant impact theory originator Bill Hartman hypothesis at a scientific conference in 1974. But it received little attention for nearly a decade. Interest in the moon dropped off sharply at the end of the Apollo missions. Finally, at a lunar conference in Hawaii in 1984, 12 years after the last moonshot, the world's foremost astronomers reached a consensus. The giant impact theory was the most acceptable explanation to date for the origin of the moon.
I think there's still some people who say, okay, it's not really proven yet, but it's what I would call the default theory. If you look at any textbook of planetary science or geology, it's just the theory that's accepted. And there are certain small discrepancies which have yet to be explained, but by and large it works.
Even with an agreed upon theory of how our moon came to be, scientists have not finished studying our closest cosmic neighbor by any means. In fact, talk of returning to the lunar surface with a permanent manned outpost has recently emanated from the White House and NASA headquarters. Such a base could provide a place to train astronauts to live in space long term, as well as provide a more efficient launch point for eventual missions to Mars. But such lofty scientific goals are far from the minds of average residents of Earth, who occasionally peer up at the glowing, mesmerizing lunar disk in the night sky. For us, talk of lava oceans, regolith-forming micrometeorites, and giant impacts will never diminish the fascination and romance of our mysterious neighbor world, the moon. The sun is the superpower of our solar system, a thermonuclear blast furnace erupting with massive explosions.
It can be the same amount of mass as Mount Everest coming out from the sun and flying out into space.
At 93 million miles away, it would seem that we're safe from the sun's wrath. But are we?
It matters, especially in modern times, what the sun is doing.
From the center of the sun, as it rotates around, is the kill zone.
With some experts predicting the most violent outbreak of solar activity in modern history, it's never been more important to understand the secrets of the sun. There are billions of stars in the universe, but one alone dominates our cosmic neighborhood. The sun. It's an infernal sphere of mostly hydrogen and helium, superheated into a plasma that burns at millions of degrees. Its surface rages with violent explosions as it spews out storms of deadly radiation millions of miles into space. Our sun is a type of star known as a yellow dwarf. Yellow because of the color of its surface, and dwarf because it's small for a star. But small is relative. Within its boundaries, you could fit 1 million Earths. In our solar system, there's simply no bigger star than the sun. At 1 million miles across, it's a massive celestial blockbuster.
The sun is really pretty huge. It dominates our solar system. Not only is it the biggest star in the solar system, it's the only star in the solar system. It's surrounded by a bunch of smaller stars, planets and comets and moons. But the sun is our star.
Our star is an enormous source of heat and energy. It has a surface temperature of 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit and generates 380 billion megawatts of power. This dwarfs anything on the human scale. Hoover Dam in Nevada only generates 2,080 megawatts. In 1 second, the sun churns out more energy than has been used in all of human civilization. All that power in the blink of an eye. Incredibly, it's been burning this way for billions of years.
Early astronomers didn't quite understand how the sun could generate so much energy for that long a period of time. That was the first mystery, was really how the sun generates its energy.
In the early 19th century, scientists assumed that the sun worked just like any fire on Earth, that there was a source of fuel, perhaps coal, that was slowly burning away. But there was a serious problem with this theory.
I've got a fire in front of me here. If I wanted to keep burning, I have to keep adding wood to it. This fire will last maybe an hour unless I add some more wood. Now, if I had a pile of wood the size of the whole sun and somehow enough oxygen to burn it, it would only take about 5,000 or 6,000 years to burn out. That's a long time, but it's not long enough to sustain life on Earth.
By the early 20th century, carbon dating of Earth rocks and fossils had proven that the sun was in existence and at temperatures warm enough to sustain life, not for thousands of years, but for 3 billion. If you wanted to build a fire that would last that long, you would need 72 trillion cords of firewood. That's 12,000 cords for each man, woman, and child on the planet. Clearly, there had to be some other process unknown on Earth that was powering the sun. In the 1920s, scientists found the answer to the puzzle in a process that would later be harnessed to fuel the hydrogen bomb, nuclear fusion. Fusion occurs when atoms are smashed together at a high rate of speed and literally fused. To get this to happen, conditions have to be just right.
For any interaction to happen, these two protons each has a positive electric charge, and so they would repel each other. So you've got to get them close enough together. To do that, it's got to be hot, which means the particles move very fast, and dense enough that they hit each other and they can get close enough together to actually fuse.
The core of the sun is the perfect cauldron for nuclear fusion. It's the hottest place in the solar system at a sweltering 27 million degrees Fahrenheit, and it's also incredibly dense.
It's so dense, it's 10 times the density of lead. And you would think at that density it should be a solid, but it's not because it's so hot that it remains a plasma.
If you heat a gas to high enough temperatures, electrons fall off of the atoms and they float around in the soup. And so it has behavior that's different from what a gas would do, because we have a different word for it, called plasma.
To truly understand what goes on in the core of the sun, you have to find some way to imagine the almost unimaginable.
In addition to studying the sun, I also play pool. And the sun is a place where there are billions of particles colliding and interacting with each other. And it's really not unlike a cosmic pool table on an unimaginable scale. It doesn't matter how hard you hit a ball. You would never hit it hard enough to actually fuse that ball together with another ball. But there's so much pressure and such high density at the core of the sun that the two objects impacting each other will actually fuse.
In the sun, these objects are hydrogen atoms flung together by immense pressure to form helium atoms. In this fusion process, the resulting atom is slightly less massive than the ones that created it. The missing mass is given off as energy. Each second inside the sun, 600 million tons of hydrogen are fused into 595 million tons of helium. That 5 million tons of mass lost in the process is converted into energy equal to 1 billion 1 megaton hydrogen bombs. That's every second.
When you look out into the cosmos, the process that gives you the highest return of energy for free is what goes on in the centers of stars.
So we now know that the sun is powered by nuclear fusion. It's the only fuel that we know that can sustain the burning in the sun long enough to sustain life on Earth for billions of years.
Sunlight. It's so central to life that we don't often give it a second thought. But how light gets from there to here turns out to be an incredible story. The energy created in the fusion process is carried out of the core by particles of light and heat called photons. They are what bring the warming rays of the sun to Earth. To reach our planet, these glowing travelers from our nearest star must first take a long, winding road through all the layers of the sun, like Dante journeying through the levels of hell. First, a photon enters the 185,000-mile thick radiative zone. The region is so densely packed that the photon constantly bumps into other particles, like hydrogen and helium atoms. It struggles outward in a chaotic zigzag pattern that scientists call the random walk.
A photon can't escape without interacting over and over and over and over again, getting absorbed by atoms and re-emitted, and it can be absorbed and re-emitted millions of times. As density decreases as you get further up in the sun, it becomes easier, and the collisions and the interactions are less.
When it finally reaches to within 130,000 miles of the surface, the photon enters the convective zone, and the pace suddenly quickens. It's carried upwards by a kind of boiling, riding along in huge columns of gas at hundreds of miles an hour, taking only 10 days to emerge on the solar surface. The incredible journey is almost over as the photon lifts off through the wispy gases of the solar atmosphere. From there, it takes only 8 minutes for it to zip across 93 million miles of space to our planet. Incredibly, by the time sunlight actually reaches Earth, it's already been in existence for hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of years. For the sun, even a million years is a small blip in time. The simple, perfect disk of a sunset lies the long, violent history of our star. It is a ball of fire spawned billions of years ago in a massive explosion known as a supernova.
After this titanic explosion, where a star much larger than the sun exploded, there would have been a huge cloud of gas, many times larger than the solar system. And small knots of material would have gradually coalesced into this very large cloud.
About 5 billion years ago, some 10 billion years after the Big Bang that scientists believe kick-started our universe, this cloud started to collapse under the pull of gravity.
Our solar system probably arose from one such knot of self-gravitating gas that pulled itself together, and gradually spun itself up as it pulled in, like a skater pulling her arms in during a spin, until the star and the various planets coalesced around it. Ultimately, when the star was dense enough, it would have turned on fusion and started glowing, giving off sunlight.
Why do scientists believe the sun was born from the ashes of a supernova? The evidence lies beneath our feet. Complex, heavy elements like the uranium we mine from the Earth to fuel our nuclear power plants could not have been forged in the sun. There is simply not enough heat in a star that size to create elements any heavier than iron. Heavy elements like uranium can only be created in a catastrophic cosmic explosion. Earth and the other planets in the solar system formed out of the same knot of gas that produced the sun. In this process, the sun hoarded 99% of the mass. This means it's the biggest object in our celestial neighborhood with the strongest gravitational pull. That's why everything else revolves around it. Of all the planets, Earth earned a privileged place in relation to the sun. If we were closer in, our oceans would boil away and the ground would be hot enough to melt lead. If we were farther out, our planet would be a frozen wasteland.
Sort of like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. Not too hot, not too cold, it's just right. Here we are at about 93 million miles away from the sun, and we're happy to be here. We're lucky to be here. And in some sense, we're here because it's the right circumstance for us to be here.
Earth may be in just the right place in the solar system, but we're also close enough to the sun to be a target of its fury. Thousands of mammoth explosions rock our sun every year. You might expect this explosive force to come from nuclear reactions in the core. But in reality, what drives all outbursts of solar violence is magnetism. Since Earth rotates as a solid, our magnetic field is simple. We have two poles, north and south. This is what makes a compass so useful for finding your way around the planet. But imagine if instead of two poles, you had 1 to 10 million. This is what happens on the sun. The sun's magnetic field is a tangled web because even though it's held together by gravity, a plasma doesn't rotate evenly. Plasma at the equator rotates once every 25 Earth days, while plasma at the poles takes roughly 35 days to circle once.
The sun has what we call differential rotation. You have all of this plasma that is really turning and churning, and that causes magnetic field lines to become twisted and intertwined and mixed up.
Although magnetic field lines are invisible, we know they exist on the sun by looking at features called coronal loops and prominences rising up into the solar atmosphere. Just as metal shavings line up in the presence of a simple magnet, these loops of plasma perfectly outline the magnetic structures that support them from below. These plasma arches are so tall and wide that you could slide a planet as big as Jupiter right through them. Sometimes magnetic fields can twist plasma in the sun's atmosphere into majestic helical shapes called flux ropes.
Magnetic flux rope is sort of like a slinky. The magnetic field line is wrapped around many times in a helical structure. And when you have highly twisted magnetic field lines, it carries a lot of stored free magnetic energy. And sometimes it will even kick in on itself, which gives it even more stored magnetic free energy.
These plasma prominences can last for weeks or months, but eventually the stored up energy has to be released. Mass is flung off into space. Where the sun's magnetic field is at its most twisted and complex, heat bubbling up from below is capped, and the material is cooled by as much as 1,000 degrees. What results are relatively dark blemishes on the solar surface called sunspots. Sunspots are only dark in relation to the bright material around them. If you could somehow suspend one alone up in space, it would shine 10 times brighter than the full moon. These apparently tiny blemishes are actually plasma craters the size of the entire Earth. Galileo was one of the first modern scientists to observe sunspots. Using a telescope, he projected an image of the sun onto paper and traced it. He realized that the blemishes were moving across the face of the star, which was the first indication that the sun rotated. Not only does the sun rotate, but sunspots themselves can actually spin like hurricanes on the solar surface. And when they do, their magnetic field lines become extremely twisted. Twisted magnetic field lines mean more energy, and more energy means the potential for huge eruptions.
Think of the rubber band as a magnetic field line. If you twist it, and you twist it enough, it's going to have all that energy, and when you let it go, it's going to release. If you just take an untwisted rubber band and release it, it's not going to fly.
When a sunspot unleashes its magnetic energy, what results are the most colossal explosions in the solar system, solar flares. A single flare releases as much as 1 billion megatons of energy, the combined power of 1 million volcanic eruptions on Earth.
They appear as these very bright regions, and they're so bright because the temperature is so high, on the order of 10 million degrees, and they can last for hours. But the energy is massive.
The whole explosion is equivalent to millions of nuclear bombs leaving the surface of the sun all at once.
Solar flares don't just explode out into space. They also funnel high-energy particles down to a layer of the sun called the chromosphere, where they quickly transfer their energy, like a cue ball striking the rack in a game of billiards.
So the cue ball acts like one of these very high energetic particles coming from the flare region. The cue ball smacks very quickly into the A ball rack. And once it impacts that head ball, it's going to transfer that energy to the balls behind it, and then they will all fly out because the energy is transferred to all of them.
If a large flare shoots enough high-energy particles at once, strange things start to happen. This is actual footage of a sunquake.
In 1998, there was a solar flare up in the corona. It was so powerful that the material flying down toward the surface of the sun actually slapped the surface and caused ripples to spread out from there.
While they may look like ripples on a pond, these are actually waves 2 miles high, traveling at a maximum velocity of 250,000 miles per hour. The 1998 sunquake would have measured an 11.3 on the Richter scale, more than 1 million times stronger than the 1989 earthquake that shook San Francisco. In order to shake the surface of the sun that much, the solar flare had to release a colossal amount of energy.
It turns out it's almost the same amount of energy as if you covered the entire landmass of the Earth with dynamite, about a yard thick, and set it all off at once. So these explosions are not small.
Earthquakes aren't the only natural disasters with equivalents on the sun. A flare can also kick off a solar tsunami. As waves of plasma at the sun's atmosphere rocket out at 700,000 miles per hour, spreading around the entire face of the star in a matter of hours. While sunquakes and solar tsunamis pose no danger to Earth, the violent action of a flare frequently triggers dangerous eruptions called coronal mass ejections, or CMEs. In a CME, energy from a flare flings a blob of highly charged radioactive plasma out of the solar atmosphere.
Coronal mass ejections range in speeds, but they can occur as quick as 800, 900 miles per second, which is extremely fast, and they expel a massive amount of material. It can be the same amount of mass as, say, Mount Everest coming out from the sun and flying out into space.
Where does this blob of superheated radioactive plasma go when it leaves the sun? Sometimes it sails out harmlessly into space. Other times it may head closer to home. Coronal mass ejections from the sun are perhaps the most dangerous threat you've never heard of. Also known as solar storms, they hurl large masses of supercharged particles across 93 million miles of space. Most take several days to travel from the sun to the Earth, but some rocket across the solar system at up to 6 million miles an hour, reaching our planet in less than 16 hours. These storms can induce currents in the outer atmosphere, knocking out satellites and cross-country power grids, and carry the potential to wreak just as much havoc on our infrastructure as a hurricane or tornado. But who on Earth is keeping an eye on these potentially hazardous cosmic blasts? This is the headquarters of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, home to the U.S. government's National Weather Service. Their daily forecasts, watches, and warnings are essential information for everyday life on our planet. But there's a lesser-known group of forecasters working here. In a special division called the Space Environment Center.
Our primary job is to monitor the sun and to put out the alerts, watches, and warnings for solar activity.
Good morning, welcome to Brighton. We have one long-duration ceasefire from this land. It's possible to say me. We have not had protons, but we have had electrons.
One thing to note is that this region produced all the activity in December, so things might be back again for the next couple of weeks.
These space forecasters are on high alert for solar storms that might disrupt life on Earth. Solar storm clouds are made up of charged particles, so they're initially diverted around the planet by our magnetic field, just like waves breaking around the bow of a boat.
That turns out to be very important because if it impacted the outer atmosphere directly, it would knock little bits of the atmosphere off into space. One reason why Mars doesn't have an atmosphere is that it doesn't have a strong internal magnetic field. So gradually, over millions of years, the atmosphere is gradually going into space, but into the solar wind. But the CMEs that that's the
Our magnetic field is not the perfect force field of sci-fi movies. Some particles can penetrate, charging out the upper atmosphere. Solar storms will even bend and break the magnetic field lines on the far side of the Earth, allowing charged particles to zip back into the field lines toward the north and south poles. Extremely powerful storms distort the magnetic field even further, inducing electric currents that span the continents. When this happens, technology like long-distance power lines can become overloaded.
Damage to transformers at either end of the line. In fact, in 1989, most of the Canadian province of Quebec blacked out because a transformer was blown out by a solar event. We have that storm that hits our communications system, that hits our listening to the there's a chaos layout.
If power operators have time to react, they can reduce the current being sent over the wires and avert disaster. Satellite operators can also prepare for the onslaught.
There's a big space storm coming. Actually, some of our satellites is sleeping, so the storm doesn't cause a short otherwise signal accounts. So the more warning time they have,
plus zero down 0% interest and zero payments for 18 months.
The sale is coming. Unless we do the weather.
To get your roof inspected today.
Similarly, you have a large system like our power system,
7767.
weather in space. You need to know what the weather's going to be so that you can try and mitigate it.
Solar storms can also disrupt high-frequency radio communications used by aircraft. In the 1980s, Air Force One was transporting President Reagan on a trip to China when a solar storm struck. All communications were lost for several hours, effectively severing the head of the United States government.
It's just like our host code. And when we have a tornado warning, you get that out from the so that people know what the sound is. The same thing is with space weather. Users of this information need to know it and they need to learn it. Just a few hours back, we experienced a massive earthquake. We want to see where some glass is going out. And then we can measure that and see how long it might take from that to reach the earth from the sun. We're seeing a very huge explosion of material that's coming down. And if you look at this small image here, there's the sun that's coming up, and look at the mass that's being thrown out into space. So it's huge, very
Because magnetic field lines emanate from the north and south poles, energy from solar storms has easy access to those regions. For that reason, experts worry that airplane passengers flying over the poles during a powerful storm might be exposed to harmful levels of radiation, perhaps a dose equal to 100 chest x-rays.
It's something that you might want to mess around with because you never know when that radiation could all of a sudden become a lot more intense while there's an airplane.
The threat from solar radiation is just one of the reasons scientists keep a close watch on the sun.
Especially what the sun is doing to participate in the activities of the solar system.
Sunspots are the triggers for most severe solar storms, so forecasters track them carefully as they rotate across the surface of the sun.
Location, location, location. We see coronal mass ejections all the time. A lot of them are as the sun is rotated around from the backside of the sun. That would not be facing toward the earth, so that would be less of a concern. As the sun rotates around and that active region gets more into the center of the disk, looking at us, then that's when we would be concerned. From the center of the sun, as it rotates around, is the kill zone.
As the sunspot rotates around and begins to face directly there, that's when we really have to worry about a storm. If a big storm rips off the wind, it can aim directly at Earth, and the full force of the storm slams into the plane.
It's like a shotgun aiming at a target. The more dead on the shot, the more likely serious damage will benefit.
There's just a difference between prescriptive and descriptive language. So if you describe an issue to type of
The great danger also comes astonishing. Solar storms generate majestic planetary light shows. The shimmering curves of color called the aurora. Auroras work like neon signs on an enormous scale. In a neon sign, electricity introduces charged particles into a gas-filled tube. The particles in the gas are excited and start to glow. If the tube has only neon inside, it will glow red. By adding other gases, like argon, a whole range of colors can be produced.
The neon sign is driven by the electric field inside the tube, whereas the aurora is actually driven by the magnetic field and energy from the sun.
As the energetic particles in a solar storm strike along Earth's magnetic field towards the poles, they excite elements in our atmosphere, causing them to glow.
The trend right now is that
Oxygen molecules emit a green or red color, and nitrogen emits pinks, blues, and violets. While these ghostly lights are usually confined to the poles, extremely strong solar storms can drive them closer to the equator. In 1859, a geomagnetic storm ignited by a huge solar flare created auroras as far south as Rome. The 1859 storm was an unusually powerful event that some have called the perfect solar storm.
The 1859 storm taught us a little something about it. The storm was so intense that the alignment was so perfect. Simply causing all the natural processes.
I understand that they tried detecting the smoke macro from the book.
A huge solar flare erupts on the surface of the sun. Less than a day later, and 93 million miles away, the wires that carry communications across the Earth begin to spark. Business grinds to a halt worldwide as wildfires are ignited by the smoke products. At the same time, colorful auroras light up the skies of cities around the globe. Earth has just been visited by the perfect solar storm.
The sun picked up this just incredible solar flare and a massive amount of energy headed towards
Not only was this storm one of the two most powerful on record, it was also one of the fastest. Ejecting from a sunspot aimed directly at Earth, it raced from the sun to our planet in less than 18 hours.
Now, it takes fast rocket ship for years to get to the sun. This storm, this cloud of electrified particles, managed to get here in less than a day. That's incredibly fast.
Fortunately, the perfect solar storm took place in 1859, when the only technology vulnerable to the onslaught was the telegraph. Since the era in which we have become dependent on high technology, we've yet to see another perfect solar storm. The question remains, would it happen again?
What if we have another one? Can we have another one? I'd say yes, we can. No doubt about that. The effects that would be on us today compared to 1850 would be devastating.
The effects on Earth and on our communication systems, we don't exactly know. That's the scary part.
It's likely that our modern technologies would be bad, like beachfront houses during a hurricane. Imagine if we lost all the satellites that relay cell phone calls, television signals, and bank transactions. And what if at the same time, the failure of power grids cascaded whole regions into darkness for hours or weeks? If these essential services couldn't be restored quickly, chaos would be far behind.
It would definitely be a ripple effect on society. Every man learning a child to lose
Solar storms can be as hard to predict as hurricanes. But forecasters lack the technology to tell the next perfect storm. They do know that we are likely to hit at the peak of the sun's 11-year sunspot cycle.
What happens is the sun reverses the direction of its magnetic field every 11 years. So in 22 years, it reverses and comes back to where it was.
As we near the reversal every 11 years, the number of sunspots increases and there's a spike in solar activity.
Call that period solar maximum. Those periods are interspersed about 5 years apart from periods we call solar minimum.
So you have this 11-year back and forth between the sun being sometimes very ferocious and most crazy. And it's like the 4th of July with fireworks all the time. And then it starts to ramp down, and for a few years it gets quieter until it gets to a low point where there's a firecracker maybe
Just like hurricane seasons, solar maximums vary in intensity. Some produce many more powerful storms than others. Although we're currently in solar minimum, scientists are watching carefully to see what name the next solar max might unleash.
The last solar maximum was about 2001, so the next one ought to be about 2012. They're different predictions. Well, the wheel of solar physicists is basically waiting with bated breath to see what actually happens.
There are some wild conclusion opinions on what's going on. We were suggesting that this next solar cycle would be the strongest in modern times.
While those predictions are correct, Earth could begin
Well, I have to worry about the 1859 event that would happen today. There's a lot of cold damage.
We're going to learn a whole lot about what can happen to modern technology when the sun melts its down.
Watching the violence of the sun erupts here in the hellish outer atmosphere known as the corona. This region is all filled with the great solar mysteries because even though it's half a million planets for heat generating core, it burns at millions of degrees. This seems to violate the very laws of physics.
That's very strange. We have a thermometer here. The thermometer close to the fire reads a very high reading. Where the probe is right now, it's over 200 degrees. Now, if the probe goes out a little further from the fire, okay, it drops down to about 90 degrees. Now, the farther I get from the center, the cooler it gets. In the atmosphere, the corona of the sun, the temperature soars as hot as before. That's as if I were to say, well, way off behind me there, the heat from the fire is as hot as the fire itself, even though it's very far from the fire.
What could possibly cause the superheating of the corona? The answer is the hellish solar corona ranges at millions of degrees. For centuries, scientists have been battling how anything so far from the sun's core could still burn so hot. Recently, as improved satellites offered a closer view of the solar surface, clues began to emerge. Below the corona, the sun's surface is literally boiling.
The reason is that the entire surface of the sun is covered with convection cells of hot material. Inside the sun rises up through, reaches the surface, cools off by glowing, giving off sunlight, and sinks back down. Each bubble of material that comes up is about the size of Texas. It spreads out across the surface and cools off and sinks down in 5 minutes. So that's a tremendously violent process. It's happening literally almost a million places in the entire surface of the sun all the time around the clock 24/7.
This boiling is not only violent, it's also extremely loud.
The sun is a tremendously loud place. You can imagine covering the entire surface of the sun with speakers being driven as hard as the loudest rock concert you've ever been to. That would be comparable to how loud it really is on the surface of the sun.
The sun's churning surface creates enough sound energy to superheat the corona to millions of degrees. Scientists believe that a combination of these sound waves and energy from the sun's magnetic field is responsible for the extreme temperatures found in the corona. The only time you can actually see the corona from Earth is at the climax of one of the most dazzling displays in the solar system, a total solar eclipse. Before scientists understood these awe-inspiring events instilled only fear. The ancient Chinese believed that a dragon was devouring the sun. So what's really happening in a solar eclipse? In simplest terms, it's when the moon blocks our view of the sun.
Imagine that you're sitting in the movies watching a very happy something going on the screen, and somebody is in a row and trying to talk to you. In the movie theater, you might not put that person through the but eclipse, we're very lucky to have it. We're lucky to have it right across the middle.
We're also lucky that the moon, although it's 400 times smaller than the sun, is also 400 times closer to us. This cosmic coincidence means that the two objects just happen to be the same apparent size in our sky, which allows for one to completely block out the other. This magnificent cosmic event only happens when the path of the moon intersects the line between the Earth and the sun. The moon's orbit is tilted slightly, about 5 degrees. If it wasn't, we would have an eclipse every month.
And then we'd be bored. But we're not bored because most of us, the moon goes from above or below, close to the sun goes to the sun.
So instead of one every month, we get a total eclipse somewhere on Earth about once every year and a half. As the moon slides in front of the sun, it casts a shadow onto the Earth. The outer border where the shadow is fainter is called the penumbra. If you're standing within the swath traced by the penumbra as it moves along the Earth's surface, then you'll see a blue partial eclipse. But travel to a spot within the path of the dark inner shadow called the umbra, and you'll experience the majesty of a total eclipse. There's another option if you can't travel to the path of totality. Wait in one place long enough, and a total eclipse will pass right over your head about once every 300 years. The sun, that shining star of our solar system, is capable of astonishing effect through ferocious violence. It seems impossible to believe, but it won't be around forever. Eventually, even the sun must die.
The sun has a fixed amount of fuel. It is undergoing fusion at a rate that you can talk to. So here's the rate it's using. Here's how much fuel you have. So it's a simple calculation to show when the sun will die. That's about how to do it.
Well, unfortunately, the sun will not go out today. It is too small to very well in the super.
gradually collapse under the force of gravity. Energy from this collapse will start heating up the core again to hundreds of millions of degrees, hot enough to start burning helium. Under the extra heat of the helium burning, the star will expand into a monstrous orb called a red giant.
It gets so big, it can engulf the entire orbit of Mercury, Venus, and Earth. We'll get around to a new kind of humble planet, say, long before this happened. Earth is likely to change its orbit slightly as the star expands. Still, talk about global warming. We wouldn't want to be there.
The outer layers of our sun will eventually become so unstable that they will fly off into space, leaving behind a small core about the size of the Earth. Our once great star reduced to a slowly cooling cinder.
Life as we know it on Earth ceased to exist. Now, the death of the sun.
All of this is bad news for the human race. But look on the bright side.
We've got 5 billion years.
For now, humanity basks in the glow of the sun, in the prime of its life. Science has uncovered many of the secrets of our nearest star. They awed by its beauty and ever more wary of its wrath. Are there planets beyond our solar system? It's a question few have dared to probe.
The origin of hunting for planets started really from the limited fringe of science.
Now hundreds of these exotic worlds have been found. Could any of them be home to alien life?
Right now, the sort of plants we're discovering are kind of monsters.
You would be incinerated immediately before you had a chance to really sort of prove on your surroundings.
Some planets hold more promise.
I'm so excited by Diesel 436 on Mount. I'm just jumping out of my clothes.
Could we be on the verge of finding another Earth?
We still don't know whether our Earth is a commonly occurring planet or a 1 in a billion freak.
Cutting-edge science, strange worlds, and wild weather as we travel the universe in search of alien planets. Lurking in the constellation Pegasus, 50 light years from Earth, is a monstrous planet. A superheated gas giant almost as massive as Jupiter, living around its star in a little over 4 days. It's called 51 Pegasi b, and in 1995, it became the first planet detected orbiting an alien sun. It was a landmark discovery, but just a stepping stone on an even greater quest to find a planet that looks more like our own. The ultimate but elusive goal for astronomers is to find another Earth.
What we're after is the appreciation of where our Earth fits in the grand context of our universe. And we'd love to be able to find other Earths. But Earths are so undetectable, little chunks of rock that don't emit much light.
How common might Earth-like planets be in the universe? Even if only 1% of all stars were circled by a planet like our own, that would still mean there are billions of other Earths waiting to be discovered.
We are almost sure that rock and Earth-like planets exist in the countries out there. But there are still open questions about the uniqueness of our Earth. And we don't know whether our Earth is unusual. It's an extremely profound and, I think, disturbing question.
In the realm of alien planets, there's a wide range of natural worlds. We might find ocean worlds completely covered in water, frigid ice planets, Mars-like worlds, but perhaps with thick atmospheres fed by massive active volcanoes. and even planets with two suns in their skies. There may be planets that humans will find hospitable, and others on which humans wouldn't dare tread, that could still be home to other types of creatures.
Perhaps nature must be going so far from making the planets or little stars, because nature can make a lot more planets than even we are.
Finding just one other truly Earth-like planet would hint that Earths are common in the universe. And if Earths are common, then perhaps life too is widespread. But of the over 200 alien planets detected so far, most of them seem utterly hostile to life as we know it.
So far, we've found sort of three kinds of worlds. One kind are the planets that are really close to the star that they form, and they're totally baked to death. Then there are the ones that are quite far away, and they're pretty cold. And then there are the ones in the highly eccentric orbits, which sometimes get close to the star and sometimes far away. They're alternately very hot and cold. So far, we definitely haven't found any worlds with jungles and forests. Indeed, we haven't found any worlds that are square smack in the habitable zone where there's liquid water on the surface and other nice conditions.
Our frame of reference, what we consider to be a nice planet, is this one. We like it quite a bit. We've got breathable air, it's a pleasant temperature, and there's water. And even in our own solar system, we don't see a lot of planets like that. And right now, the sort of planets we're discovering are kind of monsters. In other words, they're extreme.
So is the Earth, with its rocky surface, oceans, and abundant life, just a planetary wonder, no close kin to the cosmos? The early discoveries of alien planets have yet to answer that question, but they have brought legitimacy to what once seemed like a futile quest. While many believed there had to be other worlds out there in the vastness of the universe, locating them was widely considered beyond the reach of modern science. Only a few decades ago, an astronomer hunting for these so-called extrasolar planets was taken not as seriously as someone searching for UFOs.
The search for planets as it started in the 1980s and 1990s was considered off the track of standard science.
In the early 80s, astronomer Jeff Marcy's career was going nowhere. His research into the magnetic fields of stars had reached a dead end, and he was beginning to question his own abilities as a scientist.
When I first began thinking about looking for planets, it was in a time in my career when I thought it was over. I thought there was no hope for me as a scientist, and I thought the best shot I had going out in flames was to try an experiment that everybody thought would never work. They would look at planets or other stars, and most people thought we would never find any planets.
Before Jeff Marcy, his collaborator Paul Button, and a handful of pioneering astronomers around the globe could begin the search for alien planets, they had to first perfect methods for finding them. Stars are easy to locate using conventional telescopes, but to find a planet takes some ingenuity and patience. Unlike the stars they orbit, planets are small and emit very little light. Even the giant of our solar system, Jupiter, is 1,000 times less massive than the Sun, and 10 billion times fainter.
A huge difficulty in taking a picture of a planet around the star is that the planet is extremely faint compared to the sun. The star is so bright it almost completely obscures the much dimmer planet.
Blinded by starlight, planet hunters realized that even if they couldn't see a planet directly, they should still be able to detect its gravitational effect on the star it orbits. A star with no planets should drift smoothly through the sky, while one with planets should exhibit a telltale gravitational wobble.
We often say that planets orbit the sun or other stars, but that's not exactly true. The planets and the stars orbit their common center of mass or center of gravity.
And this center of mass is half-weighted. Just like on a seesaw, the more massive object must be closer to the center of mass to bring balance to the system.
So consider the sun and Jupiter. The sun is about 1,000 times more massive than Jupiter. The sun is here, Fulcrum or balancing point is there, and Jupiter is way out here 1,000 times farther away.
In space, this means that planets trace out large orbits around the center of mass, while stars make much smaller but still detectable orbits.
Here's a hypothetical planet orbiting a star. In fact, they're orbiting their common center of mass. So the planet moves in a relatively large orbit, but the star also moves, but in a much smaller orbit. The star moves only a little bit, and the planet moves a lot.
I have a somewhat unusual hobby for this one. I'm a belly dancer with fire. But it turns out that spinning fire is a great way of simulating the motion of a planet. The centrifugal motion of your fire on the chain is very similar to the motion of a planet with gravity. The line of my wrist represents the star. The spinning ball of fire around that is a planet. And as you can see, the ball of fire draws out a large circle, and my wrist is drawing out a smaller circle inside it.
It's this tiny bubble of starlight that scientists use to find extrasolar planets. But even this one would be undetectable if it wasn't for the Doppler effect. The fact that wavelengths get shorter as the object emitting them moves toward you, and longer as it moves away from you.
The Doppler effect is very familiar. If you've ever heard a train going by, it's whistling. So when the train is coming toward you, you hear a high-pitched whistle. And as the train recedes into the distance away from you, you hear the pitch of the whistle get lower and lower in frequency.
Just like sound waves, light waves appear to shift in frequency as the object emitting them comes toward or away from you. Light from an object moving toward you will look slightly blue. Light from an object moving away from you will look slightly redder.
When the light waves shift their wavelength toward the blue and toward the red and back to the blue again as the star wobbles around, the shift is excruciatingly tiny. But it's that difference in the wavelength of the light waves coming at you that is what we measure, and it's what allows us to detect planets around other stars.
Using this Doppler technique, Marcy and Butler spent over a decade patiently studying 120 nearby stars or any sign of a wobble.
I went 11 years without finding a single planet, nothing. And no one was surprised by that. It seemed logical to everybody else that it was a frivolous, maybe even lunatic exercise to look for planets of any sort.
But then, in 1995, came the surprise announcement from Swiss astronomers Michel Mayor and Didier Queloz that they had discovered a gas giant planet circling the star 51 Pegasi. Marcy and Butler rushed up to Lick Observatory on Northern California's Mount Hamilton to aim their own telescope at the star and see if they could confirm the Swiss team's results.
There it is. It's beautiful. Paul Butler and I were shocked to see that the wobble of the star was precisely as the Swiss had said it was. And I remember driving off Mount Hamilton from Lick Observatory in complete silence, Paul Butler next to me. We knew that the first extrasolar planet had been discovered. It was a very moving, personal moment.
Despite the monumental nature of the discovery, this, like all future extrasolar planets, would get the name of a Greek or Roman god. it would take the astronomical catalog name of its parent star, 51 Pegasi, and add to it a lowercase b. In this standard nomenclature, if a second planet was found around the same star, it would get a lowercase c, and so on through the alphabet. Its name was the only thing unassuming about 51 Pegasi b. The discovery shook the foundations of our understanding of planets. In 1995, astrophysicist Alan Moss was asked to review a paper announcing the discovery by two Swiss astronomers of the first planet orbiting an alien sun.
Reviewing this paper caused me a fair number of sleepless nights because it was pretty stunning what they had found.
Stunning because the Swiss claimed to have found a Jupiter-like planet. But where Jupiter orbits the sun in 12 years, this planet zipped around its star in only 4 days.
And that also meant that the planet had to be much, much closer to its central star, roughly 100 times closer than Jupiter is. And that just was hard to understand.
Jupiter orbits the sun at a comfortable distance of around 500 million miles. 51 Pegasi b is more like 5 million miles from its star. If it were dropped into our own solar system, this alien planet would orbit much closer to the sun than Mercury, our innermost planet.
Being so close to the star means that the planet is being literally fried. The radiation from the star is incredible compared to what we experience here on Earth, relatively far from our sun. So this was a completely unexpected discovery.
It was a planet that could not have formed there. Astronomers knew it didn't belong there. In the same way that if we found a giant redwood in the middle of Central Park, we would know that it didn't belong there. You'd have to ask yourself, how did it get there? And that's what astronomers were asking themselves about these giant planets that they were finding.
51 Pegasi b wasn't just a freak of nature. It was the first of dozens of so-called roasters or hot Jupiters to be discovered in seemingly impossible close-in orbits. Impossible because the accepted theory for how gas planets form suggests that rock and ice in a disk surrounding a young star coalesces into a solid core that then accretes gas, growing larger and larger until it has cleared out all the planet-forming material in its area. This process can only occur at a distance far enough from the star where it's cold enough for ice to exist.
You can't form something that massive that close into its star. It needs to form past the snow line where ice can form. And in our solar system, that's about where Jupiter is. About 5 times further out from the sun than the Earth.
So how could a gas giant planet like 51 Pegasi b form so scorchingly close to its star?
It was one of these things where I woke up in the middle of the night, and one night I said to myself, maybe what this means is that this object had to have migrated inwards from where it originally formed.
We now, I think, have an understanding that planet formation is an almost chaotic process, a sort of roll of the dice, with many planetesimals, wannabe planets forming, building up, and a competition, a sort of gravitational musical chairs takes place, in which the planets compete for their own space.
In this competition, some planets are flung out of the solar system, and some are tossed toward the center. It's believed some planets crash and burn on their parent star, while others survive in a close but stable orbit. These survivors are the hot Jupiters. The discovery of the hot Jupiter circling 51 Pegasi sent planet hunters Jeff Marcy and Paul Butler back to analyze the data they've been collecting for the past decade. Their team had been looking for the expected long-term wobbles caused by a giant planet.
We ourselves suddenly realized we should analyze our data in a slightly different way, look for the shorter period planets, not just planets that take a long time to go around their star, and that led us to discover within existing data all of these planets that have been buried there for years. I remember the day like it was yesterday, December 30th, 1995, and at 8 a.m. the phone rings. I pick it up, it's Paul Butler, Ace collaborator for 30 years now, and Paul just said, Jeff, I'm over here. So of course I immediately got in my car, I drove right to this very office right here where I'm sitting now in Campbell Hall at UC Berkeley, and he showed me his computer screen, and there on that screen was the unmistakable graph of the wobble of the star 70 Virgins, going up and down the star wobbling to and fro, exactly as we had imagined a planet signature would look in our data. So that was the moment both of our eyes opened this wide that we knew we had discovered our first planet, the second planet ever discovered.
70 Virginis B is 59 light years from Earth in the constellation Virgo. With a mass at least 7 times larger than Jupiter, this world immediately claimed the title as the planetary heavyweight of the known universe.
Here, right before our eyes, essentially, is a planet 7, maybe 10 times bigger than our own Jupiter, telling us immediately that, yes, nature does make planets even bigger than the largest ones we have here in the solar system.
Rather than a hot Jupiter, this planet was the first of a new class of alien worlds called eccentric giants, because of their eccentric or elongated orbits. 70 Virginis B swings out as far as 63 million miles from its star and passes as close as 27 million miles.
The frightening aspect of the planet around 70 Virginis is that we all grew up in kindergarten learning that planets go around the sun in nearly circular orbits. So what in the world is a planet doing going around its star in one of these elongated, wacky orbits?
Already, the first 2 planets discovered around alien suns were challenging our view of how planets should behave. Further discoveries over the next decade would show that eccentric orbits are common in the universe, while the circular orbits of our solar system seem to be rare.
It's embarrassing, frankly, when you think about how we humans imagine planets would orbit other stars, how common they would be, what properties they would have. Guess what? We imagined that those planets would look just like the planets that orbit our sun. Extraordinarily nearsighted in retrospect. For a scientist, I find it embarrassing that I was party to this. But in fact, what we've learned is that planets around other stars are remarkably different from the representatives we have around our sun.
The planet hunting revolution that began in the 1990s has also obliterated any notion that planets are rare in the universe. With an ever-growing catalog of alien planets, astronomers are now trying to learn all they can about the more than 200 worlds they've already discovered. The Doppler technique used by Jeff Marcy and other astronomers tells them the mass of the planet they found, but it doesn't tell them the size. To figure out just how big an alien planet is requires a bit of good luck. The orbit of the planet has to be aligned in such a way that from Earth we can see it pass directly in front of its star. This is called transiting. By measuring how much the starlight dims during this transit, astronomers can actually determine the size of the planet. In the fall of 2007, astronomers were watching when a hot Jupiter called Trace 4 transited its star. The planet was about the same mass as Jupiter, and therefore should have been roughly the same size. But astronomers were in for a surprise. Trace 4 turned out to be almost twice as big as Jupiter. It was, in fact, the largest planet ever discovered, sort of a Jupiter on steroids.
70
some of these extrasolar planets are really fluffy. They're really expanded in size. And we think that the reason why that's happening is because they have an internal source of heat, which is raising the pressure inside the planet and causing it to expand. That's very similar to a steam boiler on a steam train. In a steam boiler, you have water, which is being heated by a heat source. That water is turning to steam, the pressure is increasing, and that's causing the piston of the boiler to move out, to expand. If you didn't have the gas's ability to expand, planets wouldn't inflate, steam trains wouldn't work, we wouldn't be climbing up this mountain.
While internal heating is the likely cause of the so-called fluffy Jupiters, something much stranger is happening on this alien world. In the field of extrasolar planets, it seems each new discovery creates a brand new world of scientific intrigue. At the University of Arizona, planetary scientist Adam Shulman ponders the weather on other planets. Recently, Shulman helped generate the first ever forecast for a planet beyond our solar system. And what he found was weather truly befitting an alien world.
We think that the winds are probably about 6,000 miles per hour, possibly even more. This is huge compared to the wind speed of any planet in our solar system.
This is HD 189733b. It's a hot Jupiter, more than 60 light years from Earth, that races around its sun-like star in a little over 2 days, at a distance of only 3 million miles. How is it possible to divine the weather on a planet 370 trillion miles away? First, you have to take the planet's temperature. Scientists knew that since the planet orbits so close to its star, it would be tidally locked, a gravitational effect that would cause it to show the same face to the star at all times. One side would always be bathed in the burning hot light of the alien sun, while the other would be cloaked in perpetual darkness.
If there was no wind on these planets, then that would mean that the day side would then be very, very hot, and the night side would be very, very cold.
In the spring of 2007, scientists used the Spitzer Space Telescope, which sees in infrared wavelengths associated with heat, to generate a crude map of the temperature on both the day and night side of the planet. You are actually looking at the first map of any kind made of an alien world. What the map shows is that the day side of the planet is roasting at an otherworldly 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit. No surprise, given how close the planet orbits to its star. What was surprising was how hot the night side of the planet turned out to be. Despite being in total darkness, it swelters at around 1,000 degrees. Clearly, something was distributing heat throughout the planet's atmosphere, carrying thermal energy from the day side clear around the other side of the planet. From his knowledge of weather in our own solar system, Shulman knew what the culprit was. He ran the numbers, and that's when he figured out that this alien world had jet streams of unprecedented magnitude. Their 6,000-mile-per-hour winds dwarf anything in our own solar system.
Earth actually has the slowest speeds of any planet in our solar system, with a typical speed of about 20 miles per hour. The gas giants in our solar system actually have somewhat faster winds than the Earth, simply because those new surface have friction to slow down the winds. On Jupiter and Saturn, for example, the winds are a few hundred miles per hour. So we're still about almost a factor of 10 lower than on these hot Jupiters.
The weather on hot Jupiters may be extreme, But the forecast for another class of alien planets, the eccentric giants, is tailor-made for a disaster movie. This is HD 80606b, a gas giant planet located roughly 200 light years from Earth, orbiting a star in the constellation Ursa Major. A year on this bizarre world lasts 111 days, and it has the most eccentric orbit of any known planet. With its nearly circular orbit, Earth's distance from the Sun changes relatively little throughout the year, varying by only about 4 million miles. But during its year, HD 80606b comes as close as 3 million miles to its Sun, and as far as 78 million, a difference of 75 million miles.
This crazy orbit leads to completely crazy weather. The planet heats up by hundreds and hundreds of degrees in a matter of a few hours, and that drives just absolutely tremendous storms.
As the planet swings in close to its star, the alien sun looms ever larger in the sky.
And so you get a huge amount of heating on one side of the planet. The other side of the planet is in the night. What that does is it drives an intense storm, basically a shock wave around both sides of the planet that is moving roughly at the speed of a supersonic jet.
This fiery hurricane rips around the planet in only 12 hours. As the shock wave slowly dies down, the superheated atmosphere churns into a giant vortex that engulfs an entire hemisphere, a sort of greater red spot. As the planet moves away from the heat of its star, the storm gradually loses energy and intensity. But on this eccentric giant, the calm never lasts for long. Every 111 days, the shock wave is reignited and the violent cycle begins anew.
It's much stranger than anything that we have in our own solar system. If you were there, you would be incinerated immediately before you had a chance to really sort of move on your surroundings.
The universe seems adept at creating strange worlds, even in the most unlikely of places. This is a pulsar, a rapidly spinning variety of an exotic stellar object called a neutron star. Neutron stars are the remnants left behind after a massive star explodes in a supernova. No one expected to find planets circling in such a treacherous cosmic neighborhood.
Never in my wildest dreams did I think we would ever find planets orbiting a neutron star, a pulsar. I mean, after all, neutron stars are formed as a result of supernova explosions where the star just blows up. So certainly any planets that might have been there to begin with would have been blown away.
And yet, in the early 1990s, astronomers discovered two rocky planets around a pulsar 7,000 trillion miles from Earth. Their discovery, in fact, predates 51 Pegasi b, making them technically the first alien worlds ever detected. But since they orbit such strange stars, many astronomers consider pulsar planets to be in a category of their own.
Pulsar planets were very interesting. They're actually very low in mass and more similar to the Earth's mass. They form an interesting exotic classification or family of planets, but it's by no means the mainstream.
While most planets are believed to have formed out of the same disk of gas and dust as their parent stars, clearly these pulsar planets formed a different way.
The planets that have been found must have formed after the supernova explosion. And that's really bizarre because we would think that all of the material was blown away, but apparently some of that debris must have somehow been in a disk, and parts of that disk coalesced into planets.
But that's extremely surprising. I don't know that anyone really understands that process yet.
Although the pulsar planets are believed to have rocky surfaces, it's unlikely they would be a platform for life, and any visit by humans would be short-lived. As the pulsar rotates, it emits well-focused beams of charged particles from its poles, creating a rotating spotlight of horrific radiation.
Standing on a pulsar planet would be a very dangerous proposition. There would be high energy radiation all around you, just an onslaught of particles and waves. And the radiation field would be so strong that it would probably destroy your living tissue, and it would certainly cause cancer and mutations very quickly. And it would probably kill you. If you were really unlucky, or lucky, I suppose, if you're going to die anyway, might as well die in a spectacular way, you would be in the beam of the pulsar. So every rotation, the beam would flash past you, and you would see this incredibly bright beacon, like a lighthouse really close to you, just flashing in your face. It would not be a very hospitable environment. No way.
While the pulsar planets might not be nice places to visit, they have taught us something fundamental about planet formation in the universe.
These planets, weird planets around a neutron star, have taught us that planetary formation appears to be relatively easy. Gravity appears to like to pull stuff together when there's enough stuff in a given region.
If nature is so good at making planets, even under difficult circumstances, then the odds are fairly high that the universe is full of planets, and that somewhere out there in the cosmos, other Earths are waiting to be discovered. But if that's the case, then where are the Earths? Why haven't we found them yet?
The first planets that were found in the late 1990s were massive planets, 300 times the mass of our Earth. And it's really not a surprise that we found the most massive ones first. Like the giant redwood trees behind me, they were the easiest to see from the enormous distances that we were looking. So when we find stars where we say, there's just one single massive planet, one giant redwood, well, that's almost certain to not be true. There's almost certainly a forest of planets and asteroids and comets also not planets.
As astronomers continue to scrutinize alien solar systems, they are edging ever closer to finding Earth-like planets. This is LISA 436b. It's a world roughly 20 times the mass of Earth, similar in mass and size to Neptune. It orbits a star 30 light years away in the constellation Leo.
I'm so excited about LISA 436. I'm almost jumping out of my clothes. It's the most important discovery since 51 Pegasus, maybe even more important.
What has Jeff Larcy so excited is that this planet was found to have a density of 2.1 grams per cubic centimeter.
What does that mean? It's a spectacular number because every school child knows that the density of water is 1 gram per cubic centimeter. And we also know that rocks that we pick up on the street, the density of our Earth, for example, as a rock, is about 5 grams per cubic centimeter. And therefore, this planet, around 436, is composed of a mixture of rock and water.
A planet made of rock and water sounds tantalizingly Earth-like, but LISA 436b has so much water, there would be no land masses exposed at all. And you wouldn't want to take a swim in the oceans of this watery alien world. There may be a layer of liquid water on the surface, but below that, things begin to get a little weird.
There's so much water that the sheer gravitational force of the water molecules pressing down toward the center will crush the water so tightly that the water molecules are almost touching each other. It's a very odd type of water. In fact, we call it ice, even though it's not cold, because the water molecules can be arranged in a structure like ice, but only due to its high pressure.
Clearly, Gliese 436b isn't quite an Earth-like planet. But what about this alien world? What would make an alien planet truly Earth-like? It should be made primarily of rock, with enough water for oceans, but not so much water that the land masses are completely submerged. It would also have to be in its star's habitable zone.
The typical idea for a habitable zone is the range of distances from a star where an Earth-like planet would have liquid water on its surface. The idea would be that if you took Earth and pushed it in too far, the oceans would all boil away, and that's bad for life. Or if you took the Earth and pushed it out too far, the oceans would all freeze, and that's bad for life.
In our own solar system, the habitable zone ranges from Mars's orbit into as close as where Venus orbits. But the habitable zone in alien solar systems varies, depending on how hot the star is. Currently, our best hope for finding habitable Earth-like planets is to look around cool, dim stars called red dwarfs or M dwarfs.
The M dwarfs themselves are very special stars. So our sun might be a 100-watt light bulb. An M dwarf is perhaps a 10-watt light bulb. And so what that means is that to stay warm enough so that you have water, not ice, but still not too hot, you move the planet in much closer. And those close planets are easier for us to detect with our technique because they tug on the star.
One of these M dwarfs, called Gliese 876, has been found to have at least 3 planets orbiting it. 2 of them are gas giants, but the third, Gliese 876d, is one of the smallest planets discovered so far, at roughly 6 or 7 times the mass of the Earth. It's also just on the edge of its star's habitable zone.
The planet orbits in just 1.9 days around its host star, but because the host star is so low in luminosity, it puts it on the edge of what you might imagine a habitable zone to be. There could be some region, a ring around the planet towards the backside, where the temperature is actually just right for liquid water to exist.
When it was first discovered, scientists hailed this planet as the first of the super Earths.
7 times the mass of the Earth sounds so close to the size of our Earth that you wonder whether or not it's a rocky planet, maybe with a thick atmosphere.
But today, the experts are unsure whether this is a large rocky planet at all. Like Gliese 436b, it may be completely covered in an ocean of super dense water.
To call it a super Earth is to suggest that we found a planet that's a close cousin of our Earth. I would now rather think of it as a distant cousin, not unrelated to our Earth, but far enough away, indeed more like Neptune in our own solar system. It has a big rocky core, but surrounded by a big envelope of water.
So the race continues to discover the first truly Earth-like planet. At the University of Arizona, astronomer Laird Close is hoping to capture the first picture of an alien Earth. But to do that will take a giant leap in telescope technology. Here at the Stewart Observatory Mirror Lab, in a cavernous space underneath the bleachers of the university's football stadium, engineers are working on the next generation of super telescopes.
This is the largest mirror that's ever been made. This mirror is 8.4 meters across, but it's just 1/7 of the size that's needed for the Giant Magellan Telescope. And together, when combined with 7 other mirrors like it, the Giant Magellan Telescope, we will be able to actually directly image extrasolar planets and maybe even Earth-like planets around alien suns.
Scheduled for completion in 2016, this telescope will be able to make images up to 10 times sharper than the Hubble Space Telescope. NASA and the European Space Agency are also developing several missions that will use space-based telescopes to search the stars for our planetary kin.
This will be incredibly exciting for humankind to know whether know, there's Earth-like planets tied in orbit around those stars. As technology improves, we're going to be able to find planets that look much more like the Earth. Planets that perhaps have life on them, and maybe even planets that have forests and steam trees.
The astronomers who have dedicated their lives to this quest all believe it's only a matter of time before we find the first truly Earth-like planet.
The most exciting thing I can tell you is that we are now routinely commonly discovering planets that are a mere 5 or 10 times the mass of our Earth. We're not quite to the point where we're finding Earths, and that's where we really want to be. But we're finding planets that are ever so close to our home planet.
So when we actually do cross that final threshold and do find evidence that there's a habitable planet out there, this is going to be quite an epical event for humanity.
People should not worry too much yet that we haven't found any Earth-like planets because, well, a lot of effort's going into it right now, and I think it will be done in the next 10 years. Yeah, stay tuned.
Earth, a 4.5 billion-year-old planet, still evolving. As continents shift and clash, volcanoes erupt, and glaciers grow and recede, the Earth's crust is carved in numerous and fascinating ways, leaving a trail of geological mysteries behind. In this episode, an investigation into California's San Andreas Fault, the greatest fault line on Earth. 800 miles long, this ugly scar on the landscape has spawned earthquake after earthquake. But for now, it waits quietly, deep under our cities, building up stress to strike once again. The San Andreas Fault is one of the most dangerous geological features on Earth. California's greatest cities and millions of her citizens live in constant peril. Since records began, there have been 13 large earthquakes along the San Andreas Fault.
Water lines have ruptured, there is no water coming out of the fire hydrant.
And now, America's geologists, or rock detectives, are warning of a potential disaster.
Major damage has been done.
In the fall of 2008, more than 300 scientists calculated what a major earthquake would do to Southern California.
We've been conducting a special study of a magnitude 7.8 earthquake on the southern San Andreas Fault, large enough to potentially damage tall buildings. The fire will be very significant.
The definitive scientific report presented to politicians was codenamed Shakeout. It forecast thousands of deaths and billions of dollars of damage in the city of Los Angeles, which makes it crucial to investigate the most important question. When will the next big earthquake hit the San Andreas Fault? The latest preparations for disaster are the climax of an investigation that started more than 100 years ago. In the aftermath of the Great San Francisco earthquake of 1906. The earthquake struck on a Wednesday, just before dawn. The ground shook violently for 45 seconds, igniting fires that raged unchecked for the next 4 days. 28,000 buildings, a tenth of the entire city, were destroyed, and more than 3,000 people, 1 in every 100 of the population, were killed.
With a magnitude of 7.8, it's in the top 20 of North America's strongest ever earthquakes. The scale of the Great San Francisco earthquake shocked the nation. But no one understood what had made the city shake. Native American myths explained earthquakes as shocks from a battle between warring spirits. Latter-day explorers couldn't understand the shocks that destroyed their mission buildings. One Spanish missionary wrote, "La tierra, the earth, shook around me from explosions under the ground." 300 years later, and science has still made little progress. Refugees in the ruins of San Francisco still blamed earthquakes on mysterious underground explosions. So, just 3 days after the earthquake, the state of California asked one of the world's most famous geologists, Andrew Lawson from California State University, to investigate what had destroyed the city. He and a team of 25 scientists began collecting damage evidence in the city and surrounding countryside. There were roads that had buckled, rail tracks that had twisted. The most startling evidence of all, that came near the town of Molinas in Marin County to the north of San Francisco. This picket fence had an 8-foot gap. Before the earthquake, it was a solid boundary fence dividing 2 fields. But when he recreated what had happened, Lawson realized that the land had jolted apart and torn the fence in 2. Plotting the evidence on a map around San Francisco revealed a surprising pattern. Because connecting the dots drew a straight line. And at every point, the earth moved in the same way. On the coast to the north, inland to the south. This line of weakness was the culprit they were searching for. South of San Francisco, the suspect line ran underneath a lake, the Laguna de San Andreas. So now, the earthquake perpetrator at last had a name. Professor Lawson, who a decade earlier had identified cracks in the earth here as a harmless rift, now rechristened it the San Andreas Fault. In modern-day San Francisco, the buildings, the roads, and the railways have long since been repaired. But if you know where to look, evidence of the 1906 quake can still be found. Geologist Charlie Paul follows in the footsteps of Lawson's team, seeking signs of the havoc from 1906. He finds it on the cliffs at Muscle Rock, 12 miles south of San Francisco.
The cliff is not here by accident. There's a very good reason why this cliff is here. Half a mile or so of the shore face apparently fell off in the 1906 earthquake. And if you look down below us, there's a big rotated block that's near the present-day shoreline. And it is just inboard of the San Andreas Fault. The San Andreas Fault is about a quarter of a mile offshore here. And of course, that's one of the major crustal junctions on this side of North America.
Modern computers can now trace how damage waves spread out across the city, and that pinpoints where the quake originated along the San Andreas. It was offshore, about 2 miles out to sea from the Golden Gate Bridge. So, to continue tracking the fault, the investigation must head out to sea. Marine geologists use remote operating vehicles, mini submarines, to map the seafloor.
What you see is subtle variations in the topography that would not naturally line up. So there might be a line on the ocean floor that is higher or lower on one side, and you can use various techniques to determine that this actually is a fault instead of some other process.
Running south across the seabed, the San Andreas finally runs out of ocean and hits the land. This broken line of rocks, stretching in from the sea, marks where the San Andreas hits land 12 miles south of San Francisco.
We're here at Muscle Rock, and we're essentially standing on the San Andreas Fault right now. And if there was an earthquake, I don't know what would happen right here, but I wouldn't want to be here.
This Pacific coastline, where cliffs crumble slowly into the sea, is the boundary between two of the Earth's massive continental plates. Separated by the San Andreas Fault, two vast separate blocks of the Earth's crust lie directly alongside each other. Here, the continent of North America lies slightly on top of the adjacent section of crust which holds the Pacific Ocean. The join can be seen where these lower, darker rocks are overlaid by light-colored sedimentary rocks.
These rock types differ by more than 100 million years in age. Two rock bodies that are not similar in any way have been brought together.
The fault line was exposed to geologists when the cliffs collapsed here in the 1906 earthquake. But back then, nobody understood how and why the two different types of rock were next to each other. Until around 40 years ago, when the answer was finally revealed by the theory of plate tectonics. The theory showed that the Earth's crust consists of separate moving plates on which the oceans and continents sit. Around 200 million years ago, the heavy Pacific Ocean plate collided with North America and started sinking underneath the lighter continent. Professor of geophysics Mark Zoback studies that process, called subduction, in his laboratory at Stanford University.
For many millions of years prior to the existence of the San Andreas Fault, the Pacific plate was subducting beneath North America. The oceanic plate was diving down. And that process went on for, well over 100 million years. So a tremendous amount of activity was occurring.
As the unstoppable force of one plate met the immovable object of the other, they were forced to change direction.
About 20 million years ago, the plate motions were such that the Pacific plate had to start sliding north with respect to North America. And now, the principal motion is the sliding process between the two plates. And 20 million years ago, the San Andreas Fault was born.
It was the moving plates that crushed different types of rock together, just as here at Muscle Rock. At last, the investigation knows what it is dealing with. The San Andreas Fault is 800 miles long, emerging from the seabed north of Point Arena in Northern California and running down to the Salton Sea in the south. The evidence is coming together. Clues from the 1906 earthquake, such as the picket fence that was torn apart, prove that the land was moving. Connecting the dots identifies the straight line of the San Andreas Fault. And Muscle Rock uncovers different plates of the Earth's crust on either side of the fault line. But investigators still need more information about how often the San Andreas has spawned earthquakes in the past. It might help them answer the all-important question: when will the San Andreas strike again? To discover when the San Andreas Fault will strike again, the investigation needs to know about ancient earthquakes that have struck along the fault line. But there's an immediate problem.
But here in California, it's a particular challenge, and some of the earliest written records were from the missions and from the early explorers, so only dating back into the 18th century here. Other parts of the world, we have an earthquake history going back millennia.
The investigation moves 350 miles south of San Francisco to a desert where the San Andreas may have been active for thousands of years. There's crucial evidence here about earthquakes from ancient times.
This creek used to flow straight across the San Andreas Fault here, but several earthquakes formed a natural dam where the San Andreas Fault wedges up here in front of me. That created a small pond, and now we're looking at the dry sediments of that pond that record the history of earthquakes, and that tells us quite a great deal about the past behavior of the San Andreas Fault.
Some of the clues are so small that Hudnut's detective work gets him down and dusty among tiny cracks inside the fault.
Sometimes we can find out about the past behavior of the San Andreas Fault by looking at the tiniest details.
At the bottom of this small ancient pond, mud sediments collected above a fine line of pebbles. Then, an earthquake shifted the land upwards on one side of the vertical fault line.
So this layer was originally flat, and then, in a subsequent earthquake, it was broken like this along this tiny fracture strand of the San Andreas Fault.
But finding proof that this is the site of an ancient earthquake is only part of the story. Hudnut needs to know how long ago it happened. The bare rock layers are no help in dating his find, but just above the fracture line of the rocks, he has found the evidence he needs.
Here, a bush was burned by a prehistoric wildfire, and that remnant of carbon is why you see this black stain on the side of the trench wall.
The key to unlocking the age of the rocks is carbon-14, known as radiocarbon. Its molecular structure means that carbon-14 is a more unstable isotope than other forms of carbon. It's absorbed by growing plants, then radioactively decays at a known rate after the plant dies. So measuring carbon-14 in vegetation burned in a wildfire reveals how long ago those plants died and dates the rock in which the carbon is found.
And through this, we can reconstruct the evidence of the past earthquakes.
Radiocarbon dating has proved that earthquakes have been happening along the line of the San Andreas for thousands of years. The particular small earthquake investigated by Hudnut, for example, is around 3,500 years old. It happened at a time when the last woolly mammoths were dying out in America. The investigation moves to an even more remote desert spot, the Carrizo Plain, 160 miles north of Los Angeles. Here lies a dried-up riverbed, which takes an unusual course. Coming down off the hills, the creek bed takes a sudden, sharp turn to its right. A few hundred feet later, it makes an equally odd 90-degree turn to the left. The creek crossed the line of the San Andreas Fault, but early geologists were mystified. Why did it bend in this way? The scientific pioneers were limited to studies on the ground. Nowadays, Hudnut has an advantage. He can take to the air.
The San Andreas Fault, where it cuts through the Carrizo Plain, it almost looks like a scar, and it was caused by repeated earthquakes in the past.
Along the long line of hills marking the course of the San Andreas, Hudnut spots the puzzling bends that he's seeking.
Oh, if we could swoop along the fault through here, that would be awesome. Oh, there's a great angle. See that right angle offset channel with the elbow in it right there? That's a classic one right there.
Hudnut's aerial view of the creek bed shows that the river once flowed straight on across the fault. But little by little, a series of earthquakes along the San Andreas dragged the creek away from its original course. Recreating how the land had moved showed Hudnut that the two parts of the creek had traveled more than 300 feet apart.
So if you imagine the North American plate is fixed and the Pacific plate is moving through the northwest, the Wallace Creek site records that offset because the channel was straight across the fault, but it's been offset through time.
Earlier investigators had already radiocarbon dated the land on each side of the fault here, revealing that it took 3,000 years to change the creek's position. So, knowing the distance and the time it took to do it, let's Hudnut calculate the average speed with which the two land masses are moving past each other. 300 feet in 3,000 years. 1 foot per decade. Just over an inch a year. But this was never a steady, sliding, 1 inch a year movement. The reality was a series of sudden, small jumps whenever tension built up enough between the two moving plates to overcome friction between the rocks and rip the land apart with an earthquake. It's an important moment for the investigation. Knowing how fast the land is moving not only reveals the stress that's building up, but also the risk of an earthquake. San Andreas Fault is giving up its secrets. Clues from a long dried-up pond reveal the site of ancient earthquakes. Carbon from a prehistoric fire provides the dates. And bends in a riverbed prove how fast the plates are moving along the San Andreas. But now the investigation has a new mystery to solve. If the land along the San Andreas is moving 1 inch every year, causing earthquakes, then why has one small town along the fault line never had any? The investigation has discovered how fast the land is stretching and straining along each side of the San Andreas Fault, which should help establish when that ever-increasing stress will snap the land apart in the next major earthquake. But there's a problem. One part of the fault line just doesn't fit the pattern. The small town of Hollister is unique along the San Andreas Fault system. It's never had an earthquake. The investigation to find out why. Hollister has a population of 37,000. And nothing here is quite the way it should be. There are plenty of clues suggesting that the land must be moving here. Sidewalks with cracks in them. Curbstones way out of line. Walls that are bent out of shape.
Walking through Hollister, you can see anything that man has built laid out in a straight line may have a jog in it. Every year it changes a little bit. It's a progressive thing.
The clues add up to one clear conclusion. Even without any earthquakes, the earth in this town, in the heart of the San Andreas system, still slides imperceptibly slowly and effortlessly along.
In one sense, the damage that you see here associated with the creeping is clearly sort of under control. But as a geologist, if you start playing that out for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of years, the consequences of that become enormous.
For many years, the creeping ground that moved without earthquakes remained an unsolved mystery. But then, the investigation moved 100 miles south to another small community where the land also creeps along. The village of Parkfield has a population of just 37 people and a bridge which spans right across the San Andreas Fault. The bridge separates the Pacific Plate on one side from the North American Plate on the other. And the bridge railings have started to bend.
I'm
I'm right now on the Pacific Plate on the west side of the San Andreas Fault. And, you know, the San Andreas comes off the flank of that hill and right across that field, right under the bridge, and then right over by the corner of that building, that fence post, and then on off to Mule Mountain.
The movement here around the bridge is strikingly similar to the slow creeping ground of Hollister. But there is one important difference here in Parkfield. Every couple of decades or so, this village does have earthquakes. They're just little tremors, but they're big enough to be recorded on earthquake monitoring seismographs. That's why the village proudly boasts of being the earthquake capital of the world. But it's perhaps more accurately called the earthquake study capital, because scientists are fascinated by the fact that earthquakes here follow a predictable pattern. Elsewhere, earthquakes always strike without warning. The toll of death and destruction made worse because nobody knew they were coming. So scientists are desperate for any clues that might help predict when an earthquake could happen. And here in Parkfield, the earthquakes happen with astonishing regularity, on average every couple of decades or so. Minor quakes happened here in 1857, 1881, 1901, 1922, 1934, and 1966. After the 66 earthquake, investigators set up a network of monitoring instruments to see if the fault gave any warning before the next earthquake arrived. They expected it sometime between 1988 and 1993, but it was late. Months of waiting stretched into years. But still, the scientists waited until finally, in December 2004, the long-awaited earthquake arrived and was caught on film from a now slightly worn and damaged camera. The earthquake movie may not have seemed that impressive, but the instruments collected a mass of information. The data didn't, after all, help with earthquake prediction, but it did pinpoint where the earthquake started underground, which told investigators where to look next. Deep down under the Parkfield countryside, starting slightly to one side of the fault, the aim was to angle in and stab into the very heart of the San Andreas. After 3 years of drilling, long cores of rock were extracted from the exact spot where the earthquake occurred. This was the first time team leader geologist Mark Zobak had ever seen rocks from the center of the San Andreas.
What we're looking at here are cores from the active San Andreas fault from about 2 miles. So for the earth science community, these are like rocks. As we're trying to zoom these cores, we have the San Andreas fault is fighting back. After 9 weeks attempting to recover, in the middle of a huge lightning storm, almost a scene directly out of Hollywood, the thunder and lightning, these cores came to the surface. And so it was a tremendous feeling of satisfaction. The lightning and thunder just made it back to the ground. And we're all wearing gloves. We open our fingers to recover the core. And the rule was that you touch the core as little as possible. The reality was we couldn't help ourselves. It was just such a remarkable thing that actually working the San Andreas fault. Very first
Buried within the rock cores, they found a vital clue about the way that land slips along the San Andreas. They found serpentinite.
Serpentinite is an unusual rock type. It was originally formed at the base of the ocean crust and exhumed up onto the continent. But the reason that serpentinite is so interesting is that the serpentinite is very easily altered to talc. It allows the rock to slide during the force levels. Its powder is very slippery.
Talc's crystalline structure of soft, sliding, flat plates makes it one of the slipperiest rocks known to science.
So talc could well be a key mineral in deciding how the fault is actually working in Central California. We see that the secret of the slipping San Andreas Fault is actually the rocks themselves.
The talc explains the tiny earthquakes of Parkfield. Nobody's yet drilled to investigate the rocks at Hollister, but scientists suspect the talc is present there too. Tracks in the wall show the land creeps in Hollister. And a bend in the bridge reveals the same creeping ground in a nearby town. Rock cores extracted from the fault contain serpentinite, leading investigators to the softest and slipperiest mineral, talc, which lubricates some parts of the fault. The investigation is having success, but one crucial question remains to be answered. What will the San Andreas Fault do next? The investigation into the San Andreas Fault is trying to predict when and where its next major earthquake will strike. So far, the only certain prediction is the far distant future of the San Andreas. Look 20 million years ahead. If the plate movements continue to follow their pattern, Los Angeles will end up becoming a suburb of San Francisco. But predictions on a shorter time scale are more difficult.
If you were to ask the question, can we predict earthquakes? My answer would be no, because I know what your question really meant is, can we predict that an earthquake is going to occur on a certain fault at a certain time that we can specify in the future? And we cannot do that. But there are many things we can predict. We can predict which faults are likely to produce the big earthquakes. We can predict how big the earthquakes are likely to be, and we can even predict the probability of the earthquake occurrence over some period of several decades.
Predictions are most crucial where the San Andreas runs to the south of LA. Here in the Coachella Valley Desert, geological evidence of earthquakes stretches back 1,500 years or more. And they follow a regular pattern. Major earthquakes strike here with monotonous regularity every 200 years. But the latest one is long overdue. There hasn't been an earthquake here for more than 300 years. That's a concern because parts of the San Andreas Fault system run straight from here towards the city of Los Angeles. The faults will transmit earthquake shocks in a straight line towards California's biggest city. Geologist Yuri Fialko regularly monitors how the ground moves on either side of the fault line. He lines up his GPS equipment precisely over a series of metal pegs fixed into the ground.
This information is crucial for estimating how fast the fault slips at depths and what is the rate of accumulation of strain in the crust. In other words, how close the crust is brought to failure by slip of the fault at depths.
Repeated ultra-precise measurements reveal that land here on the surface hardly moves at all. This is a problem because deep underground, stresses and strains are still building up.
The fault is moving at depths at a fairly high speed, and this information is growing and growing and growing with time.
Miles underground, the deep fault is moving at more than an inch a year, which tells Fialko that in the century since the last quake, the surface should have shifted 300 inches, 25 feet or more. But it hasn't. So sooner or later, something's got to give. Fialco knows what that something will be. The rocks themselves.
And one example is this type of rock, which is called granite. So this is in fact the rock out of which most of the Earth's crust is made.
A microscope reveals the crystalline structure of the granite. The crystals make the rocks tough, but they have a hidden weakness. Bonds between them may suddenly crack under stress.
Basically, once this material solidifies, it is able to crack and be sheared on the fault surface. The behavior of these rocks is what lies behind the physics of earthquakes.
Granite rocks underlie all the San Andreas Fault. But right here, the rock's under greater stress than anywhere else because it's so many centuries since a major quake occurred.
And now we're over the 300-year later. So it means that the amount of strain that has been accumulated in the fault at this point is very close to the maximum strain that this fault has ever seen through its geologic record. And this is a fault that is capable of generating great destructive earthquakes.
Fialco believes the coming quake could be the big one people have been talking about for years. The effects will be horrific because of the population density of Southern California. When the last huge quake occurred 300 years ago, Los Angeles was just a tiny Spanish mission community with fewer than 100 people. Now it's America's second largest city, with almost 11 million people living in the earthquake-vulnerable metropolitan area.
People who live in California probably experience a small or moderate-sized earthquake every year. A few things moving on your house, but it's really actually kind of fun. There's no major destruction. People just go on with their life. Much bigger events, on the other hand, are quite a different story.
With the threat to Los Angeles becoming ever clearer, the investigation is nearing its conclusion. Data from repeated GPS measurements in the desert reveal evidence that stress is building up, while examination of the rocks of the crust show they may not take the strain for much longer. All the evidence points towards a potentially huge earthquake building up in Southern California. And new experiments suggest the coming quake could be far worse than anyone ever imagined. There is new urgency in the investigation into the San Andreas Fault, as revealed by recent evidence compiled by 300 of America's most respected scientists. They warn that Los Angeles will be devastated if a major quake strikes along the southern section of the fault line. While there hasn't been a major quake for hundreds of years, even small ones can still be deadly. Like the Northridge earthquake, which struck this LA suburb in 1994. Rupturing along an offshoot of the main San Andreas Fault, the quake was only a magnitude 6.7, considered moderate on the scale of earthquake measurement. But it still killed 72 people and injured 12,000 more. And new evidence suggests Mother Nature might have a lot more in store for Los Angeles. Scientists have long known that earthquakes generate several distinct sets of waves. They travel at different speeds, each spreading damage and destruction out from the epicenter. Modern city buildings in earthquake-prone areas like California are engineered to cope with such waves. Now, new research by geophysicist Professor ROTHSCHILD suggests that the San Andreas may offer a new and even more deadly threat. ROTHSCHILD researches how earthquakes rupture along straight-line faults, just like the San Andreas, where it approaches Los Angeles. He creates his own mini-earthquakes, representing the San Andreas Fault by a hairline crack in a thick, transparent block. This special material shows up internal stress lines when it's lit by a laser. And the earthquake is triggered by a tiny explosion.
3, 2, 1, 0. The load has dropped. And the explosion was big enough to even have a crack.
An ultra-high-speed camera capturing 10 million frames a second reveals a startling and newly discovered phenomenon. This frozen picture reveals stress lines speeding along the mini San Andreas in the milliseconds after the explosion. The cone to the left of this frame is a previously unrecognized type of shockwave racing along the rupture line from the earthquake center. On a microscopic scale, it looks and moves exactly like the sonic boom produced when a supersonic aircraft such as Concorde breaks the sound barrier.
Because we also see macro cones, lines that are evident from the rupture tips as from the tips of moving airplanes.
And just like a sonic boom, it can be dangerous.
In the same sense that we hear the sonic boom from the Concorde, you're going to hear the sonic boom from the rupture.
The danger comes because many high-rises just aren't built to cope with extra stress from this newly discovered type of shockwave.
So if you are an old building, for example, you will say one wave, you will accumulate some damage, and very soon after that, you will get very strong ground shaking because of other types of waves coming also.
The high-speed ruptures that ROTHSCHILD calls supershear happen where faults run in a straight line, which might help explain a 100-year-old mystery surrounding the Great San Francisco Quake, a natural disaster which launched the entire San Andreas investigation. The overwhelming damage in San Francisco has long seemed surprisingly out of proportion to the 7.8 magnitude of the quake. And there's a particularly straight section of the San Andreas approaching San Francisco. So many scientists now believe that the damage was greater than expected because the 1906 quake had traveled at super shear speed. Of greater concern to modern emergency services is not what happened a century ago, but what could happen tomorrow. Because there is a similar straight section of faulted ground heading straight towards Los Angeles. And if a super shear earthquake develops on that line, then the consequences could be disastrous. All of the investigation's warnings about the San Andreas came together in the fall of 2008 with the biggest earthquake drill ever held in California.
If this earthquake would have happened in reality, there would have been buildings coming down. We know that there would be no water now in certain areas. So that's what this exercise is all about.
But what are the real chances of Los Angeles soon being hit by a massive earthquake? Frighteningly, the best scientific consensus now warns that there's a 99% chance of a major quake in Southern California within the next 30 years. To better understand the threat to LA, the geologists produced their study jointly with experts in charge of the city's disaster plan. And none of them doubt that the big quake is coming.
It really isn't even a question of if anymore. The shaking is going to be severe for 2 to 3 minutes. And it's going to stop. And then you're going to have that moment of silence that often happens before you start hearing the car alarms, all all those other sounds they have in disaster like this.
The study estimates that a major earthquake in the LA metro area would cause 2,000 deaths, 50,000 injuries, and $200 billion of damage.
You're going to have conflagrations developing, tens of blocks will be on fire.
Water lines are ruptured, there is no water coming out of the fire hydrants.
That's the kind of nightmare scenario that we're looking at.
This specter of disaster to California's people and cities motivates the search to unravel the secrets of the San Andreas Fault. All the evidence is finally in. The damage reports from the 1906 disaster show the fault's 800-mile path. The different types of rock and muscle rock provide clues to how the fault was created 20 million years ago. The riverbeds prove how fast the land is moving. Mineral talc explains why some parts slip without major quakes. The brittle granite rocks reveal a threat to Los Angeles. And recent lab experiments uncover new and more dangerous earthquake shock waves. But one goal has eluded the rock detectives who study the greatest fault line on Earth. When will the sleeping San Andreas come to life once again? It could be any time. The only certainty is that nothing is certain in the ever-evolving story of how the Earth was made. Earth, a 4.5 billion-year-old planet, still evolving. As continents shift and flash, volcanoes erupt, glaciers grow and seep. The Earth's crust is carved in numerous and fascinating ways, leaving a trail of geological mysteries behind. In this episode, the Marianas Trench, the deepest point on Earth, is explored. Its sheer walls cut 7 miles into the Pacific Ocean. The mystery of what created this deep, dark chasm takes science detectives on some of the most dangerous dives ever attempted. Deep into the abyss, scouring the ocean floor, scientists uncover a strange undersea world of fiery mountains, bizarre mud volcanoes, the largest geological structure on Earth. Discoveries from this unique underwater world will revolutionize our understanding of powerful forces that shape not just the trench, but the Earth itself. Hidden deep beneath the waves of the Western Pacific lies the Marianas Trench, the deepest point in all the oceans. The first step on the journey of what created this mysterious scar in the Earth's crust, and how it continues to mold the planet, takes us back to 1872, when a British research vessel, HMS Challenger, set out on the first ever mission to map the ocean floor.
Welcome back to Third Phase of Moon. My name is Blake Cousins. In this episode, we're going to release an amazing video sent to us by Open Minds TV at the UFO International Conference. Now let's take a look at this video right now.
Please help me welcome Michael Trent.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank Open Minds for giving me the opportunity to join all of you today. What I'd like to do for you this morning is give you a brief overview of Project Aquarius, and give you some specific details regarding the interaction that Dr. Dan Burrish had with an extraterrestrial called J-Rocket. And we've got some very quick announcements before we begin here. Number one, the information, drawings, and illustrations highlighted in this presentation originated from directly the testimony and direction of Dr. Dan Bursch. So in other words, I didn't make this up. This comes directly from Dr. Dan Bursch. He will be available after this presentation to address all your questions. And number two is a disclaimer. The drawings and computer-generated forensic composite illustrations shown in this presentation do not conform 100% to Dr. Dan and Marcy's testimony or descriptions and should be considered strictly as a visual aid, specifically designed to give the general public an overall idea of what the S4 facility looked like. So in other words, I didn't get this 100% correct. There are some minor errors here and there in the renderings, but it's definitely sufficient to give all of us here today a good understanding and visual aid regarding what the S4 facility looked like. This is a breakdown of what we'll be talking about today. I'll give you a background of Dr. Dan Bursch. We'll be discussing level 4-1. We'll be talking about walking the line. We'll describe what that actually means, what it pertains to. I'm going to give you a virtual blueprint floor-by-floor walkthrough of the 9 hangar bays all the way through the facility. We'll consider the extraterrestrial and alien craft because there is a difference. We'll talk about the Roswell craft. We'll talk about the propulsion research laboratory at S4. We'll consider the catwalk, the files department, and the cafeteria. For level 4-2, we'll consider Project Sidekick, the weapon.
For solutions toward the protection of the right of way. Service was suspended Tuesday as mud and debris started inching towards the track, but after an inspection, service was back in action yesterday. To that, KFI News, the track is owned by the Orange County Transportation Authority and maintained by Metro. LAPD's assistant chief, Dominic Fuller, will become the new interim chief. Mayor Bass announced the appointment yesterday and said it was a unanimous decision. The search for our next chief of police continues, and I know that LAPD is in close hands with our new interim chief. Stone has been with the department for 28 years and says one of his goals is to improve morale. My boss is an interim chief is not the goal and this will set down and make significant change. Story takes over March 1st, today after Chief Moore retires. The satellite that will study microscopic ocean life and particles in the atmosphere has launched from Cape Canaveral. 3, 2, 1, crucial mission. Full power ignition and liftoff of the Falcon 9 and 8. Helping keep pace with our ever-changing ocean and atmosphere. The NASA PACE is a 3-year mission to gather data that will allow scientists to see what they call the invisible universe in the sea and sky. PACE is an acronym for plankton, aerosol, cloud, and ocean ecosystem. We'll check the 15 with the KFI the Sky next. A good night's sleep is more critical than ever. What do you feel like after a bad night's sleep? Miserable the next day. We all do. So let me tell you about the Sleep Number Smart Bed. This is proven quality sleep and is designed to make a difference in your health and wellness. You can customize the depth inside the bed to your ideal firmness, comfort, support, to help you feel your best. That firmness level is your sleep number. My sleep number setting is 100. I like a particularly firm mattress, and I've changed that sleep number setting over the years. Same mattress. And the Sleep Number President's Sale is going on right now. Save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, and this is through February 26th. Plus, free home delivery when you add an adjustable base through Monday, February 12th. These beds are only available at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. There are 30 locations in Southern California, including Palmdale, Topanga Plaza, Irvine Spectrum, Porter Ranch. Visit sleepnumber.com. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy skies, windy at times, especially in the IE and high desert. Still a chance for some showers in Orange County. Highs today in upper around 60 for the beaches, Metro LA and Inland Sea. Upper 40s to mid 50s for the valleys in IE, 40s in the Antelope Valley. Becoming sunny tomorrow, highs south of the shade, and warming up to 2 degrees. Sunny skies, highs in the northern and 60s this weekend. It's 45 in Melinda, 51 in Huntington Beach. The road to Vegas is a mess for the weather. Unfortunately, overnight there was quite a lot of drama there on Interstate 15. Lisa Baker, who It's going to cost you quite a bit of time if you are headed to Las Vegas and you want to delay your trip. It might be a good idea. It's going to take you some time to get through there, but you can get through there. Just a heads up. And again, that's what the north outside of the 15 and towards Vegas. Southbound 15, it's a little slow from Highway 395 to the very top of the Tahoe Pass. Downtown LA, eastbound side of the 10, right there at the 110 near Crypto Arena. We've got a crash in lanes there. Traffic backed up from Los Cienega again. As you head eastbound. No cold drivers, stay half out of the sky.
Don't you in love with the romantic Catalina Island estate? Book your romance Saturday and experience a memorable getaway on Catalina Island. Grab the tickets for two on Catalina Express, 2 months at Hotel Atlantis, Tapas, and Champagne. Plus, at visitCatalinaIsland.com. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard this Air Pulse radio announcement. Our very best 90th anniversary fair has just ended. From now until February 21st, enjoy our very best prices during the Air Pulse rendezvous and benefits from our 90 years of experience in design, comfort, and fine dining. Book your rendezvous with Paris with daily flights from Los Angeles starting at $1,535 round trip, taxes included. Everything is a journey. Air Pulse. Round trip purchase required. Advertised fair not available on all flights. Additional restrictions apply. See terms and conditions at airpulse.us. Imagine the best place you've never had. Now, what is a place to make it really real? So much happy, so much persistence, comes to see. There's always a way. Every day you're working to bring that place to you. Learn the culture, because that's how you do it. Wow. Louisiana, California. Famous restaurants in the world. There's a kitchen in the corner. That's hottest reservation on the planet. Thanks for the restaurant's owner and her hand-picked personal chef. Ricky Rogers and her River Cafe table for that's where the most incredible conversations on the planet are happening. Please, captured in her very special podcast with guests like Will Ferrell.
My dinner one night, pasta, and I don't think I had with some mustard. My roommate at the time was like, you can borrow some of my tomato sauce. I'm like, oh, no, I prefer the mustard.
Martha Stewart, I did not have a friend, Michael Caine, but I did have an affair with one of his best friends. 27,000 words for the story. He was the biggest director. He's so fun. He's just kind of chill. We're not so way too clever. You know, we're happy in the pool. Sweet Big USD is all in her very intimate podcast, Ruthie's Table 4. Listen to Ruthie's Table 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Get ready for our 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards, presented by the Hartford, live at South by Southwest. March 11th, we'll honor the very best in podcasting from the past year, and you'll help decide who wins Podcast of the Year. Vote now at iHeartPodcastAwards.com. The Hartford Small Business Insurance is the presenting partner of the 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards, live at South by Southwest. To learn more or start a service, visit thehartford.com/small business. With insurance designed for your small business, the product's got your back. Affordable, stimulating. And you get it when you're 65, everybody else. You know, Medicare started in the Lyndon Johnson years. The fight against it was so hard, the conservatives went crazy to try to stop Lyndon Johnson's power over Congress and legally control it. And by the way, tiny voice trying to run against Medicare today. Look, those who are against it are just as fanatics. FDR is social security. Same thing happens with just this vicious opposition to social security. Okay, try to run on the with a social security today. That's another story. So here's the story of what's going on. There is a company called Cal Hospital, which has a contract with the Orange County hospitals that serve homeless and low-income patients. And it's canceling the contract. The insurance company that is just canceling the contract. So you got some protesters that came out, homeless individuals, illnesses, chronic illnesses, and they had signed the winner with Orphan. They got in a real contract with the state contract. Shame on you for taking away our care. Every patient matters. Well, here's the problem. It's a for-profit system. And if the insurance companies are losing money, you cannot ask them to stay and help. You can't ask them, well, it doesn't matter what move, no matter the money you lose, you have to care for patients. By the way, patients do get if you are poor, there is something called national health statewide. It's called number one Social Security, and the Social Security in Medicare, you can medical health, and then California has its own program where if you are broke, you will pay hospitals and doctors, but you have to be very broke, and you're going to be waiting a long time. We need a hit. First of all, you're Minnesota. You probably have to wait until after you're dead. Second of all, you can get before you're dead. They're going to take away your hip and use it for someone else. That's not natural. I'm completely